really as well, because I think it's important, because I've always felt that, yes, 250 million or 200 million, inki khapat ho jayegi. There's some way we will accommodate them, but it's obviously not happening. And with our growth rate, which I still haven't figured out, population growth rate. I mean, I can sort of figure out the economic growth rate, which is always, a dubious number, but so is our population growth rate. I don't know if it's 2.5, 2.43, 2.3, or, I've looked at a series of numbers, and I'm still not sure what the intercensional growth rate of our population has been. I know it's close to 2.5. That's a figure that's been quoted, and I'm not even sure if that figure is right. And there are people here who actually look at the numbers and who will probably say it's actually closer to this than to that. So when we have a country where we don't know what the population growth rate is, except that we know it's very, very high, where 250 plus million people at the moment and rising, there's a serious problem, given that for some decades now, our economy has been in decline. So, and that has a major serious effect on distribution, on quality of life. And even if we send 20 million Pakistanis abroad, I mean, all Pakistanis want to run away and go abroad. But even if you send 20 million people, which no country will accept them, but that will still not solve the problems that we have. So I think for me personally, and for us as social scientists, as economists, as demographers, especially, and for the Population Council and the Pakistan Association and institutions like this, I think it's important to re-emphasize the problem of population, not the fact that it's 2.5% growth or it's 250 million today, but that it's now become a serious problem along with the climate change problem. And I think the two are closely linked. And it's a very sad reflection on our society, on our politics, on our economics, where we have the sort of growth that we have of our population. Economic growth is something to be proud of. Population growth, definitely not. And I think the only thing that Pakistan has excelled in the last 3 decades is increasing its population. And I say excelled with a lot of irony there, that एक चीज़ में जिसमें हम आगे बढ़े हैं वो है आबादी. ना तालीम में, ना सेहत में, ना मईशत में, ना क्रिकेट में भी फेल होते जा रहे हैं. आबादी हमारी बढ़ती जा रही है. So I think it's way past time, not just time, way past time. Like people like me confess that they were wrong, and I do, and come back and start becoming an active agent to make the arguments that why population increase is bad, why it needs to come down, and more importantly, how one does that. So that was something that I've been wanting to say to an audience like this for many years, once I realized I was wrong, which is some years now. So I'm going to hand over the mic to Dr. Nasra Shah. And if you want to go there, yes, please. Okay. So welcome again to the IBA.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning, everyone. Dr. Akbar Zaidi, Director IBA, Mr. Muqaddar Shah, representing Dr. Louis Shubane, Representative UNFPA Pakistan, Ms. Rachel Grant, Regional Office Director, USAID, Consul General Mr. Scott Urbaum, US Consulate General Karachi, Senator Javed Jabbar, Mrs. Shanaz Wazir Ali, colleagues, students, and honored guests. I would like to offer a very warm welcome to all of you at the opening session of the 25th Population Research Conference of the Population Association of Pakistan. About 6 years ago, when I came back to Pakistan after living for 35 years in an Arab, Muslim, Gulf country that was going through a rapid demographic transition, the excessively slow pace of socioeconomic development and demographic change in Pakistan was very hard to comprehend and accept. Yet, there were hopeful signs, with high-level attention being paid to curb the rapid pace of population growth, and a task force was formed under the country's president. We were hopeful that the annual growth rate of 2.4% would begin to decline as a result of this high-level attention, some of which still exists today. The 2023 census, however, shattered our hopes by yielding a growth rate of 2.55%. This implies that if this rate does not decline, the population of Pakistan will double from the current roughly 240 million to 480 million in 27 years. That is by 2050. For all of us who care about Pakistan, this is a nightmare scenario indeed. So, we are here today, and the main objective of our conference is to deliberate upon the consequences of this rapid population growth on sustainable development, especially poverty, productivity, and climate change, as was mentioned earlier. We have tried to bring together a wide range of participants, including policymakers, researchers, donors, program implementers, and students for a vibrant and well-informed discussion. The conference is organized as 4 plenary sessions and 6 concurrent technical sessions, where research results from 24 research papers from across the country will be presented, as well as poster presentations from 32 studies on a range of topics from across the country. One of the highlights of this inaugural session is a recap of the first 25 years of PAP from 2000 to 2024. We recall the achievements of the past 25 years and hope to point the way to the needs of the future. The first plenary session reports the results of the research that looks at the projected consequences of rapid population growth on various aspects of socioeconomic development over the next 25 years. In the second plenary session, the 4 population research centers from each province and the Center of Excellence for Population Wellbeing Studies report on their activities, achievements, and future plans. The third plenary raises a new call to action for advancing family planning utilization in the country. The fourth plenary session focuses on the data-driven assessment of impacts of the private sector's contribution to family planning. On day 2 of the conference, we have 6 concurrent technical sessions with scientific presentations on key sub-themes of the conference, namely migration and brain drain from Pakistan, population growth and economic development, poverty, gender, health and health systems, women's empowerment and social development, tools and methods to support data-driven decision-making, and a spotlight session on innovations and opportunities for accelerating utilization of family planning services. As we engage in discussion and debate over the next 2 days, let us remember that insights, thought partnership, and collaboration we foster here have the potential to shape the trajectory of Pakistan's socioeconomic development in the coming years. This conference is not just about understanding the challenges of population growth, but about igniting collective action to turn these challenges into opportunities. Together, guided by research and evidence, we can pave the way for a prosperous, equitable, and sustainable future for all. Thank you, and I look forward to engaging with you throughout this conference and to have an excellent exchange of views which helps us move forward and make this country a better place to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nasra and Dr. Akbar Zaidi, for setting the tone for the rest of our session today. With that, we'd like to share with you a recorded message from Dr. Louis Shabane, the representative for UNFPA Pakistan. He couldn't join us in person, but we have Representative Mr. Muqaddar Shah representing UNFPA. We have a video message from Dr. Lue that we'll just queue up in a second. Sir, could we have the message, please?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for having me at the opening of the PAP 25th conference. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And the theme that you are addressing today is extremely important. Pathways to SDGs. To speak frankly, while Pakistan's history is very much inspiring and has leaders. Why? Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for having me at the opening of the PAP 25th conference. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. And the theme that you are addressing today is extremely important. Pathways to SDGs. To speak frankly, while Pakistan's history is very much inspiring and has leaders, women and men, who have created a country and a great nation, the standing of the country at the moment at the global agenda does not befit that and should not be acceptable. If I look at the indicators of Pakistan on the social agenda, which is the main heart of the SDGs, we can see that Pakistan is standing at the 137 position among all countries on the SDG index. And it is at the 134 on the social progress index, which is comprised of 57 indicators addressing well-being, economy, health, and democracy, as well as the welfare of the population. Also, Pakistan is placed in the 5th tier of the social progress index among the countries who are classified as low-performing social agenda. In addition to that, if you look at the global gap on gender index, we can see Pakistan is among the 5 low-performing countries globally, and on gender parity index, we can find Pakistan is before the list. All these indicators tell us one sad story, and this sad story speaks to having women out of the equation in Pakistan. Looking at the population issue in Pakistan and the dynamics and the consequent poverty, stunting, and all the issues related to the challenges that's facing Pakistan, we can indicate one and only one important key to address the calibration between population growth and economy. It is the investment in human capital. Human capital investment is very important to ensure that people are able to find jobs. People are educated to enjoy their rights. People are able to find ways to bypass poverty. Therefore, the discussion that you are going to have in this conference is really important. And we need to continue these discussions to push and chase the 4 authorities in the country: the political, the legislative, the executive, the media, as well as the other authorities in order to improve the level of accountability to people. We cannot blame people as victims for being victims. People are victims in this country. When people are having too many kids, simply because they were not told otherwise, simply because they were not educated enough, simply because they were not serviced enough. People have rights, and these rights have to be fulfilled. 3 weeks ago, I saw the Minister of Finance speaking at the IMF platform. He was saying that Pakistan is facing 3 existential challenges: climate change, population growth, and stunting food security. Therefore, what you are discussing today is extremely important. It is one of the most important pillars that can make or break the future of the nation. But as I said, we cannot blame people. We have to invest in them. Poverty is a consequence of the lack performance of the economy and the lack of investment of the human capital. Therefore, if we are going to discuss poverty reasons, we could see that mostly it is part of the accountability of the state at different levels of the state authorities. So my message today is that, first, we need to continue discussion about population issues without blaming the population, without hanging all the problems of the country on the population growth. Population growth is not high and it is not low. It is not good or it is not bad. The issue is to speak about if we are able to invest and capitalize on this growth or not. If we are unable to capitalize, then it becomes high. But if we are able to capitalize, why not? And let me just remind you that if you look at the highest 10 populated countries in the world, 7 of them are in the G20. So it is a blessing to have more population. But we have to invest in this population. We have to ensure that every one of these population has an opportunity to fulfill its potential, have the rights, and their rights are enjoyed in a proper way. UNFPA is very much committed to continue the work with PAP and all other partners and stakeholders to ensure that population agenda is on the top priority of the government at the federal and the provincial level. Not because this is only our mandate, but also because this matter is maker or breaker for the future of the country. You can rely on our support. You can rely on our partnership. You can rely on our collaboration. We are here to help. We are here to support. But please, let's find a new narrative about population that does not blame people, that does not hang all the challenges on the population size. It is an issue to have a calibration between what we can achieve and what are our burdens. How to make population growth an asset to the country and to ensure that everyone is enjoying his or her rights to achieve their potential. God bless you. Best luck. Assalamu alaikum.
in making progress in key sectors, including health, education, governance, and economic growth. And the United States will remain committed to supporting Pakistan on its path towards sustainable development and improving the lives of its people. The theme of today's conference is very timely, as Pakistan, like so many other countries, is grappling with the challenges of population, growth, poverty, and climate change. U.S. assistance in Pakistan in health is closely connected to both youth development and climate resilience, both of which are essential for Pakistan's long-term stability and prosperity. By investing in voluntary family planning, maternal and child care, and infectious disease prevention, the United States is strengthening Pakistan's ability to address these challenges and protect future generations. We take pride as your partner in expanding access to these essential services, working with the government of Pakistan and many partners to improve service delivery and strengthen health systems. We recognize that health systems are essential to building climate resilience and helping communities cope with the challenges of climate change. These health systems must adapt to the increasing health risks associated with environmental change, including vector-borne diseases and food insecurity. As the single largest donor to Pakistan, the United States is proud to be helping Pakistan strengthen its ability to address these challenges and protect future generations. As we gather today, I'd also like to recognize the 16 days of activism against gender-based violence, which is running from November 25th to December 10th. This global campaign calls for an end to violence against women and girls and emphasizes the importance of gender equality and women's rights. Empowering women through better health, including access to maternal care and family planning, is driving sustainable development in Pakistan and other countries. Healthy women are more resilient, and when women thrive, communities flourish. Finally, I'd like to thank our host today and the organizers for bringing us together and for supporting this important discussion about climate change, poverty, and population growth. I'd also like to recognize the government of Sindh and our partners represented today for your leadership and your contributions to supporting sustainable development here in Sindh and improving the lives of the people here. I encourage the government of Sindh to continue these efforts, and together we can build a better, healthier, and more resilient future for the people of Sindh and all of Pakistan. Shukriya.
Thank you, Consul General Abam. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a monumental year for PAP to be hosting this conference because we've completed 25 years, and I feel especially privileged to have this opportunity to facilitate our Silver Jubilee Conference to share out an overview of the journey that we've had thus far. We are very fortunate to have with us Ms. Simi Ishfaq, who was one of the founding members for PAP. And just to share a little tidbit with you, she actually wrote the constitution and the bylaws for PAP at its very outset. So we have Ms. Simi Ishfaq to share with us a quick overview or a recap of the last 25 years of PAP. Ms. Simi Ishfaq.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zahir. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, Assalamu alaikum, and good morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to congratulate the Population Association of Pakistan, commonly known as PAP, on its Silver Jubilee, marking 25 years of remarkable achievements. As Pakistan's first association of population professionals, PAP holds unique significance. I'm honored to reflect on its 25 years journey and celebrate its mission-driven achievements. Next, please. Today, I feel elated. Next. Today, I feel elated reflecting on 25 years of sustainability and growth of the association, whose seed was sown before my eyes with my own humble contributions. At the same time, I deeply appreciate the vision and efforts of my senior colleagues at the Population Council and the founding members of PAP. With nostalgia, of course, I recall the early days of PAP's inception, when we all worked tirelessly to establish the association and promote the population discipline in the country. The need for an association of population professionals had been recognized for years, but it wasn't until the mid-1990s when Mr. Peter Miller and Dr. Zeba Sattar joined the Population Council as country representative and deputy country representative that this idea gained momentum. In 1998, they brainstormed extensively to shape this vision, and by early 1999, they submitted a proposal to the David and Lucille Packard Foundation. Later that year, the Population Council secured an initial grant for the purpose, thanks to the support of Ms. Sharon Stash, the program officer at that time. I just wanted to mention her name and thanks to her. With the grant in place, an ad hoc group of esteemed population professionals was formed to lay the foundation of the association. The founding members are listed in the next slide. In February 2000, the ad hoc group convened to finalize the initial modalities, including setting up the secretariat at the Population Council. From this group, a pro-term executive council was formed to oversee the association formative phase until the first election. I can see 3-4 founding members here. Dr. Mehtab Karim is sitting there, Dr. Zeba Sattar, Dr. Fareed Midhat are also sitting. I wish others were also here. Dr. Nizamuddin, yes, Dr. Nizamuddin. Execution of the idea. Next, please. In 2000, the Secretariat worked tirelessly to implement decisions taken by the founding members. The Constitution or Memorandum of Understanding Association and the rules and regulations were drafted, then vetted by a prominent lawyer, and then approved by the pro-term Executive Council. Simultaneously, the Secretariat invited firms to design the association logo, navigated bureaucratic procedures to secure government registration, and launched a membership drive. Membership drive was categorized into 5 categories: regular, institutional, student, life, and honorary members, with specific selection criteria for each. I remember mailing lists from various organizations were compiled, creating a database of over 800 potential members who were then invited to join. In August 2000, PAP was officially registered under the Societies Act 1860 as a non-profit, non-political, academic, and professional organization. Next, please. And finally, on October 24, 2000, the association was formally launched during the first population conference at Aga Khan University, Karachi. This pioneering platform aimed to unite researchers, experts, policymakers, and NGO professionals to share knowledge and strengthen the population discipline in the country. Next, please. The objectives were laid out as PAP was to promote research, advocate for evidence-based policymaking on population issues, build the capacity of young professionals, publish scientific work, confer awards, and collaborate with national and international organizations to advance the population research agenda in the country. Next, please. Next, please. The establishment of PAP was indeed a landmark achievement welcomed by researchers, academics, demographers, and other stakeholders. The glimpses of memorable moments when it was formally launched can be seen in this slide. Next, please. Since the inception in October 2000, PAP has evolved into a sustainable and thriving association of population professionals. Membership has grown from 285 in 2000 to over 1,500 altogether today, along with 36 affiliated institutions. In 2018, PAP was officially certified by the Pakistan Center for Philanthropy. Next. The association The impressive regional demographic and professional diversity has made it a valuable forum for advising and facilitating key stakeholders on critical policy issues, and key contributions include assisting in the preparation of the Ministry of Population Welfare's Perspective Plan 2012, providing input during consultative sessions with think tank at the Strategic Policy Planning Cell, preparing policy notes linking population with security concerns in Pakistan, contributing to the Planning Commission and Ministry of Planning, Development and Reforms for the 2019-2020 Annual Work Plan on the Population Chapter. PAP has also promoted higher education in population studies by facilitating the initiation of master's program in major public universities, by organizing annual conferences to engage faculty and students. Developing a master's course outline for the Punjab Higher Education Commission, Lahore, was also an important task carried out under the leadership of Dr. Nizam. Next, please. By organizing key lectures, seminars, panel discussions, PAP plays an important role of advocating for emerging demographic and health issues to policymakers, sensitizing them towards evolving solutions and policy measures. PAP has kept the PAP members and other stakeholders connected through sharing of emails, disseminating annual conference proceedings, and quarterly newsletters, sharing of research reports, and also updating them about training and job opportunities. In recognition of PAP's publication, the Library of Congress awarded Exchange Partner Award to Population Association of Pakistan in year 2013. A key objective of PAP has been to build the capacity of young professionals, researchers, and students across Pakistan. With a diverse membership of experts in demography, public health, and social sciences, PAP draws on this pool of knowledge to offer voluntary training as resource persons. Over the past 25 years, short courses on research methodologies have been a frequent activity benefiting hundreds of students in the country. Next, please. PAP has consistently provided a platform for students and young researchers to present posters and papers while also offering abstract writing workshops to support their professional growth. These workshops held alongside annual research conference. We yesterday had a one-day conference, which help enhance their ability to communicate research findings. Hundreds of young researchers have benefited from this opportunity in the country. Next, please. I must say that the seed planted 25 years ago has now grown into a strong, thriving tree with deep roots in the population community. PAP is the premier national forum for presenting scientific research on population and facilitating interaction between policymakers and researchers. It is now recognized both nationally and internationally as a forum for promoting dialogue and the exchange of scientific knowledge among population and other population professionals and other key stakeholders. Next, please. Since the inception in 2000, PAP has regularly organized annual research conferences, attracting professionals, researchers, and academics. In collaboration with leading academic institutions, 25 such conferences, including this one, have been held in major cities across the country, covering a wide range of themes, which started with the Pakistan population issues in 21st century, and like today's theme, which is very important, we are covering climate change as well. Next, please. Within a few years of its formation, PAP gained international recognition with scholars from neighboring countries submitting abstracts and participating in its conferences. At one conference in Islamabad, when Dr. Mehtab was the president, I remember the delegates from around 20 countries participated in that conference. Next, please. Another milestone of the PAP has been the timely publication of annual conference proceedings. The research compendium published by PAP is frequently used by government, academics, and students. PAP aims to foster dialogue on development issues at the provincial and regional levels to understand grassroots perspective. In collaboration with the development partners, local organizations, and provincial governments, PAP has organized 17 regional seminars so far. PAP has provided enormous opportunities to its members to benefit from national and international luminaries as keynote speakers at the conference, such as Professor Dr. John Castelline, Dr. Gavin Jones, Dr. Arif Hassan, Dr. Ardil Najam, Dr. Amy Choi, Dr. Anurudh Jain, Javed Jabbar Sahab, among many others. The three pillars essential, I must say, for the sustainability and continuity of non-profit professional organization have consistently supported PAP. Throughout its journey of growth and expansion, individual members, donors, development partners, and academic institutions have played crucial roles in its success. I believe that PAP's sustainability stems from its early ability to attract renowned population professionals who played a pivotal role in making it a viable organization. These individuals serving as guiding lights not only planted the seed, but also nurtured its growth. So this biannual conference have also been held with the biannual elections have also been held with immaculate regularity. So the leadership was transferred very smoothly to the next EC. Under the exceptional leadership of key population champions who served as president, PAP flourished organizationally, professionally, and technically, maintaining a strong focus on quality and rigor during each tenure. Next, please. Since its inception, PAP has enjoyed steadfast support from national and international donors and development partners. Key supporters include the Packard Foundation, UNFPA, DFID, USAID, HANDS, Pathfinder, PSI, and others. And I must highlight here that Population Council has been a cornerstone of PAP's success, providing financial and intellectual support, and laying a strong foundation that has enabled the association to reach this significant milestone. To foster link with academic institutions and raise awareness of population research among students, PAP has collaborated with major universities across the country, hosting its annual research conferences on their campuses. These interactions with renowned population professionals have thus inspired many young students to pursue careers in this emerging field. So, I congratulate PAP on its, next please. I congratulate PAP on its remarkable achievements. Over the past 25 years, it has successfully highlighted the centrality of population issues in development by fostering research, providing a platform for scholarly dialogues, and engaging government and academic researchers. PAP has actively engaged top policymakers by sharing evidence for informed decision-making and has popularized the population management agenda among students and academics. The professionals' growing interest in PAP's initiatives ensures its long-term sustainability. PAP has established itself as a leading go-to resource for technical inputs on population issues, and it's recognized as a thought leader in the field. It is a source of pride that PAP has endured over time, thriving with limited funding as a voluntary organization, achieving continuity, credibility, and impact. I wish PAP continued success in sustaining the importance of population issues and achieving even greater milestone in the next 25 years. Amen.
Thank you, Simi, for that very rapid recap of the journey that was probably not so rapid, but we're very happy to have. I would like to advance some of the words that Simi Ashfaq has shared about the importance of our key partners who have very actively continued to collaborate with and support PAP. And over the last 25 years, there have been many. But we would like to take this moment to acknowledge some of the key partners who have collaborated and partnered with PAP over the last decade or so, keeping this agenda and this discourse alive and well, and contributing to our conferences tremendously, as well as contributing to PAP's general viability and survival, and engaging beyond the conference and at regional levels for various aspects. And towards that end, we would like to acknowledge these partners in today's conference, and I would like to request Dr. Nasra Shah to please have our chair for the session, Ms. Shahnaz Wazir Ali, hand out some souvenirs to our champions and partners who have supported us in the last several years of the work that we're doing. And of course, first and foremost remains Population Council. We are lucky to have Dr. Zeba Sattar with us today. Dr. Zeba, if you could please come and receive the souvenir. Dr. Zeba has just tried to shift that honor to Simi, and Simi has graciously declined. So, Dr. Zeba, you please join us on the stage. Thank you, Population Council. Our next supporter and partner that we want to acknowledge is Pathfinder International Pakistan, and we have Madiha Latif with us, who's the country director for Pathfinder International. Madiha Latif, please join us. Thank you so much for all the support that we've received and all the collaboration we've received from Pathfinder over the last many, many years. Thank you. PAP holds a very special relationship with the Health and Nutrition Development Society, HANS, who have always been very, very close to PAP, and they've supported us through all thick and thin. Even when funding has been short, we've continued to receive support from HANS. We'd like to request the CEO of HANS, Dr. Sheikh Tanveer Ahmed, to please accept the souvenir as our gratitude. Ladies and gentlemen, our partners are dear to us, but we remain very grateful to various donors who have enabled us to advance our mission, and towards that end, we'd like to acknowledge UNFPA Pakistan. Mr. Muqaddar Shah, please, if you could receive the... And last but definitely not the least, we would like to acknowledge the contribution that comes to PAP through our partners from USAID in particular, and in the last several years we've been very actively collaborating with USAID. Sir, would you accept the souvenir on our behalf? Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Shahnaz and Dr. Nasra. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we'll come to the main portion of what an inaugural session is all about. We are very lucky to have with us Senator retired Javed Jabbar as the keynote speaker for the inaugural session today. Sir, I'm sure we're all eagerly awaiting to hear you. Mr. Senator Javed Jabbar.
I'm fine, thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Dr. Nasra Shah, Dr. Akbar Zaidi, Shehnaz Wazir-Ali Sahiba, Scott Baum, Consul General, Dr. Muqaddar Shah, Simi Ashfaq Sahiba, and very esteemed members of the Population Association of Pakistan. What a stellar assembly is here. People who have contributed so valuably over the past quarter century and more, and members of the audience, faculty of IBA. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be at this institution, the IBA itself, to salute the work of PAP. One has been privileged to be associated with this lost and found cause for well about over half a century, even though I'm only 35 years old. But starting with the Family Planning Association of Pakistan, Dr. Atiya Inayatullah, who first made the mistake of asking me to come and give her some support, and then continuing with the Population Council, periodically as an advisor, sometimes as a volunteer. And it has been truly a very informative and educative, uplifting experience to work with such company and to learn so much over the past 50 years and more. And one continues to learn. And it's marvelous to know that out there are seated anthropologists, sociologists, economists. It signifies how multidisciplinary an approach is required. In my own humble submissions, I'm not going to take issues up with which you are already very familiar. Some of them have been referred to already, and I'm sure that the very thoughtfully constructed agenda for this two-day conference will do much greater justice. I will probably approach this issue of population growth being at the root of Pakistan's problems obliquely. And of course, you are entitled to disagree and to even call those submissions irrelevant. But in my distorted perspective, perhaps they deserve some consideration, even if it is fleeting. So let us begin on a grim note. I mean, you have to begin with the hard facts. Some of them have already been laid out. And Dr. Zaidi touched upon that very well in his opening remarks, how good we are at making babies. Fantastic. When I talk to whether it is a driver in a car, poor man, and I ask him, how many children do you have? And he says, only 8. And I ask someone, not from a, he owns the car, and someone else, and he says 5, 4. And when I go back to the character with 8 and I say, yeah, have some mercy on your wife. He says, Javed Sahab, this is all Allah, God's will. So I sometimes dare to say, God has a lot of things to look after, but surely after 10 p.m. every night, he isn't stepping into every bedroom and deciding whether babies will come out 9 months later. This is a human decision. This is your decision. Zalim mard, cruel, oppressive men who decide most of the time how many babies are going to be born. So Pakistan leads the way. But fortunately, Africa is also not behind us. There are many African countries beating Pakistan to the post. But does this propensity for high growth reflect itself in other sectors that are equally or perhaps even more important? Let's take productivity. Productivity as a composite whole of value that we are producing, of goods and services that reflect a society's capacity. And there, alas, we are ranked amongst the lowest in the world, with an average worked out at about 1.5%, amongst the lowest in the world. And it is cold comfort to know that our favorite country next door, India, is at 5.7%. My God, how dare India do that? 5.7%, and we manage only 1.5%. Bangladesh, formerly a part of Pakistan, has managed 3.7% in terms of productivity, labor productivity. And we are stuck at 1.5%. And of course, China beats them all with 8.5%. We need to learn so much from China. That's in labor productivity. But what about industry as reflected in the Global Innovation Index? And remember how privileged we are. We are inheritors of the Indus Valley civilization. And trace the etymology of the word industry and Indus. And we should be so instinctively, naturally industrious, productive, diversified. But there we are. On the Global Innovation Index, we rank 91 out of 133 countries. We can easily, given the intelligence and skills that we have in abundance, we should be much higher. But before we even go to industry, what about the historic process of agriculture for which the Indus Valley first came to the fore? Cultivating, growing, domesticating livestock. There too, despite in volume terms being the 8th largest producer of food and crops in the whole world, 8th largest, in productivity, agricultural productivity, we are amongst the lowest. For example, in wheat, we only produce about 3.1 tons per hectare. And France, and I never associated France with high productivity, even though it's a European Union country, is producing 8.5 tons per hectare. Of course, mechanization helps, leveled farm fields help, scientific farming helps, but even in agriculture, where 55 to 60% of our workforce is concentrated, we rank low. And then a subject that we'll come to later, women's participation in the labor force, which is something that affects overall growth of population. We are at only 23%. And here we have an official target of raising 23% to 25% by the year 2025. And we are nowhere there. In fact, 2025 is a modest figure. We've got it much higher. And one reason, of course, that we are not able to touch that figure will become apparent shortly. Don't talk about global gender gap and the global gender index to which one will come. Of course, there is a paradox there, which I sense needs further deliberation. My beloved, tortured, tormented country remains an enigma to me. The more I study it, the more I live here, breathe here, take pride here, it remains an enigma. A country that can become one of only the 9 nuclear weapon powers in the world, which can produce replacement parts for the world's largest, most advanced scientific research instrument, is a small word to use, the Hadron Space Collider in CERN, Switzerland, wins on a short list with Japan and China about 12 years ago. Who wins it? The Pakistan Atomic Energy Commission and the heavy mechanical complex Taxila are rated better than Japan and China in making high precision, very, very tough to meet those criteria, replacement of the corridor for which Hadron is famous. This is the country we belong to. And yet, we are one of the 2 countries in the world which have not been able to eradicate polio. Polio. This year, 2024, the count is already up to 59 cases. 59 cases. Shameful. If that is shameful, shall we look for some pride? Yes, we can. In that very same health sector, where we are performing abysmally in not eradicating polio. Look at what we can do in the public sector healthcare system. And the public sector is derided as being inefficient, corrupt, unreliable. Well, I am proud of the public sector healthcare system of Pakistan. All you have to do is visit the radiology department of the Jinnah Hospital, Karachi. And you see a sign there. The heart glows with pride. What does that sign say? It says, the only facility on the planet where anyone can get free CyberKnife treatment. And you know what the CyberKnife treatment is? It's the most advanced way to deal with tumors. Damages only 2% or so of tissue, whereas normal therapy, chemo, radiation destroys 50–60% of tissue. And Pakistan is a place where anyone from Afghanistan to Bahrain to what have you can walk in. In all other countries of the world, you have to be a citizen of that country, or you pay $5,000 to $10,000 per session. And Pakistan is able to run these sophisticated machines and offer them free. And the story is just part of what across the road, the National Institute of Cardiovascular Diseases deals with about 2.5 million patients with its 10 units across the country and Sindh, and provides outstanding care in cardiovascular diseases. And if you think Karachi, after all, big city, go to Gambat, a small town in Sindh, and they're doing transplantations there with a remarkable record of safety and success. Where does one stop? Back to Karachi, SIUT. So look at what splendid work SIUT has done. Where does one go? Right here on University Road, the Maiman Hospital. I remember a British pharmaceutical CEO telling me that he said, if I were to fall ill in the UK, I would much rather prefer to come back to Karachi and be admitted to the Maiman Hospital on University Road, because I am assured of the best care here, right here in Pakistan. My God, this is a crazy country, crazy country. And then go to the indices, and indices are very dualistic, because I've quoted some indices that should send us into fits of despair. But Ipsos, an organization headquartered in France, recently released a survey, which was charming. It surveyed 50 countries around the world. And it asked questions to ascertain, how do people feel about living in the society that they do? And how do they see its future? 2/3 of Indians, and India has to be quoted, because some of us are unduly awed by India. Ooh, huge country, doing very well economically, a new friend of the United States, my God, United India. 2/3 of Indian citizens said, we do not see a bright future for our country. We fear that Indian society is going to collapse within our lifetime. And it's not a Pakistani firm conducting the survey. whereas only 1/3 of Pakistanis said that they fear Pakistani society will collapse. Because Pakistan, Allah khair karega. And that is followed up with the other question, which is the icing on the cake. Because they asked 2 or 3 questions to assess the quality of selflessness. Selflessness. And guess what? Pakistan came out on top of all 50 countries as a people who care the most for other people. And the reason why is the women of Pakistan. Women of Pakistan, my God, my wife will put up with a rascal like me. I mean, mothers will put up with sons. Sisters will look after deviant brothers. All the sacrifices that Pakistani women make reflects the compassion and generosity of our society. And yet, globally, look at the indices, they're crazy. Pakistan, according to the Global Gender Gap Index, ranks at 145 out of 146. I mean, there's got to be something wrong somewhere. How can a country with such extraordinary women who we produced, many or most of them seated here? But let me remind ourselves, Fatima Jinnah, who takes on a military ruler and becomes a candidate for the presidency in the mid-60s, the same man who launched the first family planning program in Asia, to his credit. We produced Benazir Bhutto, the Muslim world's first woman prime minister. We produced Dr. Nafis Sadet, the first woman in the world to head a UN agency, UNFPA. Dr. Nafis Sadet. We produced Samina Khayal Beg, who's conquered Mount Everest and climbed all 7 peaks of 20,000 feet plus. We've produced Aruja Aftab, who's won the Grammy Award for singing. She produced countless such women, but some of them deserve to be named. Produced Dr. Fahmida Mirza, the first woman in the Muslim world to be the Speaker of the National Assembly of Pakistan. I mean, the list goes on. Even in our unfavorite institution called, that innocent institution called the Pakistan Army, the first woman Surgeon General retired recently, Nigar Feroz. My God, even in the male chauvinist army, a woman managed to make it to Surgeon General. So, jet pilots, bankers, economists, teachers, poets, architects, and then the anonymous women of Pakistan, whose names have never been reported, with whom one has had the opportunity to work in villages and towns across as part of my voluntary work. I marvel at their capacity to be leaders of their families, leaders of their communities, bringing change, looking after livestock, cooking, bearing children. Fantastic. This country certainly doesn't deserve to be ranked at the bottom. Afghanistan has come up with this new miraculous example yesterday. Presumably you know that now women are not going to be allowed to study midwifery or medicine. I mean, are we going to try and be ranked with Afghanistan, of all places? And why am I putting so much focus on women? Because in my humble opinion, that is where we need to look at when you're talking about population growth. The moment we educate, the moment we empower, political empowerment of women, that is when we will begin to reduce our fertility rate to manageable levels like India's or Bangladesh's, which are far lower. And if we want to do that, then the political empowerment has to begin, of course, with political leadership, who are not willing to talk. But thanks to the efforts of Zeba Sattar Sahiba, Simi Ashfaq Sahiba, Population Council, we went to all the political parties in the previous 3 elections, persuaded them to include passages, however innocuous, brief, or lengthy, in their election manifesto. So they've at least got that into the manifestos. We've got ulema to sign statements about spacing of children, but it needs driving. And this climate change at the end of the conference theme prompts me to suggest there should have been an addition. Climate change and government change. Because in the last 3 years, we have had 4 governments. Congratulations. We started 2022 with one government, voted out at the end of April. We got another government, PDM, which overstayed. And then we got a caretaker government, which also overstayed, and the Supreme Court looked the other way. And now we are in our 4th government. Now, 4 governments in 3 years, and we expect continuity, consistency of commitment. Whatever the political manifestos might say, no way. You need continuity. Nothing like a good old dictator who should be in place for about 20 years. Huh? I'm quite likely to be misquoted, unquoted, or maybe correctly quoted. Last 2.5 points, because this one deals with how do we change. The political empowerment of women has to come about through a change in our electoral system. At the moment, when I was with General Musharraf, we had the privilege of introducing reserved seats for women, 33% at the local level, 17% in all other legislatures, and that holds today. But that is not enough, because these are reserved seats. We need to create a system by which over the next 20 years, for every general election, 25% of general seats are reserved exclusively for women candidates. And in 20 years, you cover the whole country, and women are able to get directly elected. When you are directly elected, you exercise much greater credibility and power and authority. And that needs to be done as soon as possible, which would take only another 50 years or so to persuade our male-dominated legislatures to agree to such an absurd suggestion. But today's absurd suggestions sometimes become tomorrow's practical possibilities. Second, we still tend to think of the subject of population as a subject-specific department. Ministry of Population, Department of Population Welfare. At the most, a linkage with health, Department of Health. But I was talking to Dr. Yasmin Qazi yesterday, and she reminded me that in Bangladesh, look at the fine example they've set. 22 government ministries and departments in Bangladesh deal directly or indirectly with the subject of family planning and population growth. It is a holistic, integrated, coordinated approach, not a sector-specific approach consigned to a dustbin or a corner of the overall list of state priorities and hierarchies. Third, the whole narrative about how it should be communicated. We started on this path 4 years ago with the Population Council, and after extensive field research, one suggested that tawazun means balance, so beautifully reflected in Surah Al-Rahman in the Quran. But tawazun is not specific to Islam. Tawazun is the fundamental concept of nature, balance. Balance in what we grow, balance in what we consume, balance in what we seek, balance in how we exercise power, tawazun. And of course, in a country where there is no institutional balance, where the army has encroached into the political domain with the blessings of many overseas friends who looked the other way, who encouraged it in the past, and who continue to do it today. Tawazun has to be promoted, adopted, not only at an institutional level, but at a personal, individual level. Because we are driven by this greed-given, free market, consumer-obsessed capitalism. And there's nothing wrong with capitalism if it is respectful of balance and consumption patterns. So how do we begin to change behavior and attitudes? Of course, you have to change attitudes before we can change behavior. But it can be done. And the Pakistani people are capable of this. Let me conclude, because on this note, that religion is often cited as the reason why our brave political leaders don't talk about family planning openly, because they think, oh, we'll be offending the religious sensibilities of people. Well, the survey we conducted with the Population Council showed, when asked, why are you not practicing family planning, religion ranked at number 5 or number 6. Top of the list, I think, came lack of access to services and other misplaced fears, ignorance, unawareness that family planning is not going to damage them for life and forever. Religion is not the obstacle, it is ignorance. And the people of Pakistan, 97% Muslim, some mad extremists who conduct lynchings in the name of blasphemy do not reflect the overwhelming sanity and balance of the people of Pakistan, of the women of Pakistan. Just look at the results of 11 general elections held since 1970. In not a single election have the people of Pakistan, semi-literate, illiterate, ever elected a single religious political party to power at the federal level. Give yourselves a round of applause for this. How balanced you are. How balanced we are in choosing the sane and the sensible. And therefore, mass change is possible, provided it is driven candidly, courageously, without being paranoid about what people might say. The people are waiting. Leadership, civic leadership, and political leadership has to catch up with the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Javed Jabbar, for those very moving words. In response, I'd just like to reiterate, PAP remains staunchly apolitical, and we will continue to remain that way. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we'd like to move towards concluding our inaugural session, and I'd like to invite Dr. Fareed Midhat. Dr. Fareed Midhat is a founding member and former vice president for PAP. He's currently the member of the Executive Council as well. Dr. Fareed Midhat, sir, over to you for a vote of thanks.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much, really. I think what I would like to request first is that those who are not members of the PAP in this room, in this hall, please become PAP members. Second thing I would like to request already PAP members that 25 years are done. Now we are looking at another 25 years. Let's try and do something more dramatic, more useful. I think what we can do is at least spread the understanding and the awareness about population, at least in the institutions. So like that's something which I would like to request the new administration or the committee of the PAP. I'm really thankful for everyone who is in this room. Thank you so much really for coming here and joining us. Yesterday I had the honor of meeting a few of the students also this morning. This is a great institution. Thank you very much IBA for having us here, and hopefully we'll have a great next 2 days. Thank you so much, Dr. Akhtar Zaidi Sahab, Madam Nasra Shah, our president, and thank you so much for the UNFPA representative for giving us a video message. That was very inspiring. Thank you very much for the USAID and the US Consulate for joining us here. Great presentation by Simi. It was like, deja vu all for us, like the photos that you got. And I think this was really something which we can use to think about, so maybe do some soul searching. And how can we do better, more than a conference? So inshallah we'll do that. Thank you so much, Javed Jabbar Sahab, really, as always. You have really, you start by depressing us, then you tell us about what we've got, and that's what I like. I think we should be depressed enough, because we have not been able to. The last census actually depresses everyone. After so many years, our intercensal population growth in all 7 censuses has remained above 2%, actually 2.3%. But, we have the potential. And once we start looking at as a problem, which we are not right now, I think that will really, change things at that time. So thank you very much, everyone, and enjoy the rest of the sessions. Thank you.
We'd like to request Dr. Nasra to please share a token of our appreciation with the Honorable Chair for the inaugural session, Mrs. Shanaz Wazir Ali. Ali, can I have that? Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we come to the conclusion of our inaugural session from the 25th Annual Population Research Conference. Please stay tuned for some very exciting plenary conversations and for our technical scientific discussions and presentations tomorrow. This is one of my most favorite things to say at any event. Tea is served. Please join us outside for a cup of tea. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next plenary session will convene in this room following tea in about 20 minutes.
Hello, how are you?
You highlighted something and I wanted to stand up and comment after that. You need to know this, you should be aware of it. Please bring it up in every meeting that lack of access. And do you know the government has declared contraceptives as a luxury good with 50, or is it 18%?
जी luxury tax GST लगा है बिल्कुल.
Mention that I should have. I know, but I should have mentioned it. But जब
जी,
session
मैं-
होंगे ना, उसने कर दी. हाँ, नहीं मैं.
देखिए एक प्राइवेट सेक्टर वाला सेशन जो है FP का बच खैर Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We would now like to move towards our first conference plenary called Pakistan at 2050. And to get this session started, I'd like to invite Dr. Asma Haider, Dean, School of Economics and Social Sciences at the Institute of Business Administration, Karachi. Dr. Asma Haider, over to you, ma'am.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So the title of this session is Pakistan 2050. Now I would request my panel members, first of all, Dr. Zeba Sattar. So please, Dr. Zeba, if you please come on stage. Dr. Saima Bashir. We have three panelists, Dr. Saima Bashir, Dr. Hemant Das Lohano, and Dr. J. Marif Saab. Please come on stage. And for concluding remarks, we have requested Madam Shehnaz Wazir Ali to conclude this session. So please, Madam, please come on stage. So first of all, I would like to thank POP Council and PAP for organizing this conference at IBA Karachi. So everybody coming from Islamabad, most welcome at IBA and also in our city, Karachi. For this, the title of, as I said, the title of this session is Pakistan 2050. And this is a book that we are going to discuss today. This is such a beautiful book, which is basically discuss an intersection of three very important areas. One, population and projections. And second area that is discussed in this book is economic situation of Pakistan and how the population growth is going to affect it. And third important thing is the climate change. These three topics are so linked with each other, and this book very beautifully described that how these three domains are going to evolve in coming years. When I was reading this book, I felt very sad and also I felt happy. So I felt sad because I realized that when I looked into the numbers and the economic situation and also the climate change issues, which are, I'm sure it's done by Dr. Hemant Das Lohano, and my realization is that at the same time, I felt happy that somebody in Pakistan is creating this level of scholarship, which is produced in this book, with evidence, with statistics, with modern econometric statistical methods. So this is very impressive. So I would like to congratulate Dr. Zeba and her team, all the authors of this book, that this is a great piece of scholarship. I felt happy because we have something in our hand. And with these statistics and numbers, we can talk to the government and we can talk to the policymakers that this is the evidence coming from the scholars and from the researchers. So Dr. Zeba, thank you very much for this great piece of scholarship. And so now the organization of this session is, first of all, I'm going to request Dr. Zeba Sattar for her opening remarks and tell us about the book. And then we have three panelists, and finally, we will then take few questions. And finally, I would request Madam Shehnaz Wazir Ali for her concluding remarks. So, Dr. Zeba, first of all, I would like to invite you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone, and thank you, Dr. Asma, for these kind words. First of all, I would like to really, Dr. Nasra Shah, I want to really congratulate PAP for the 25 years. Huge achievement. I think that many organizations are started and one can claim that one hand in that, but to keep it going. I think it's no small achievement. And I only hope that the next 25 years will be as productive, in fact, more productive than they have been in the past 25 years. And actually, that leads me directly into why we did this book in terms of the context. It was mentioned, I think, by many of the speakers that when we got the results of the 2017 census, many of us were involved, there was shock and awe that we were still at an intercensal growth rate of about 2.4%, whereas the previous census that was done in 1998, it was 2.6%. So there's hardly any change. So when another census was done 5 years after the 2017 census, we were sure that growth rates, because intercensal, as you all know, is an average over many years, that in the last 5 years, previous to 2023, we would definitely expected many things to have happened, particularly the CCI, Council of Common Interests, had come up with a plan that all the provinces had agreed to, the chief ministers. Suo motu notice was taken by the Chief Justice when the 2017 results happened because it was already too high a growth rate. And goals were set for 2025 and for 2030, 2024 and 2030. So we assumed that we would have a lower growth rate. The growth rate that we got, we received from the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, 2.55%. Whether it is exaggerated slightly, but it still does indicate that at least, if not an increase, definitely there's no change. And that is disappointing because the CCI decisions was a major policy shift. Many donors came to Pakistan at that point with hope that they could contribute to a slowing of our growth rates. We knew our neighbors to the left, to the right, everywhere in South Asia, but particularly even now in West Asia, which also had, and the Gulf countries are experiencing rapid declines. Why is it that Pakistan is such an outlier? I think Javed Jabbar Saab, in his comments, really pointed out many of the reasons in which we are positive and some ways that we are negative outliers. But the major question was really, what are the factors that are leading to this high persistent growth rates? And how important are they for the several polycrises? We all know there are multiple crises being faced in Pakistan today. Can these be averted with a lower population growth rate at the levels that at least we can reach the levels of neighboring countries? Even a poor country like Nepal has experienced a rapid fertility decline. So these were the questions that we were asking, and with the help of the support of UNFPA that came along, actually what we were thinking of was an evaluation of the 2023 census, and since the data were just not becoming available till very recently, we were kind of on hold. So we went ahead and said, let's accept the results and move on and see how we can really do a kind of midterm stock take of where we are, what are the important interrelationships, and population growth, as was pointed out by many of the speakers, is not something that stands in isolation. It's very much part of the fabric of the society. It's related to the economy, it's related to our social values, it's related to urbanization, it's related to almost everything that we do. But then the relevant question is that if we have had population policies over so many years, we had a population policy in 2002, it was kind of refreshed in 2010, we aren't short of policies, and then in 2018, we have this Council of Common Interest policy, which clearly lays out goals. It actually set aside resources of the government of Pakistan itself and the provincial governments to achieve those sharp goals. Why wasn't this happening? So this is why we got together, Dr. Asma, you too were part of the brainstorming. We got together whom we thought were really the best minds, and we had a brainstorming session in December of 2023 about what should go into this book. And I think mainly it touches on all aspects of the development landscape, human development, climate change, and particularly focuses on the economy and on structural change. So I think that you'll find this a good read. Hopefully it's going to be on our website and the Pop Council in the next day or two. This is what the book, since I'm setting the context, it is a heavy book to carry around, so you probably want to just use it online. But let me say that it does ask the challenging questions. Why is our demographic transition almost stalled midway? Demographic transitions across the world, you know, there is usually, once fertility starts falling, it continues to fall. It doesn't plateau for very long, but ours seems to have been plateauing for the last 10 years. Second, if there was this famous CCI decisions, Shahnaz Wazir Ali Sahiba remembers she was a leading light. I remember that for 3 days or maybe more, I think we sat around, there were about 4 or 5 people. There was the Secretary Health, Shahnaz Wazir Ali Sahiba, and 3 or 4 of us who sat there for for these 3 days to see what needs to be done. And that plan of action that emerged that was acceptable. Goals were set, but I think we are off track. We don't have a demographic survey. We don't have fertility estimates nationally or even provincially. So we don't know. But there's a lot of indirect evidence, especially in the form of the census, that shows that we are totally off track. If so, why? And the volume addresses many ongoing discussions. Dr. Akbar Zaidi, your EC, really brought this up. I think a lot of bureaucrats and many economists do believe, even to date, and we have a dinner discussion around that, that actually a large population is an asset, because large numbers, especially in light of the declining populations in China, Japan, Europe, and so on, that, you know, hum to bahut hain, hamari taqat hai, we can, you know, like Dr. Akbar Zaidi talked about 20 million Pakistanis going abroad. That is never going to happen. But let's say 10 million or 5 million, and the remittances that we would. But I think that is highly unlikely, because as our analysis shows, and many other analyses, including by the World Bank on the human capital crisis, that actually we don't have the kind of skills that are required today to export. So I don't want to take too much time, because we have a lot of ground to cover, but only to say that there was talk 10 years ago about a demographic dividend. We too were very hopeful that a demographic dividend would happen to Pakistan. Unfortunately, the sad part about this book is that I don't think we are going to have a demographic dividend very soon, mainly because our labor force just doesn't have the opportunities or the skills to do so. But on the other hand, I think what the book or volume does is offer hope that if policy is followed, and even if it is a CCI policy, if we do walk the talk of what the government says, that we do believe in the CCI decisions to reduce population growth rates and fertility rates, and in combination with another very important game changer will be if we have one generation of children who have full universal primary education, I think those two in combination, and we'll just be showing you, will make a huge difference. So I'll just stop here to say that I would really say that this book was intended for 3 audiences, and 2 of them are very much present here. One was to jolt our policymakers, especially in Islamabad, Karachi, Lahore, and of course less so, but also in Peshawar and in Quetta, but especially in Islamabad, Punjab, and Sindh and Karachi, to jolt them that they're not on track with what they had pledged to in 2018, that we have to be doing something better. So it's very much addressed to policymakers. But I think what the second and third audience is what we are trying to address today is really the people who say, well, tell us how. What should we go about doing? I think there's quite a bit on what other people can focus, how other sectors, particularly education and, you know, structural transformation, women's empowerment can be huge, provide the tailwind to some of the changes that we are talking about. And lastly, the students and researchers. There are tons of topics that we couldn't have covered in 9 months. This volume was brought together in 9 months. So I think there are a lot of topics that emerge. So particularly the PRCs, Population Research Centers, that, you know, one in IBA and Lahore FC and Peshawar University and in Quetta and Butams. I would urge you to, and other research centers, to really take some of these topics and do them in more detail. So there's plenty of it for the researchers as well. So I'll stop here. I'd rather that my, the co-authors of this book present findings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zeba. Now, before I invite the next panelist, yesterday there was a conversation, ma'am, you were not there, but which was organized by Dr. Nasra. And one thing I would like to mention, Dr. Shehnaz Waziri Sahiba ne mentioned that why many students are not considering demography as their major. And as she mentioned yesterday, that perhaps one of the reasons is whenever there is a budget making process, nobody considered demographers. Whenever there is a policy, anything, any mainstream policy or conversation is going on, we hardly consider demographers. That's why in our younger generation, we see very few students considering demography as their major. And when I look at Saima is one of the young scholars, and I'm thankful to Dr. G.M. Arif and Dr. Zeba Sattar for providing mentorship to her. So our next speaker is Dr. Saima, and she is going to start about one of the section of this book, and then we will continue with that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asma, for such kind words. And I'm grateful to PAP for providing us this opportunity to share the findings of this very important study, in which we looked at not only the current trends, but also projected the population towards the future. So first of all, I want to take a moment to thank all my co-authors. Currently, I am going to present the findings of Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, mainly the Chapter 3, on which, on the basis of Chapter 2, past patterns and trends, we projected the population into the future. So I am going to talk about projections and implication of population for sustainable development, and I am grateful to all my co-authors, Dr. Sameer, Mr. Maqsood Sadiq, Waqas Imran, and Dr. Wirsay, who contributed a lot in the formation of these chapters. So the overarching, So the overarching objective of this chapter is to provide a comprehensive outlook of the country's population, human capital, and development trajectory under different fertility decline scenario to enable more effective policy making. So what we did, that we projected Pakistan's population in the context of its present and future human capital by integrating educational attainment as an added source of heterogeneity in population projection model. Before walking you through the population projections, I just want to take a moment to look at the past history of Pakistan's population growth. So far, Pakistan has conducted 7 population census. And the most recent census was conducted in 2023, and which counted almost 241 million inhabitants in Pakistan with an intercensus growth rate of 2.55%. So as Dr. Zeba mentioned, that this growth rate was shocking to all the scholars and the community around in this room, because this is much higher even than the earlier intercensus growth rate of 1998 and 2017. So Pakistan is going through demographic transition, and I just want to mention here that Pakistan was the first country in the region who started the family planning program as early as in 1960. But despite this early start, the demographic transition happened really slow. We see some success in lowering down the fertility in 1990s era, when the government and policymakers took active interest in that by launching Lady Health Worker program, which proved to be a very successful story. And for the first time in the history of Pakistan, the birth rate has declined from 6 children per woman to almost 4 children per woman in 2005. But since then, there is a plateau. So we can say that the success we achieved in the era of 1990 was short-lived. So this, the demographic transition, though it's very slow, it has led to a visible change in the age structure of Pakistan's population. The share of younger children, that is under the age of 15, has declined from 44% in 1990 to 37% by 2050. And that has also led to increase in the working age population, that is currently around 60% of our population is in productive age groups, that is 15 to 64. However, if we see that due to slow demographic transition, the child dependency ratio is still the major contributor in the overall dependency ratio. So the gain, the economic gain which we were expecting by having this large share of working age population, Pakistan could not leverage that gain because of this high dependency ratio and the poor human capital of the Pakistan. For instance, the recent study of World Bank has estimated that almost 40% of the children in Pakistan under the age of 5 are stunted, which has consequences for not only for cognitive development in early years, but also affect their labor productivity in adulthood. Similarly, although Pakistani women make almost 50% of Pakistan's population, but only 1/4 of them are active in the labor force. And those who are active in the labor force, unfortunately, they are mostly involved in low-paying work or in agriculture sector. That also leads to the lower productivity overall. So this transformation in age structure, just to give you a glimpse, what does it mean? So our projection shows that if the fertility continues to decline as slow as it is currently, then Pakistan would have almost 273 million job entrants by 2050, which is a huge number. And to accommodate this huge number, government of Pakistan would need to at least create 65 million jobs that translate to almost 2.6 million additional jobs per annum between 2025 and 2050. So this is a huge number and a huge task. But at the same time, to make them into the productive labor force, we need to see whether because these are already born, this generation is already born, and we need to provide them meaningful and productive employment. But to have the meaningful and productive employment, we need to have a good human capital. So if we look at the human capital of these people, next please. So these two pyramids are showing the educational attainment pyramid of 1998 and 2023. So in last 25 years, almost 110 million more Pakistanis are added in the population. So are they only numerous or are they more educated? So if we look at this educational pyramid, we see that little has changed. Almost half of Pakistan's population has no formal education, and women particularly face stark disparities in terms of educational development. There are, as I mentioned earlier, that though women are 50% of Pakistan's population, but almost 49%, according to the recent census, they have no formal education. And only a very select group of women have the opportunity to go into higher educational institutions. But there is some sign of hope. If we look at this 2023 pyramid, then we see that the gender gap is narrower than 20 years ago, and younger cohort of women have more education as compared to their older cohorts of women. So though the gender gap is narrower, but the progress is not aligned with the policy statement and intent of the government and with the needs of the country to meaningfully employ this population into productive employment. So what we did, based on these past trends and analysis, we did the projections of the population up till 2050, and we did it under 3 different scenarios. The first one is the business as usual scenario, in which we assume that the fertility continue to decline slow as it is currently, and the Pakistan total fertility rate will reach to 2.5 by 2050. Then the second scenario which we built was based on the targets set in the National Action Plan on Population 2018 to 2030 endorsed by Council of Common Interest, and it sets the target that Pakistan will make the program and policies to achieve the replacement level fertility by 2030, that is 2.2. And Dr. Zeba has talked in length about how the CCI targets were set with the deliberations by expert and continuous and detailed discussions. And the third scenario is the one in, all the time we talk about that we need to take a holistic approach to address the population issue. And in this scenario, we call it as a policy stimulus scenario, in which we try to bring two different things together, in which that not only we achieve the replacement level fertility by 2030, but couple it with the universal school enrollment by 2028. As you all know that Prime Minister of Pakistan has declared the educational emergency, and in which it is the goal is set that by 2028 Pakistan will achieve the universal school enrollment. So this scenario look at that if we achieve this target of replacement level fertility coupled with the universal school enrollment, then what the population human capital would be in 2050. So I will talk about the scenario 3 in length in a while. Before that, I want to present the findings of the first two scenarios. So if we look at, we projected the population under business as usual scenario as well as the CCI targets. And we see that Pakistan's population will reach to 386 million by 2050. However, if we achieve the CCI goals of fertility decline and we reach the replacement level fertility by 2030, then Pakistan will have 47 million less people in 2050 as compared to the business as usual scenario. So these two pyramids shows you the population age structure under business as usual scenario as well as the CCI target scenario. So there is a policy option for us to look at this. So CCI scenario, if we look at this, then we see that the share of younger population declined substantially after 2030, and that leads to correspondingly increase in the working age population. And by 2050, we would have, under the CCI scenario, almost 100 million additional people in the working age group, and the child dependency ratio will decline to almost 25%. So in the third scenario, as I talked, that we wanted to do the projections in a more holistic manner and to bring in more other sources of heterogeneity into the population projection. Because traditionally, the demographers have focused only on the age and sex structure of society to understand the behavior. But recently, there is a growing recognition among experts that there are some other characteristics that also influence their reproductive attitudes, behavior, decision-making, such as place of residence, education, migration, and so many other. And among them, the scholarly community and the literature is identified that education, particularly the female education, is the most important influential factor that influence the reproductive behaviors and the desires of the couple. Because Dr. Zeba mentioned that this book would be available online in a couple of days. And chapter 6 by Dr. Farah Saeed has discussed in detail the relationship between education, particularly the female education, and its relationship with the fertility decline, from not only from evidence from the global evidence, but also based on the Pakistan's evidence. So we incorporated this another layer of heterogeneity, that is the educational attainment of the population, to look at the population outlook in 2050 by human capital. So we built a multi-dimensional projection model, and what we did was that we derived the education-specific fertility rate from Pakistan Demographic Health Survey, and we proportionally adjusted these ASFRs to align with the overall TFR scenario. And in this model, all the transitions are determined by 6th level of education detailed below. And if anybody wants to look at the detailed construction of the model and the assumption which we use for this multidimensional population projection, you can find in chapter 3 in detail. So next please. So this is the result of this multi-dimensional population projection model, that is we call scenario 3, in which we looked at the population structure under CCI fertility goals and universal school enrollment by 2028. So these, and what we found that by focusing on achieving the targets of National Action Plan and integrating it with the universal school enrollment by 2028, then the Pakistan will be slightly less populous and more educated in 2050. So, and again, the gender gap is in educational attainment will favor women, because more women will be attaining the secondary and higher level of education by 2050 if we achieve these two targets. And in the interest of time, we have not shown so many other results which are in the chapter, but we see that one of the most interesting findings was that the female child entry into the school is where they are facing a larger disparity, but once they enter into the school, they are more likely to transition to the higher level of education. And that is translated in this population projection model for 2050, that more women have the higher secondary level of education. So what does this increase of at least 100 million during the next 27 years means for Pakistan? We all know that a growing population implies greater demand to essential resources such as food, water, energy, healthcare, and meaningful employment. We have done the population projection, we have projected the population numbers for two sectors mainly. One is for education sector, and then the other is for the labor force. And we again, in the interest of time, I am not going into detail and not presenting those results, but for instance, I just want to share with you one of the findings is that this large share of school-age population will require the construction of more schools at all levels. For instance, at a primary level, we would need to have 66,000 more primary schools and hire more qualified teachers to teach these students. Similarly, there is a huge debate going on that large population is an asset, large working age population is an asset for us, but our projection result shows that large working age population is an asset only when it accompanied by high levels of human capital and productivity. So as I mentioned earlier, that the government will need to create at least 2.6 million additional jobs from 2025 to 2050 per annum to accommodate this large share of working labor force. So, what are the policy options, or what we have, what we can do? So, in our opinion and through our analysis, we assume that, this is the last slide, achieving the CCI goals of fertility decline is a necessary and urgent requirement for most of the development outcomes, including the Sustainable Development Goals. However, it must be coupled with achieving universal school enrollment right away. And again, we need to not only ensure the universal school enrollment, but we need to strive to achieve the target of SDG goals, which ask for the universal secondary school attainment by 2023. And again, there is a need to ensure that this large share of population in the labor force is accompanied with appropriate skill development to enhance its productivity. And last but not least, as women are very important part of our development trajectories and stuff, women's empowerment through education and gain full employment is central to the concept of demographic dividend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saima. Very insightful conversation and wonderful work. So our next speaker is Dr. G.M. Arif Saab. We know him because of his very important work on migration from rural to urban migration, because of his contribution to understand the poverty at different levels. So he's a great colleague, friend. So Dr. J.M. Arif, up to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yes. I'm going to present on population economy and structural change and transformation. It's a brief of 2 chapters. एक chapter on population and economy was written by Dr. Hanid Mukhtar, and the next chapter on migration, urbanization, and structural transformation I contributed in that chapter. So please go back to the first slide. So we are not co-author, rather Dr. Hanid Mukhtar has written a chapter on economy and urbanization. I have contributed that one. I think in the beginning I would like to say one thing, what Dr. Asma Haider was saying, that this chapter by Dr. Hanid Mukhtar is very useful, particularly for faculty of economics and also the BS, MS and PhD students. He has very nicely really put together the relationship between economy and population on two levels, theoretical level and also showing some empirical relationship from the developing countries and also from Pakistan. It's not possible to cover most of the things what he has said in the chapter. I will try to give brief what he has written in the chapter, but it's a very useful piece of work for young economists to read that one. Second thing, this population economy is very much related to each other. Last night I remember Madam Shehnaz Wazeer Azali mentioned this point, and also this morning Sayyid Akbar Zaidi and as well as Jabbar Saab, they both have also shown us the importance of economy and population for the country. So first part would be on economy and then on transformation, and later I will try to link them together. What Dr. Hanid Mukhtar has said, that the basically debate on population and economy or economic growth or development is very old one, a century or more than century old. But the causality or debate is two-way, from population growth to economic growth and from economic growth to population growth. What the chapter has given us, that there is a consensus among the economists and demographers that economic growth through improved living standard always contribute to a declining fertility. This is the evidence what we have seen in the Europe and many parts of the world. But when we see the other way causality from population growth to the development, then there is a different point of view. And there are 3 points of view. One is negative. Negative means that the population growth has negative impact on economic growth or the development. The other point of view is that the population growth has a positive impact on development. And third is on the transitional, it means it's a neutral impact. And if I explain it with what Dr. Akbar Zaidi said this morning, if you remember that one, basically Dr. Akbar Zaidi was in the third category opinion. Before today, or before 1 year or 2 years, he used to think that the population may not be related to the economic growth. But now he is more towards the negative point of view, that population growth has a negative impact on economic growth. I think with these 3 points of view, the policy options are quite different. That if we consider negative or we consider positive or transitional or the neutral, then how we are going to address this one, it has a different impact. So this chapter of by Dr. Hanid Mukhtar, I think he has been written particularly showing the other way around causality from population growth to economic growth or the development, particularly focusing on the Pakistan situation. And he has also covered 2 more topics, very interesting topics. One is the cost of high population growth, and second is on if we control the population growth, as CCI has given us, then how we can achieve the demographic dividend or the economic growth in the country. Next, please. This population economy have two aspects in the literature, positive and the negative. The positive, the main one is the economic resource, like the labor. The main thing is that because we have labor force, and greater the labor force, then more likely we can have higher economic growth. Second positive thing is the bigger market. That now we have 250 million, and India has 140 billion people, and then China has also 1 billion and more than 1 billion population. So it's a bigger market, and bigger market, economy of scale, and then you can have can use this one as a resource for economic growth. And security, I think we have been discussing this morning, that is security as another issue. Larger population make you or gives you security. In negatives, the first one is the income, basically through the dependency or age dependency. It reduces the per capita income. That's the first negative. Then resource sharing. I think this morning and even this session we have been talking about this land and water, many other things. Higher population growth has a negative impact on resource allocation, negative impact on savings and investment, and negative impact on labor productivity, poor social indicators, higher poverty level. These are the negative things which Dr. Hanid Mukhtar has tried to cover in his chapter. Next, please, just move to the evidence. These two graphs, they are from the developing countries. And if you see this population growth, as the growth rate goes higher, then per capita income growth or per capita income declines quite rapidly. That the higher the population growth, lower the per capita income. On the other side, yes, there is a positive relationship between population growth and poverty. Higher the population growth and higher the poverty level. This is evidence from the developing countries. Developed countries have not been included in this graph. It's showing that the population really, it gives you puts you the population on the negative side, which we have seen theoretically, negative, positive are the neutral one, that the population growth has a negative impact on economic growth, development, or living standard, whatever you can say. Next, please. This is very interesting, although it has a single variable analysis, what he has done here, but it gives you very important relationship between, in the case of Pakistan, using the household level data and economic development or economic indicators. I think this is the area where students can work more in their MPhil or the PhD thesis. He has used the household size as the proxy for population growth, because population growth we cannot link directly with these household level data. First is, if you see, this dependency ratio goes up with the household size. It means the higher the population growth and higher the dependency ratio. It means the more share of dependent population in young ages and also in the old ages. Household income goes up because we have more earner, but per capita income goes down, as we have seen in the earlier one. Saving goes down, education expenditure goes down, then years of schooling goes down, on probability of household being poor goes up. In all indicators of living standard, development, or the economic growth, what Dr. Hanid Mukhtar has shown us from this analysis in the book, that they have a negative impact on development, all social indicators, and economic growth. This saving and investment and education, these are the main ingredients for achieving higher growth, contributing to development, also improving their living standard. Next, please. And this is evidence from the macro data, what he has shown. Interestingly, he has created a variable, number of earners versus number of non-earners in the household. And we see over the time in the case of Pakistan, this number of non-earners have gone in the household. It is a form of economic dependency, you can call this one, and it has been a negative impact on the economic growth. And national saving has gone down. Government is trying continuously to improve the saving rate, and also investment has gone. These are the two main, I think economists knows much better than me, that saving investment are the key for economic growth. Without saving investment, domestic saving investment is not possible to. So the data empirically shows us not a very positive sign between these two indicators and economic growth. Next, please. Revisiting positives and negatives. If you just remember the earlier slide, and Dr. Hanid has revisited this one. Next, please. In this graph, his main argument is that in positive we say that the labor force will increase. If population goes up, we have more labor force. But he has shown that if you see the demographic dividend, then the main things demographic dividend is that the more women are in the labor force. Because male participation rate is always quite higher. At the highest level, most of the countries in Pakistan as well. The main contribution of this demographic transition is that the more women are part of the labor force. But what he has shown here, that if the number of children under 4 years of age, women have these younger children, that larger the number of younger children, lower the possibility of a woman to enter in the labor force. So this young population, or you can say higher fertility, in fact has a negative relationship with the participation of women. I think this, what he is saying, that in the case of high population growth rate, in case of Pakistan, this positive of labor force is not working on the right direction. Next, please. Then water availability, we are very close to the absolute scarcity, and in the land availability, all type of land, it has declined over time. Next time. Productivity, I think he has touched upon, and the main, this is a variable which he has used in the chapter, that Pakistan used to be, productivity used to be the highest in South Asia, but this productivity is now lower than India and very close to the Bangladesh situation. And labor productivity, I think this morning Jabbar Sahab has also mentioned this agriculture productivity. Productivity is the main thing which, despite our large labor force, our productivity in every sector is quite low. Next, please. Looking back, cost of inaction, I think, next, please. This is another good part of his chapter. He has calculated the cost of inaction for controlling population growth, high population growth. He used the 1968 indicators, that if we keep that level constant, what would have been happened in Pakistan. And then this cost is quite high in terms of the saving rate, that if you see the situation of after this 50 years, then we are much in worse situation in terms of the saving rate and also investment rate and also per capita GDP. It means the high population growth in the past 5 decades or the 6th decade has contributed of lowering economic growth through saving and investment. Maybe economists can see this one that the weather, assuming this one is thinking that time. So I can leave the structural transformation part, and if the time issue is, I think this is chapter which I have written on structural transformation. I can just only, without going to the slide, I can give a very brief on this one. That structural transformation is the mobility of population from agriculture to the manufacturing urban sector because of larger manufacturing sector and because of the dynamic agriculture sector. But in the case of Pakistan, what we have done in that chapter, that in Pakistan the structural transformation is quite weak. Weak in a sense that I can just go next please. You see this is the main graph over here. Structural transformation is the transfer of labor or population from agriculture to the urban manufacturing sector. This goes higher migration level, productive migration, urbanization, then economic growth. But if you see here, what we are expecting, that in the case of Pakistan, our manufacturing sector has not been very dynamic, and agriculture sector has not performed well. Only urban service sector has performed in a better way. So that is why like economy, the structured transformation situation has been poor as well. So the main conclusion of these two chapters, chapter economy and this structured transformation, that there are four main game changers. That if policymakers and also the academician and your young people who can focus research type and also the policy and many other things, then these four things can bring a change in next 25 or 30 years. First one is as Dr. Saima has mentioned, the achieving the CCI target. And if we achieve the CCI target by 2030 or 2040, it makes a difference. You can go up. Yes, मज़ीद आगे जाए नहीं और एंड पे चले जाए बिल्कुल ही इसकी. Yes. These are the four, I think, in the bottom 4 points. First, CCI, achieving the CCI targets, and second is the education, and what these two chapters has contributed, that CPEC can be another game changer for this structural change, that if it focuses on the industrial growth, then we can make some change in this one. And third and the fourth one is the quality or the good urbanization with the good governance. I think these four things can be a game changer for the next 25 years. Otherwise, population will remain a threat for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arif. Very useful work, and I'm sure that we need more time to discuss it and debate these results. So now our next speaker is Dr. Hemant Das Lohano. He is a professor at IBA, my colleague, my friend. So Dr. Hemant, it's up to you.
Slides. Good afternoon, everyone, and Assalamu alaikum. So I think before I start the presentation on the topic, which is climate change and population dynamics, I just want to summarize the way I look at being economist. So the way I look at when we have more population, so we have a lot of resources in the economy, right? Natural resources, we have human resources, we have lots of resources. The resources human has produced. For example, we have like tractors, machines and all, lots of resources. Now, we also have a lot of natural resources. So before I start the topic on climate change, the way I look at population growth is that we are using a lot of resources to produce children, right? Who will be productive after 15 years or maybe after 25 years. They will start producing much, much later. So the way I look at it is that the population growth, I think Dr. G.M. Arif Saima and also Dr. Zeba has talked about. There's a lot of resource constraint and all this, which I will discuss. The main issue is that we are making a lot of investment in a way that this investment of producing more kids, they will be producing much, much later. So in the short run, which I call short run, 15 years or 20 years, we are facing a lot of problem because we have to provide them all the facilities, water, natural resources. Already land resources are getting degraded. I will talk about Indus Delta. And we have already budget constraints, lots of issues we are facing. And top of that, those children which are actually, we have a higher growth rate, very poor class. They belong to very poor class. Then when we have last time floods, what did we see? They were homeless. They were moving here and there. I will talk about migration. So the way I look at this issue with reference to climate change, that we are going to face much, much larger issues to deal with more children, which will be actually dependent. They are not productive right at this moment for at least 15 or 20 years. And then when we have higher population growth, those additional children are even less educated or uneducated. So they are not even much productive after 15 to 20. So this is where I just started from, and then I will move on to the main implications of population growth in terms of climate change and natural resource degradation. So I hope it's working. Okay, so we can see that I will actually move a little bit faster given the time limitation. We can see here that Pakistan is actually one of the most vulnerable country, 8th number. And population growth, you can see that on the graph. I hope it's working in terms of, so you can see in the graph that South Asia and world have converged to a much, much lower growth rate, 2.24 or 2.27. Pakistan fertility rate is still 3.47, much, much higher. So South Asia includes even Pakistan. So other countries have much, much lower population growth. So here I focus on fertility rate because when it comes to population growth, I think there is like a mortality rates and all those type of things. So because the decision variable is a fertility rate. So this study examines wide range of implications in terms of the two phenomena. Next, please. Right. So these are the projected changes in the temperature and precipitation. You can see that these are the projections by IPCC, and these are the shared socioeconomic pathways. We can see that the scenarios, we can see that there are different 4 types. Lots of efforts are being done in COP29, COP28 last time. Very difficult to convince all countries to reduce emissions. So we can see that if the temperature is going to rise, let's say SSP 2 and 3, like 2.67, and this is for Pakistan. Much, much higher temperature. So it's not only higher temperature, but also a lot of variation. We will much higher heat waves and much colder and all this. So huge implications in terms of precipitation. More floods are going to happen. So these are projections for Pakistan that by end of the century, even by 2060, we will have much, much higher temperature and much, this is on average, but also variation, much higher precipitation and floods incidences. So next, please. So here, this is the historical data which says that we have a much more frequent floods now. And in terms of percentage, you can see that 84.6 million people affected. Floods account for 80%. And furthermore, the recent data, so this is only until 2020, but the recent data shows that 33 million people were affected in 2022 floods, and 8 million were actually were displaced. Next, please. Okay, so here I show different types of indices that some districts are, like for example, the left side, you can see that the districts where there's a much higher index of flood hazard. And on the right side, it's a drought. So there is a lot of areas, either they are prone to flood or droughts. Next, please. So, and also sea level rise. So sea level rise is actually going up, but also the river flow to the sea is decreasing. So in the end, because of the water demand on the irrigation side and on the household side, so what we see is that a lot of area is underwater in the Indus Delta, and the salt affected area is increasing. So our natural resources are degrading, and water is being used for producing more food and for the household purpose. We are facing much constraint on the resources. Next, please. So these are the linkages. I will not, because given the time, I will not go into the details, but increase in temperature and precipitation have a lot of implications in terms of agriculture, in terms of migration, productivity, health. So there are a lot of implications, especially for the poor countries. Next, please. So these are the regression results. I used the household level data from PSLM and wanted to see what will be the impact of climate change, what are the impacts of extreme events, and what are the impacts of in terms of population parameter, so which I will discuss in the next slide. So the major finding is that floods hazard areas have a much higher impact. So 2.4% is a lower income on average at the household level after controlling for all other factors. Similarly, droughts have the impact of about 3%. And the temperature, so I used the temperature data from Google Earth Engine, and I used climate change as a 30-year average. So this way I can see the climate change. It's not a weather change or something like that. It's a 30-year average temperature from 1990 to 2019. So, and then I see that on average, climate change has the impact on 1.47% decrease in income. These are all agriculture sector because they are the directly impacted. And finally, this is very important point from demography perspective, that 1 unit higher child dependency ratio has 9% lower income. So it means that what happens is the families where there's a higher dependency ratio, these families have to spend money on raising these kids and all the dependent. So what will happen? They will have less resources to produce other investment goods, such as, for example, productive resources. They cannot invest in education. They cannot invest in buying some productive assets where that can generate more income. For example, if I have money, I can buy some house or some productive resources. So what happens is, because of less capital available, they will have a less income. So this is a very important finding. So these are the household level data using a rigorous analysis of regression. And so we can see that these are huge implications, that the households have less money left for investment and capital goods, and therefore they have a less income. Okay, please, next one. Okay, this one is the regression results from demographic health survey. This is on the out migration. The findings show that, next slide please, that we have a higher, so flood hazard and drought hazard and overall climate change affect out migration. So the districts where there is a much higher flood hazard, some family members move out of those districts. So much out migration, and we can see the situation of Karachi and other big cities, they will be expanding. So what will happen? We will need much more infrastructure, much more hospitals, everything from government perspective. We will have a lot of issues there. So this out migration, you can see these parameters. Next one, please. So this is just a final remark that I would make, that the household level data says that on the women's side, they would like to have less children. So data shows that wanted fertility is 2.9 and observed fertility is 3.5. So which shows that there is a definitely the women perspective that they would like to have less children, and then there's something maybe government can do to provide information and to provide services which they can implement. Next one, please. So I will not go through all this. So I think in the end, I would suggest that population controlling fertility rate, along with a lot of other things, we have to follow. It's not just one thing that controlling population growth and the fertility rate is going to solve the problem. Given the climate change issue, we also have to deal with how to really manage how we can develop resilience in the societies, because floods and all these extreme events, they are going to create huge problems. So I would suggest that we should have the integrated approach. At the same time, we can work on decreasing the fertility rate, but at the same time, we have to really address these issues of climate change and developing the resilience of the societies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hemant. So before I request Shehnaz Wazir Ali Sahiba, I would just like to ask two questions from the panel. I'm not sure we can take more questions from the audience because we are already lack of time, and Zahir already gave me this note that I have to finish on time. So, but two questions. That one is whatever we talked about, starting from Saima, that about the female labor force participation and about the investments, and then Hemant talked about different things. For instance, our resilience toward the climate and opting for all these things are linked toward the behaviors, the human behaviors in society, whether it's the fertility behavior or labor force participation behavior or investment behavior or our behavior toward to address the climate. So do you have any idea how we can change that human behavior and how to address this issue? So this is my first question. And second is, because there is a lot of emphasis on education and how to finance that. So this is my second question. Almost 22 million children are out of school, so many dropouts. So to finance that, what to do about that? So these are my two questions. Anyone can volunteer to answer.
Thank you so much, Dr. Asma. Behavior change, you cannot change the behavior over the night, okay? So you need to continuously, we need to give these messages through different mediums continuously. It's not that once you have some media campaign, those social behavior change campaign, and then you are done with it, and no. You need to change the behavior through education. First of all, the first is that to provide women with those decision-making power. When they will have the ability to decide about themselves, then they will, that will automatically change their behavior. I'm sorry, I think I didn't understand your question well, but that's, for me, I think the women education, and then not only the women education, but their correspondingly entry into the labor force is the game changer that will change the societal behavior, not only towards the women, but also towards the investment in children education and their human capital.
I think the second thing, in addition to this education, women education particularly, mobility is the another factor which can bring a change in behavior. Mobility in all aspects, not only moving from rural to urban areas, rather I think in broad terms and social terms that the mobility towards the higher, I think that may be these two major things that we can bring, the media and other things. And regarding this financial one, I think there is two actors, if we see, the household and government. If they both can take the responsibility, then we can finance better all these things. At the moment, household, particularly the lower middle class and the poor one, they are not investing on this education and health one, and same government is also neglecting this sector. I think if the two actors, they can take their responsibility, we can bring it. I think main thing of this education, if you remember what Dr. Loy was saying, invest in the people. If you can make investment, then we can bring a change.
No, very quickly, just from that point, I think I think what this volume brings out is, and I think the work that perhaps was not cited is that interventions can work. So I just take the example of, let's say, conditional cash transfers for girls' education, for continuing in school. I mean, so you have to have the intervention has to address important household decisions regarding where to spend and invest. And I think if there are subsidies in certain areas where the government wants to, for instance, to send more girls to school, retain girls in school, it does then transform that household decision making. So I agree with you, it's both ways. It's not suddenly that the government will be able to provide, but I think that at least starting at the poorest level, we ourselves find that giving vouchers for travel to family planning services, just 300 rupees in Rahim Yar Khan, offset the women's costs for going towards family planning services. It gave them that route of empowerment to leave the household, because even 300 rupees meant that they had the power to make that decision. So I think just carefully designed interventions, and there are many in Pakistan, I think they just need to be upscaled. I think that intent, to me, policy and interventions can actually transform the situation very quickly, as they have in other countries.
I just would add one thing that generally speaking in economics we teach that if market fails, then we have to find out what are the reasons. So I think so it should be like those households should think about it, why they are not having less fertility there. So something, maybe there is information gaps, like government produce public goods, so like we have a pollution issue. So those type of issues, because market fails to respond. So I think from this perspective, there needs to be some research, and then we can think about the solution from behavior perspective.
And this, actually this conversation opened and so many other venues for further research. So now the most difficult task for Madam Shehnaz Wazir Ali to conclude this session. Very difficult. Actually, this book is so scientific, based on evidence and statistical method and intersectionality of three important domains. So Dr. Shehnaz Wazir Ali, most difficult thing for you to conclude the session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asma Haider, and also to the three outstanding speakers, with Dr. Zeba Sattar setting the stage on this sharing vital information from the seminal work that Population Council, supported by UNFPA, has done. This is really a landmark publication. Many of your publications are landmark, like the study on abortion and post-abortion care. I also want to appreciate the audience sitting in this room, because I have seen students come and go, and I think it's vital for us to be addressing them perhaps as the primary audience, because they're going to be around in 2050. And perhaps many other people in this room may not be around in 2050. So who is primarily concerned with 2050? I think the work and the research and the studies which have been presented by Dr. Saima Bashir, Dr. Arif has presented the economic aspects of it. You have talked about, Dr. Heyman, you've talked about climate change. But the policymakers sitting today in government don't have a 2050 vision. Many countries plan for 100 years, as you might have heard. China plans for 100 years. Pakistan plans in 5-year planning cycles, unfortunately. And at the most, they'll do some sort of assumption-based predictions for a 10-year or 15-year vision. Mr. Ehsan Iqbal came up with a 2030 vision. Well, 2030 is pretty much around the corner, just a couple of years to go. And we are nowhere near any of the goals set either by Pakistan or by the SDGs. So this book, I think, tells us what we know a little bit, of what we feel, what we sort of guess, what we fear, what we're apprehensive about, what is happening in Pakistan, but it clearly gives us solid evidence to found those concerns on. That solid evidence lets you know a lot of very, very important statistics that should raise everybody's blood pressure and a decision-making table. Why is the intercensual growth rate still stuck at 2.5 or 2.6? Why is the TFR still stuck at 3.5? Why is it that we are not seeing the demographic transition show us any positive results? Well, we are certainly not seeing it because we've not planned for it. And we've not planned for it because the people who make decisions don't usually attend population planning or population-centered seminars, symposiums, workshops, or training sessions. The population experts sit generally amongst development experts, some of whom have an interest that maybe the population growth rate is connected to what's happening in the education sector, or the education sector influences the population growth rate. As you did very well, Dr. Saima, by explaining that if we don't do something about educating our children, especially the girl child, and we've got 2.6 million children out of school, and I've looked very, very carefully at the education programs and plans for the next couple of years, there is no real concrete plan in Pakistan to put 2.6 million children in school. There's a big question mark about those children who are in school and what are they learning. And if anybody's looked at ACER, the annual school enrollment report, status report, it tells you how low the learning incomes are of those children who are in school. So just putting children in school in the current school system is not going to give us the results of learning outcomes and better informed children and better educated children ready to move from primary to middle to secondary. So there can be a long discussion about education, but it clearly shows the fact that there's a serious disconnect with some of the critical sectors such as education, female employment, female participation, health, food productivity, job generation, and I would say job skilling. Let me share with you a little bit of what I hear from the industry because I head a university. And when I come across a lot of businessmen, they say, your universities are not producing the graduates that we can employ. Many of them are unemployable, except a few premier institutions that are linking with the marketplace and producing students who finish their bachelor's or their master's who are actually ready to enter the marketplace of jobs. I don't know if many of you know, but there are 237 universities in Pakistan, and there are close to 3 million students enrolled in them. Now, this does not account for the colleges. There are more than 1,200, maybe more than that, colleges, I would say, in Pakistan, that produce undergraduate students, government colleges in particular, whose students just cannot enter the job market. So are the education planners listening to what's happening on population numbers? There is a disconnect. We know that. We know that government functions in silos. The education minister will make his decisions on the basis of his budget, which is not linked with the health budget, which is not linked with the nutrition budget. And once again, I think everybody knows that Pakistan ranks, unfortunately, amongst the top 3 countries of the world where we have the highest malnutrition rate in our children and the highest stunting rates and low weight rates in our children. And you know what malnutrition does. It retards cognitive development. So very high percentage of children going to school cannot learn. That's what Pakistan has done to its children, because we don't have integrated development-related policy decisions or budgetary decisions. And this report highlights all of that. It highlights the intersectorality of the issues around population, and all the speakers here showed it. We're talking about population and climate change, we're talking about population and women and children, we're talking about population and the economy, GDP, productivity, the economic scenarios. We can be sitting here on a platform and talking about population and agriculture, population and food, population and busing and transport, population and urbanization. You name any sector in Pakistan, there is a need for every government, and I say every government, meaning provincial governments, particularly because they're more in the driving seat than the federal government about what happens in a province. So one key issue which is coming out of this report, which again, I don't know how many times I might say it, but it's still perhaps not sufficient, it's a highly significant report for everyone to read. It is about deep reform. It is about restructuring. It is about not population experts sitting around the table. It is about the economic and finance ministers sitting around the table. It is about the secretaries of planning and development sitting around the table. It is about a set of ministers, particularly education, women, health, youth, and labor sitting around the table and making decisions to see how their decisions are going to impact something intersectorally. So to me, I think one of the biggest challenges in Pakistan is a restructuring of government, which has not happened. We have multi-layered it and multiplied it, and there are more government departments today. I was looking at some data, 238 organizations that just regulate. There are more organizations that are regulating than there are institutions to be regulated. So if Pakistan really is going to be serious about this demographic disaster, no longer a demographic dividend, it has to think very, very seriously. We're already lagging behind in our development indicators. Once again, this volume highlights a lot of those things with evidence, and it's the evidence that speaks for itself. And our 3 speakers here have been excellent with your presentations. I hope you can share them with the students, because this is research material for a number of master's theses to look further, and since we're sitting in an academic institution, and how this footprint has to change. How can we influence, advocate, and ensure that those who should be listening to these voices of concern, and this is a community of concern sitting here. This is a community of very, very high levels of concern about what's happening in Pakistan. I want to share with you an incident that just took place, or a meeting, about 7 weeks ago. This meeting was chaired by the Minister of Education, and it so happened that we started talking about population, and somebody told him what this population growth rate and the TFR implied for the number of schools that he would need. And you'd be surprised to hear he had no idea. He said, how are you telling me that I need 28,000 more schools in the next 2 years? I said, what is the basis of the planning? So ministers are not that well informed. They've got 101 things on their plate. So I think that if we are talking about population, you can't just take the message of the fertility rate and different types of contraceptives. And yes, we can talk about access to family planning, but it's the other larger picture that we have to talk about. Because already those children are born that need the schools. Already those children are here who are malnourished and stunted. And there's a large labor force that is out of jobs. So somewhere this message has to be very, very smartly presented in those forums. And I know Dr. Zeba Sattar, we have worked in the past, and so have many colleagues who are sitting here, to rivet the attention of policymakers and to rivet the attention of key decision-making forums. The CCI was presented with these 23 recommendations that came out of the plan of action that was put up to the Supreme Court and recommended for the first time in the history of Pakistan by the Supreme Court of Pakistan for the CCI to give it particular attention. That's been several years ago, but we haven't seen that impact. So one of my suggestions is that I hope this report can be shared with the Economic Advisory Committee that the Prime Minister set up recently, which is consisting of a large number of stakeholders from the business community, the industrial community, and various others. I hope this report can be shared with the federations and chambers of commerce and industry. I hope it can be shared with the Planning Commission through some particular forum, and similarly at the provincial governments. Perhaps a very smart summary could be circulated to the chief ministers along with a letter, so that the attention of finance ministers and key ministries is brought to their attention, because this has far-reaching consequences. And what we heard today by the three speakers and by setting the stage and the context by Dr. Zeba Sattar, I think I would strongly suggest that this is an outstanding session. All the presentations should be shared with IBA for all their departments, and similarly with all the other partner organizations if we can, because the message really has to go far and wide. And so I would thank everyone and appreciate, I think, the thoughts that have gone into it, the clarity and the data and the extrapolation of what it means for the future. 2.6 million jobs annually, about 66 million jobs from here to 2050, and the kind of jobs that we need. That's what we have to think about. What are we going to do to address these multiple challenges? So there are multiple stakeholders that need to be brought into this dialogue. Thank you very much for giving me this chance.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Shehnaz Sahiba, for concluding the session very meaningful and very beautifully. Thank you very much for this. So I'm sure that many of you want to ask questions. Please join us for the lunch, and during lunch, all the panelists will be there, so you can ask as many questions as you want. So once again, please join me to thank all the panelists in this session, and thank you everyone for being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, after the group photo, we will break for lunch. To make up for time lost, we will be having a half-an-hour lunch in the same place where we had the tea break earlier. So in 30 minutes, we will reconvene in this room for our spotlight session.
Hello, 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 1, 2, 3, mic check, mic testing. Hello, 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 1, 2, 3, mic check, mic testing. Hello, hello. Okay? Hello, 1, 2, 3, mic check, mic testing. Hello, 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 1, 2, 3, mic check. Hello, 1, 2, 3, mic check, mic testing. Hello, 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 1, 2, 3. Hello, 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 mic check. दूसरी वाली वो लगाएं, दूसरी लीड है नहीं एक हेलो हेलो हाँ भाई हेलो 1 2 3 माइक चेक हेलो 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 अभी तक तो सही है हेलो 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 1 2 3 माइक चेक माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो 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 1 2 3 माइक चेक माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो 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 1 2 3 माइक चेक माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो 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 1 2 3 माइक चेक माइक टेस्टिंग हेलो 1 2 3 हेलो हेलो hello 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 1 2 3 mic check mic testing hello hello 1 2 3 mic check hello 1 2 3 mic check mic testing hello 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 1 2 3 mic check hello 1 2 3 mic check hello 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 1 2 3 mic check hello 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 1 2 mic check text hello 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 हो गया बाहर तो उसने कहाँ से लीजिए नहीं वो बोल रहा मेरे पास सही आ रही है ऑफ बढ़वाओ ना ऊपर
नहीं वो ऊपर लानी पड़ेगी ना, सीढ़ी को ऊपर लानी पड़ेगी।
वो वाली लाइट जो है ना सामने वाली इस तरफ थ्रो कर दे।
साइड में खड़ा हूँ, इस साइड पे आना चाहिए। हाँ, आराम से इत्मीनान से बेटा। हाँ हाँ, इधर वेस्ट साइड और घुमाओ, और थोड़ा और हैंगर पकड़ के घुमा दे बेटा, ऊपर से हैंगर पकड़, हैंगर ठंडा होगा।
ऊपर पहले ग्रिड को एक हाथ से ग्रिड पकड़ लो, ऊपर एक स्टेप चढ़ो और ऊपर से ग्रिड पकड़ो। एक हाथ ग्रिड पे रख लो अपना।
इस लाइट को घुमा दूँ यहाँ पे, ये पीछे जो लाइट है
पीछे से आएंगे ना, तो वही डार्क रहेगा ना।
इससे भी हो, इससे लगाओ, डाउन करो थोड़ा, इसको इससे लगाओ फटाफट से। सीढ़ी डाउन करो, सीढ़ी डाउन करो, हाँ वो सो दो। पहले नीचे उतार ले बेटा, ऊपर वाली। हाँ हाँ, अब इसको लेके जाओ इधर, इस वाले पे। हाँ पीछे जाओ। हाँ बस देखो, बस खराब है, क्या मसला है इसमें? हैं? हाँ, मैं बंद करवा दूँगा, पहले देखो उसको है क्या। खराब है, क्यों खराब है? अब बेटा मुझे नहीं पता, नीचे से मुझे क्या नजर आ रहा है? वो उसी से तो कनेक्ट है, इसी लाइट से तो कनेक्ट करेगा। लाइट खराब हो गई, जाओ वहाँ ले जाओ, वहाँ से फटाफट, और यहाँ से फट वो लाइटें निकालो दो फटाफट, निकालो। आ जाओ, अच्छा मैं देखो अंदर तार पड़ा हूँ अंदर। जाओ आप ये खोल के वहाँ से लाइटें निकालो, वो लाइटें अब एक काम के लिए दो बंदे चलेंगे। चाबी नहीं है ना उसको, वो दूसरे काम से गया, वो दूसरे काम से गया। और पीछे चलो, नहीं वो और ऊपर नहीं जाएगी, और ऊपर नहीं जाएगी, टक्कर जाएगी। ये स्पीड रिंग आया बेटा ऊपर ही है रिंग ऊपर ही है बस ठीक अब इस पे रिंग लगाने की जरूरत नहीं इसको हैंगर नहीं हाँ लगा देना निकल सकती है लगा लेगा हाँ लगेगा टेप वगैरह कहाँ है?
Hello, 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 my cheek test. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 my cheek test. Hello, hello. hello, 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 my check test, hello, hello. Hello, hello.
For my PAP family, for PAP members who have not yet voted, please know that the ballot box and ballots are available with Mr. Tahir. अगर आपने अभी तक वोट नहीं दिया, तो please take this opportunity to cast your ballot. It will stay open until, sir, 5 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now heading into our spotlight session on population research centers, particularly looking at the work that the PRCs and the Center of Excellence in Population and Wellbeing Studies is doing under the Data for Development Initiative. I see that our chair, Dr. Nasra Shah, has assumed her role, and so has Dr. Khadija, but Dr. Saima, who is moderating the session. Bilkul. I'm going to hand over to Dr. Saima for taking the session forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would like to request all my panelists to please come and take a seat. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. Before we dive into today's discussion, I would like to take a brief moment to highlight the important objectives of population research centers, which are central to our discussion today. The population research centers were jointly established by Population Council. Population Council provided the technical support and with the invaluable support of UNFPA, with a clear mission to advance the understanding of population dynamics and its profound implications for the society. The overarching vision was to set up leading centers in each province to generate high quality, evidence-based population research. And this research plays a crucial role in informing policy decisions and fostering sustainable development by addressing key population issues such as population growth, health, migration, education, and socioeconomic disparities. As of now, there are 5 population research centers established across the country. 4 of these centers are located at the provincial level, and the 5th is the Center of Excellence on Population and Wellbeing Studies, based at National University of Science and Technology in Islamabad, at the federal level. With this in mind, I am now pleased to introduce all our distinguished panelists and session chairs who will be sharing their insights and expertise today. So I am honored that today I am joined in this discussion by the Director of all PRC, Dr. Waqas. Dr. Waqas is the Director of PRC at FCCU. Dr. Faisal Abbas, who is heading the Population Research Center located at NAST. Dr. Muhammad Iqbal from Population Research Center at Peshawar University. Dr. Nabil from BUTAMS, and Dr. Khadija, who she is the Director of Population Research Center at IBA. So thank you so much for all panelists. And I am also truly honored to have with us today our esteemed chair, Dr. Nasra Shah, President of PAP, as well as our co-chair, Mr. Muqaddar Shah, representative of UNFPA Pakistan. And their presence here today adds great value to our session, and we are thankful for their support. To begin our conversation, I would like all our distinguished panelists to briefly share with us what are the most important research issues, population-related research issues your center is taking up. And in continuation of that, I will also, since morning we have the discussion that the population issue is, we cannot discuss the population issues in silos. So it's a multi-sectoral issue as well. So I would also like that when you are talking about your research activities and research projects you are taking, I would like to know how do Population Research Center collaborates with other disciplines to create more holistic policy solutions. So starting with Dr. Waqas.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. My name is Muhammad Waqas Ali. I'm from Lahore, Forman Christian College. I am in the Department of Sociology right now. I'm heading the Population Research Center at FCCU. We have been in operation for about 3.5, 4 years, and we have about 7 to 8 publications already that are out in the last 4 years. These relate to child, adolescence, and well-being. We have 2 publications on school dropout in Punjab using the MICS data at the secondary level, and the second one at the primary level. We have 1 publication on contraception use and family planning, and that has been sort of a journey which relates back to your question, because it first started with the 2023 conference, which was on family planning, and based on that we held a student research essay competition on family planning, which was then published as a book also. And then we did 1 publication on using MICS data. We combined the data from all 4 provinces, and using the MICS data sort of did a comparative study between provinces. And that led to a qualitative research which has now been funded. It's not a big study, but what we are looking at is we are looking at the community level, how family planning choices are influenced on a day-to-day basis. So it's kind of something that is building up. Another theme that we were interested in since 2022 were the floods, especially their impact in Balochistan, and that too culminated into like 3-4 steps, and now has ended up in a study. We again started off with a panel discussion in 2022, which was an all-Pakistan panel discussion. And I'm sorry, I'm audible? All right, my apology. And that led to another student essay competition in 2022 on the floods, and we also incentivized students to send anything that they could for help to the flood victims. And recently we were given the opportunity through UNFPA and SDPI to conduct a research on climate change. And we, along with our partners, BUTEMS, selected the rehabilitation process of flood victims in rural Balochistan. And that study is an eye-opener for all of us because it has raised more questions than answers. And the rehabilitation process is almost at a halt, whereas people's lives are going on. So we have also done one publication on gender-based violence using the DHS data. This handout will be available, and if you visit our website, we have all the information about our publications there. I will only say this in concluding my comments that what the UNFPA started, they started off with mostly people who were not demography experts, me foremost. But it has opened up a new world for me, because the first paper that I do, it leads to something bigger and then something higher, because there are so many questions that are unanswered. So I'm just grateful to UNFPA, the Population Council, SDPI, PAP, and my brethren sitting here, and brethren and sisters sitting here, who are from the 4 PRCs other than FCC. Thank you very much.
Should I start? Bismillah. Yes. Well, Nast is doing a lot. Thank you very much. I'm Faisal. I'm Professor of Economics, Head Department of Economics, and also Director, Center of Excellence on Population and Wellbeing Studies. We started very recently, so we signed kind of MOU with UNFPA. Muqaddar Shah Sahab was there on 14th of February 2023 when we started the center at School of Social Sciences and Humanities, where we have 6 departments. And why I'm telling you 6 departments is basically the approach that we are using at a center of excellence. So because population is at the heart of what we are doing in our center of excellence, we think that from one lens we can only see maybe one problem, but not the proper or a solution that we find for that problem. For example, if we want to look at a challenge that we are facing in terms of providing access to financial services, specifically to rural areas of Pakistan, we can think of infrastructure as one thing that we have. Economic aspect of it is another thing, but educated rural population is third aspect of it. And then how to communicate with this population that is at the stake is another thing that we are interested in. So we have Department of Communication that is with us. We have Government and Public Policy Department, which is working within close collaboration with the Center of Excellence. Department of Economics, which I'm leading, is also part of that. And then we have Department of Development Studies, which brings in development and alternative development aspects from various angles. And we also have a Department of Law that also communicate with us, because the earlier sessions that we had, we predominantly talk about, Dr. Zeba Sitar was also talking about this Council of Common Interest and all, because these are the bodies that help us legislate things that we want to deal with. For example, the laws of child marriage, the law of, for example, gender-based violence and so on. All these things are related to population. So we try to organize our activities in terms of advocacy, research, and kind of publication and understanding data. So we have some papers that we published in journals as book chapters and policy briefs. And one of our affiliates, she is in Sri Lanka today presenting her work on climate change and food security, which is very, very interesting, kind of work that she's doing on rural Pakistan, but that's also linked to very much the population, because predominant majority of population growth is coming from rural areas. So that's where we have to focus as well. So these are some of the initiatives, and we also have at least 2 initiatives. One which is from last year, And the second one we started this year. One is in the March, we celebrate Women's Day. And there we organize kind of seminars, panel discussions related to the issue. And from 2 years, which is 23 and 24, we organize Population Day which is normally on July 11, but because a lot of things are going on in Islamabad on that day, so we try to manage it within a week or 10 days from 11th of July. This time around, we also organized this Population Day, which brought us closer to some donor agencies and collaborations with other organizations. Again, thank to UNFPA to connecting us with some of the organization we are really interested to work with, and they were very critical and helpful for these kind of things. So we have a team of RAs who are our students, not only from NUST but from other universities as well, working with us on various issues. We also kind of almost at the final stage of submitting a report which is with UNFPA at the moment on state of population in Pakistan 2024, which is hopefully will be launched in this month, inshallah. And also we are trying to develop a repository of what institutions globally, regionally and within Pakistan are working on issues related to population, demography and allied issues. So we have developed a list of all international or at least most of the international institutions. We also developed a list of the institutions working within Pakistan at national, provincial or district level that is related to health, population and well-being. And we are also trying to collaborate with some of the organization either globally or nationally or regionally. So we recently had a collaboration with Brown University where one of our students is working on issues of AIDS and knowledge and communication, and she's actually collecting nowadays data on this issue from the adolescent girls and boys within universities. And that's one way of looking at it. And we also have collaboration with FCCU Lahore, where we are kind of trying to develop at least some seminar series or short courses, one of which we already had organized, again with the help of UNFPA and SDPI, where I participated, and some of our RAs also participated. And then with BUTM's, and Dr. Nabil is sitting here, we are doing a short, small project which is financed again by SDPI and UNFPA on population and economy, so impact of population on economic outcomes and things like that. We are going to present hopefully on 13th of December in Islamabad, and I'm sure through our websites and other communication means you'll get to know the outcomes of that paper as well, which is very, very interesting, that how population growth actually helps us understand what is going on with the money that we have with us. I think I stop here, and when it comes to next points, we'll go ahead. Thank you.
So now I would request Dr. Iqbal to please tell us something about the PRC at University of Peshawar, about their activities and what steps they are taking to collaborate locally as well as internationally to enhance the outreach of their research. Thank you.
Thanks to Population Association who gave us opportunity to say something about the PRC. Now I will give you a little bit detail about the PRC of Peshawar University. It's founded in December 2020 with support from UNFPA and the Population Center Council of Pakistan. Focuses on interdisciplinary research and population studies, particularly in FATA area, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, to aid national development. What was our key objectives? Promote MPhil, PhD research and demography and advanced demography techniques. Introduce and teach population studies at undergraduate and postgraduate levels. Build national and international institutional linkages. Conduct and dissemination multidisciplinary research comparing local and global demographic trends. Center initiative seminars and workshops on population and demographic issues. For example, population and development, economic determinant of child sexual abuse, etc. Development of a BS statistics program with a minor in population studies approved from the relevant bodies. Launch of a website to raise awareness about population issues. Establishment of certification courses and population studies. Research and publication, submission and acceptance of research papers on topics like voluntarily cycle knowledge and refuge women's socio-economic integrations, ongoing research on demographic survey methods and time to event analysis for birth interval, capacity building and the policy educate, organized policy dialogues, for example, climate change, mega cities and urban floods, participation and training sessions, for example, proceeding with data by SDPI, collaboration with NGOs and policymakers to aid refugees, women's barriers to education and employment. Future directions, enhance interdisciplinary and inter-institutional demographic research collaborations, expand funding opportunities for research and administrative activities with support from UNFPA and the Population Council of Pakistan. Key output of the Population Research Center, University of Peshawar, research and publications, academic and course development, launch of a course and advanced demographic analysis at PhD level, approval of a BS statistic program with minor and population studies by the department boards, development of courses and collaboration with Department of Sociology, Economics, Geography and Statistics, seminars and workshops, conducted seminars on diverse topics including population and development, that was 2022 and 2024, awareness and knowledge about thalassemia, that was held on 2022, economic determinant and cost of child sexual abuse, that was 2023, human population growth and livestock dynamic in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, it was in 2023. Organized a workshop on efficient data management, policy dialogues and advocacy, hosted discussion on critical issues such as climate change, megacities and urban floods, collaboration and capacity building, strengthened partnership with national organizations like SDPI and other PRCs, trained staff and a data-driven policy research including using tools like R and SPSS, awareness and outreach, organized internal departmental and inter-university collaboration to promote demographic studies, policy recommendations and initiative, proposed community-based educations and vocational program for refugee women, educate for public-private partnerships and anti-discrimination policies to improve refugee women's employment opportunities. So, at all research center, some of the most critical population issues including reproductive health, aging population, migration and displacement, gender dynamics, and youth. Interdisciplinary collaborations, population research and trust with various disciplines to address issues, economics, collaborating on studies of population growth and its impact on economic development, in income inequalities and labor markets, which is very much related to the economics department, environmental sciences, examining the relationship between the population dynamics and climate change, urbanizations, and resource allocation, sociology-related issues, investigation social structures, cultural norms, and gender rules that shape the demographic trends. Now I want to wear the role of Population Association of Pakistan, what they can do for us. The PAP can enhance the capacity and visibility of Population Research Center by capacity building, organizing workshops, conferences and training programs and advanced research techniques, network opportunities, facilitating connections with international population research bodies and funding agencies, representing PRCs and policy forums to emphasize the importance of the evidence-based population planning, population support, promoting PRC research and its journals and newsletters to reach broad audience. Through these efforts, PAP can ensure PRCs are better integrated into national and global policies dialogue. And in this forum, I would like to request that next population anniversary should arrange in Peshawar, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, so we will host, so it will be a good opportunity for us. Thank you very much. Islam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Iqbal, to share with us in detail the activities which Population Research Center at University of Peshawar is taking up and the way forward and the future research initiatives you are taking up. So with this, I would like to request Dr. Nabil to share briefly the activities of Population Research Center at BUTEMS and to tell us some innovative research or some the research according of the present day challenges that your center is taking up. Thank you.
Thank you, Saima. I am Dr. Nabil from PRC BUTEMS. BUTEMS has a long-standing relationship with the Population Association of Pakistan and Population Council. We had hosted a conference, the 16th conference, and I'm glad to tell you that I was, at that time, I was a young lad and a facilitator for that population conference. Today, sitting at this forum, I am really glad to meet all the dignitaries that were present at that time, and thanks for inviting us. So, what PRC BUTEMS is doing, we have basically, particularly pertaining to the research, a few of the things have been told by Dr. Faisal and Dr. Waqas, the collaborations we have. We are basically focusing on a model which is called DMUH. This model is, the D stands for demographic issues, especially demographic transition and the youth bulge we have. The second issue is about urbanization. Some of the districts in Balochistan, specifically Quetta, has seen a lot of changes in its demography, especially due to three major reasons. One is unemployment in the rural areas, the second is conflict, and the third one is due to the growing population of the district. So we are looking at those three problems. The second one is about migration. Migration is taking place, and we are doing research in this area. This migration is, the research on which we are working is related to migration due to climate and migration due to conflicts. So these are two important areas in the domain of migration. The third is urbanization and its pressure on provision of services by the government, and one part of it on the federal government has been covered by the study we have conducted with NUST. Similarly, the last one is health. We are looking at the provision of health, the provision of, we have recently done a study on basic health units and provision of health care using PSLM data. So these are the four major domains at which PRC Butums is looking, and they are working specifically in these focused areas. Initially you asked two questions, a multifolded question. That was that how we are engaging with the other dominions of social sciences and all. We have conducted several trainings, sessions, specifically focusing to the students of MS and PhDs. And we have trained them in understanding what demographic data is and how to handle the demographic data, how the projections are being done, and how these projections are useful in policy making. So these were the agendas. We have also on our team people from different expertise, like we have people from management sciences, we have people from sociology. They are also helping us in understanding this problem of population. I'll take some points from Dr. Faisal that we need some lawyers also, so that we can understand the legality of all of this. So this is all about what PRC Butum is doing and how they are interacting with other disciplines. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nabil. Thank you so much. I'll get back to you in the following question on that. But before that, I want to hear from Dr. Khadija Bari about the IBA Population Research Center, the research they are doing, and other activities.
So IBA's Population Research Center, with the help of Population Association of Pakistan and UNFPA, and under the leadership of Dr. Asma, it was established in 2021, last quarter. And then obviously we were hit with COVID. So in the last couple of years, we have been actively working to set and put this center in a position to pick up a pace. The first thing that we did was set up PRC website. And on this website, we then invited different faculty members who have been working in demographic related concerns, wearing different lens, for example, wearing the lens of an economist, but doing research in the areas that are related to demography. And we realized, as Dr. Shahnaz Wazir Ali also mentioned, that we were working in silos. There is a lot of research work, even within IBA, that is related to demography, which we have compiled together, and we have placed it on our website so that students, particularly PhD and MS students, can get hold of that information and reach out to the relevant faculty that is doing research on population concerns. We are also involved, we also have the series of webinar series which we place on our website so that the research, the students who are doing research in the concerned area can get back to those webinars and learn from those. Then we have a biannual research bulletin, and the best part of that bulletin is that we've got a students' corner in that, and the way the students see the population concerns, they are invited to send in some articles using data sets, and we actually put a prize money on that. And that specific publication, the objective being that we prepare people for 2050. As Dr. Shahnaz mentioned in her concluding remarks, that many of us may not be there at that time. So we need to make sure that the students are more and more involved in the population-related concerns. Then we have a young researchers workshop series. Again, the objective was that rather than bringing in people of probably my age group there and explaining it to the students, I'd rather have young researchers teaching young researchers to trigger that kind of interest in the younger population on population concerns, and it has been a very successful series. We have had young PhD students conducting research, conducting workshops on DHS dataset, HIES dataset, PSLM, and that has attracted many students, and in fact it has increased the interchange within the student community also and enhanced the debate on population-related concerns. More and more MS students are now coming to us with projects that are aligned with the current demographic issues, which is a positive sign. As far as Saima, since you wanted to know what areas of research we are currently working on, so there is migration and refugee issues. This is an area that we have been actively examining, and we have realized that there is a lot of dearth of qualitative research. So we go beyond the data sets, and we have been conducting primary data interviews to pick up on the mechanisms as to why certain refugees are kept out of the social systems here. So that kind of research, I felt that many a times hardcore data may not be able to capture those mechanisms. So we have been involved in capturing and conducting primary research there. Then there is another research area that we are, our PRC members are working on, which is intergenerational employment trends among low-income women. The objective, and this research we are conducting in areas like Leari, where we are trying to find out as to why the social and economic mobility within certain social brackets is being hindered, and why are people unable to move socially upwards and become more productive. So intergenerational employment trend, we are trying to again collect primary data on that. Then there is a lot of research on maternal and child health, and in fact meta-analysis, a very recent development is that some of our PRC members have come to me, and they are now going to conduct meta-analysis on conflicting views on the failures of contraceptives in Pakistan. So that is going to be something that we are working towards. Then there is a lot of research on domestic violence that we are doing. So these are the 4 areas. Intimate partner violence, the acceptability of this violence and the way it is normalized in our society is something that we are going to dig deeper into it in our research. We have published papers on this, and one recent paper from PRC's platform has already been submitted and is with the reviewers, which talks about how women perceive or what are the reasons why women accept domestic violence as a premise. I mean, they just accept it. There is nothing wrong with it. So we are trying to dig deeper into those mechanisms and advise, hopefully, to the policymakers in this regard also when it comes to that point.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khadija Bari. And I am so glad that such impressive work is happening at different PRCs, and not only on the core demographic issues, but also the associated socioeconomic challenges such as migration, urbanization, and all that. However, much of this work sort of, it is not reaching to the policymakers. You know, it's more into the academic journals, sort of, the production is only for the academic community, for the appetite of academic community. So I just want to hear from you, like anybody can take a lead, that what strategies can be employed to ensure that the research that is being conducted, such rich research that is being conducted in Population Research Center, remains accessible and useful to the policy makers and the public beyond the academic circle.
I think this problem has 2 very distinct challenges that we face. Number one, the research in academics that we are doing, is it really meant for policymakers or not? Secondly, are we speaking the language that policymakers understand or not? So these are the two challenges I think that we need to understand first before going and discussing with them. So in that particular context, a better solution can be that these kind of platforms which is provided by Population Association of Pakistan or the PRCs that exist within provincial and federal capital, they can create certain kind of platforms where we can combine kind of dialogue or discussion between what we are doing versus what policymakers are trying to get from us, or they think that we can be in a position to provide a better way out for the challenges that they see in their daily life in Ministry of Planning or Ministry of Health or somewhere. So to connect these two things, I think what is most important is basically the support of the people sitting in front of us. We definitely don't need money for that. We definitely don't need any such material support because we are sitting in universities, so we have infrastructure, we have everything, research we are doing. The only support that we get is basically people like Dr. Zeba, people like GMRF, people like UNFPA who can connect us with the policy makers. So they can provide a sort of platform where we can discuss things that make sense not only for us but for the policy makers. And when we talk about population challenges, we are talking about challenges that we are facing by ourselves. So population is not those who are outside this room. We are the population. So we are talking about ourselves, which means that we need to speak a language that makes sense not only for us but for those who make decisions on behalf of us. So I think I see this problem in that way. So we definitely have to collaborate, not only that we collaborate as PRCs, but we also collaborate with those in terms of those who have access to resources, and resources means that they know the policy corridors and how to access them and how to invite them to these kind of platforms where we can tell what we are doing that makes sense for them as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Faisal. Dr. Fidi.
All right. So I think that this particular platform and many others that UNFPA and PAP has provided for sort of collaborating and reaching out to the policymakers. I also feel that we need to develop linkages and work on avenues that we have not explored before. For example, reaching out to the policymakers, we can do that through media, by writing articles in the newspaper, by making involving young generation and making clipses and some kind of events जिसमें ये चीज़ mention हो रही हो कि concerns क्या हैं. We have to just keep on talking about it. And then also there are certain issues that we tend to shy away from. For example, domestic violence is something that we rarely talk about. And generally we take a back foot whenever such a concern is raised. So I think that one other point that I want to raise here is that generally our research in academic institutions has not been aligned with the needs of the country. We have been just filling in what is required for our promotions. So by creating this platform, I think we are now aligning our research with what is actually needed and used by the policymakers. And I think this is a wonderful platform where such a thing, at least the interest in faculty members is now arising to conduct research that will actually bring a positive difference in the country. Most of the research that we have done in the past, publishing in international journals, has had a very, very different objective. So I think this is a good avenue where we begin to work on that.
Dr. Vikas, you want to add something?
I apologize for this. I think it requires a little bit of introspection and extrospection. We have been doing this for 4 years now. We have made headway in a lot of avenues. We hold 6 to 7 seminars every year. We have had 2 conferences. We've reduced those conferences into booklets, the proceedings of those conferences, and we've disseminated those. We have 7 to 8 publications on 6 different themes. We have disseminated those. We have started a minor program, a certification program, and we have again disseminated information about that also. We have started a data repository. We're working on it. We already have a research repository. But somehow, if you ask me, I would say visibility is very low still, even though we have been doing all of these things to make ourselves visible and to reach out to other communities other than academia and the silo that we live in. And that, as I said, requires a little bit of introspection and extrospection. In terms of introspection, I think as academics, we are too formal. I think the way we present our information, I think the way our papers are written. When I was reducing these publications into small findings like one-liners, I suddenly realized that these could actually inform policy, but we don't do that really. So that's introspection. I think our website needs a lot of work. It needs to be very visual. It needs to be user-friendly to people that are not academics, so that they can go there and actually get something out of it. In terms of introspection, I think, in terms of extrospection, I think there is also a sort of an incredulity in terms of that academia has nothing to do with policy, or they can't really inform policy. So my colleagues have already talked about policy dialogues. I would say in presenting our research, we should focus more on maybe like policy papers like we're about to, or maybe poster presentations. I think there is another idea that we had, which is basically the government can hold like an agenda disclosure sort of an event where they can get us together and tell us what they're planning to do in the next 2 or 3 years and what kind of research they might use, just to give us a heads up in terms of what kind of proposal we should be preparing in the future. Another thing I'd just like to briefly add, I'm sorry my response is a little long, but it's a very excellent question, is that when we're talking about outreach, we completely ignore the private sector and the NGO sector, and we haven't even gone in that direction yet. And I think that's one place where there's a lot of potential. When I see PAP, a lot of private organizations are presenting their paper with excellent research. Again, the NGO sectors are already engaged in helping communities. We don't have, again, another thing on our agenda, again, introspection, is we don't have community outreach. Whatever we do, we never communicate to communities. I think we should all, at least each PRC should be connected to at least one community where they actually disseminate whatever they're doing. So these are my brief 2 cents. I'm sorry for
I would like to add into this discussion. A normal research paper is about 30 pages, and I don't think that our policymakers have such a leverage to go through those 30 pages. We need to make them understand these policy perspectives through some visual aids, maybe through some documentaries, short films, maybe through some graphic description, maybe through very small policy briefs, not more than 500, 700 words. This is how we can disseminate our research. And using this forum, we all PRCs can join our hands and make a single platform or a single website where we can put our research, our ongoing projects, our policy briefs, so that this could be highlighted. Maybe this can be channelized through UNFPA, Population Council, or PAP. So this is my take on this.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nabil, and I totally agree. And one of the takeaway from this is that there is a bridge, we need to bridge that gap that exists between the academia and the policymakers. And one way to do is, this is for UNFPA and Population Council as well, that we can sort of start a policy communication fellowship program in which we can like dissect this research, this amazing research which we are doing it, and produce it in a policy-friendly way, which is understandable to the policymakers for a layman. And I must tell you that recently we had some interaction with the government of Punjab, and there is a huge appetite among policymakers, and they are of the view that we want to have these numbers, but sometimes these numbers are presented in a way that we don't know what to do with them. So with that, Dr. Nabil, you were talking about that you did have some workshops and you did some population projections. I don't know whether at the provincial level or at the... So this brings me to the question of data, because this is one of the main objective of today's session is the data for development. And we all know that data plays a crucial role in shaping development policies. I just want to know, like, how do you see the importance of reliable and timely data in addressing population-related challenges, and what type of challenges do you face when you play with the data and sharing it with the policymakers?
Okay, I'll go with the second half. I have access of data of USA on just one click. I can see their treasury bills, their economic data, their demographic data by just opening laptop and spending few minutes. But it is really unfortunate that it is not true for Pakistan. So that is the condition of availability. We have seen that there was a period from 1998 to 2017 that no census took place. I'm glad that we are now moving towards the digital census, but still there are issues which need to be resolved. Data is important. It is everything around us. For example, I take the human body. We have data going through our blood veins, through our body temperature. What we are speaking in this hall is data. So, as an economist, as a student of economics, I know that data is very important. But when it comes to data in Pakistan, availability is one of the most difficult issues we have. We have raised this question with the Pakistan Bureau of Statistics for several instances, but unfortunately the panel knows better than me. We have another problem, you know that DHS, we don't have the updated DHS, we don't have updated PSLMs. Without having latest data, how a policy can be made and implemented? This is a question mark. We don't possess, as a country, we don't have dashboards which are easily available abroad. We don't have a unified platform where data can be gathered. We don't have such databases from where we can collect the data. In our research of either demography, economics, or anything else in which data is mandatory, we need to search for hours and hours, and we need to look into manual reports to find out the data. I take one example of district data. The development statistics out of 4 provinces, only one is digital, and that is KP. Other 3 provinces do not have the development statistics digitally available. For some time being, Punjab had an online version, but it was again PDF downloadable. So we need to work, if we need to work on that any particular issue which is pertinent to district, we need to look in and search and hunt for data. So data availability is a huge issue in Pakistan, and that is the reality of 2024.
Anyone else want to contribute into that, or?
Building on what Dr. Nabil has already said, with data, I think there are two issues. Data that is available and data that should be collected. Just to give you an example, and I totally agree with Dr. Nabil, getting data is a problem. Like any organization you're dealing with, they create problems. They have a whole barrage of procedures that you have to go through. But even when you get it, how good is that data? Usually data has been collected for specific purposes. Mostly that the data is available is internationally collected, which means the same surveys are used across different countries. Is that data relevant to us? Are we getting the right data? Out of personal experience, there is in the PDHS and in the MICS data, there is a scale for measuring attitude towards paternity for women. And I have, at least my team has analyzed this, the latest mix and latest DHS, and both those scales are not reliable. They didn't come out as reliable, which means those questions do not belong together, yet people are analyzing them together as one scale, which means they're not measuring what they were supposed to measure. Which brings me to my second request, is that as PRCs, and with this, having the facility of this forum and the support of UNFPA and Population Council, SDPI, we can, as we are represented in 4 provinces and the center, think of our own questions, think of developing our own instruments and start collecting our own data, maybe at a small scale at first, but that would be the initiation of something that is longer lasting and really addresses the issues at hand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Waqas, and I really want to dig deep into these issues, but in the interest of time, I'm moving to the next question, which is really pertinent to me as well. Like, what are the challenges population research centers are facing to make themselves sustainable, as well as in terms of the capacity issues which you are facing, and how can these be addressed? Like what, I think one of you have already highlighted the role of PAP as well. How can PAP contributed in highlighting those, addressing those capacity issues? But if you want to just jot down a couple of capacity issues and to make the challenges which you are facing in making your center more sustainable in terms of funding. So I would be grateful.
In terms of, I think the first and foremost challenge is the financial constraint that we tend to face. And we have been thinking about it aggressively, talking about it aggressively, and we are trying to move towards a more sustainable model where we can actually think of conducting workshops and creating a platform from where we can generate our own income. We've got the capacity as far as the intellect is concerned. I mean, like IBA has one of the best faculties across all domains, and as you were talking about the link between demography and other disciplines, so I think that can also be established by creating such workshops. So we have been thinking about it, and we have already, as I said, started the platform by creating Young Researchers Workshop. We have also been inviting other personnel to come and deliver these kind of workshops. So hopefully we will be picking up on that. We have to understand that it is our first couple of years in existence, so it will take time, but the current challenge is obviously in terms of funds. One thing that I was thinking that maybe we can use or request for help from PAP and UNFPA is in terms of grant writing and being able to have some kind of access or support to PRCs so that we can now attract, now we are in a system present so we can attract grants.
Dr. Faisal.
I think we need to understand also that the objectives of the center plus the way our university system is organized. So that's the fundamental challenge that we are facing, precisely because we are working in a university. We have to teach number of credit hours, we have to supervise students, we have to do some administrative stuff, and then the day overs in 8 hours. And on top of that, if we are taking any responsibility in terms of PRC or something, we need to put some extra effort to it. I don't know whether money justifies it or not, but then that extra effort will count where in my whole job description. It doesn't go with the way universities are organized. So अगर आप research center चला रहे हैं तो वो आपकी अपनी खुशी है, मतलब खुशी तो है, but then how to deal with that खुशी. So that's the best basic challenge that we see, which doesn't have any short-term solution. But then I think at our own level, community service, volunteerism, जो अभी मैं और वकास साहब भी बात कर रहे थे, कि unless we become, for example, हमारी जो discussion थी वो ये थी कि unless we become members of Pakistan, Population Association of Pakistan, how can we actually supporting the centers that we are running? So he kindly agreed, he took the membership, I did myself. I hope my colleagues will do as well. But that's basically the first step of understanding that there is an organization that is run not on a salaries basis. For example, Madam, आपको Population Association कितनी salary दे रही?
Population Association.
So you're sitting, which means it's your personal interest, volunteerism, it's the philanthropist within you that's basically making the sense. So we need to understand that we have to do it on our own initiative. And because, as I said, population means we are talking about ourselves. When you're talking about ourselves, we should be volunteer for ourselves as well, which means that we should talk about climate change and food security and population and demography and other issues, which are definitely related to us, every one of us. So this is basic challenge that we might have resources, क्योंकि resources पे अगर बात की जाए तो 2001 में assistant professor की salary 7,700 रुपए थी. I don't know how many of us know. So one of my professor who completed his PhD in UK came back to Agriculture University, he was getting 7,700 rupees. In just 4 years, when HEC replaced UGC, the salary became 74,000. What abrupt change did we saw in our, let's say, university structures? Hardly any, which means that more money might not bring the solutions that we try to find. So there's something else that we need to understand. So I think we need to put our personal efforts to these initiatives, because these are for ourselves, and that will definitely bring some color in the future for us, inshallah.
I think when we are discussing the PRCs, different PRCs, so I think each and every PRC having their own dynamic and their own problems which they are facing. So when I'm talking about the PRC of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa or Peshawar University, so we have a lot of issues. Because when we are collecting the data is like a backbone when you are researching. For research, you need the data. First thing, so how we will collect the data here, it's for me a good opportunity. Dr. Muqaddar Shah Sahab is here. We cannot even send one person and to collect the data and some merged FATA areas. And when we are collecting the data related to the population, so it is more difficult for us. On the other way, when we are collecting data from PBS, from other sources, then also we are facing a lot of problems. So I think Population Association give us a chance that we can easily access the data. When we can take the data, then our scholar or our students can work on it and analyze it. Because when we are asking to the student for demographic study or population study, so we are attracting them to come in this field. That is also not easy job. But we are trying our level best, and we did it after establishing the PRC. Now the two students taking interest, but we will make a platform जहाँ से इनको ये data मिल सके. So in that side, PEP can help us, so it will be easy for us.
Thank you so much, Dr. Iqbal, and I really wish to have more time to discuss more about this, but in the interest of time, as Zahir Gul asked me that we should wrap up this session, we are already late, so I would request Mr. Muqaddar Shah, Head of the Sindh Sub Office, Karachi, UNFPA Pakistan, for his remarks.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Today I really felt honored. I'm very happy. I'm sitting among what I'm saying, I'm really felt very honored, very happy. I'm sitting amongst the PRCs, which was a dream, and that dreams has been converted into reality. And thanks population councils, they converted our dream into this reality. This dream has started in 2012 when we initiated one of the core component of the UNFPA population and development. Then we started one mapping exercise and we started discussion with Simin Ashfaq, she is sitting here, and we came up with a mapping exercise of integration of population factors into policies and plans. In fact, that was the basic to initiate population and development programs within the UNFPA in Pakistan. And this dream became in reality in 2020 and 2021, and the last center was established, I think, in 2023 in NAST. And today we can hear from them a lot of publication research they have already conducted and they are doing. And now the NAST, I think, in the final stage of publishing State of Pakistan, State of Population of Pakistan. It's almost in the final stage. Another dream that we have seen today, Dr. Zeba and her team, in fact, they mentioned Pakistan in the earlier session, Pakistan at the rate of 2050. The first concept note was developed in 2017. And then this concept note was refined by Professor Gavin Jones, who is not among us today. He passed away 2 years back because of the cancer. But that dream has also again became, in fact, through again our very proud Technical Partner Population Council in 2024. So, listening to all of them, the issues, the challenges, the disconnect between their product and the policymakers, which is in fact the actual objective of establishing these centers. We already knew these challenges, in fact, that this is the first step that we are establishing this center. Again, I would again thank you, Population Council, for that and supporting. There are multiple things, again, that pushed us to come up with another project, Data for Development, D4D, that we initiated this year in 2024, covering all these challenges that what we have discussed today. Because the data is now more than just number. It is foundation of sound policy making, effective governance, and then sustainable development. So the Data for Development initiatives, which is a joint effort by UNFPA with Sustainable Development, SDPI, which serve as a groundbreaking steps to create a robust data culture in Pakistan, covering all the objectives and the gaps that we have discussed today, because this initiative acknowledges that without reliable, disaggregated, and accessible data, that what my colleagues have mentioned, accessibility, our ability to address complex cross-sectoral challenges becomes significantly impaired. So the need. What were the needs of creating this data for development project? And then the 3 guiding principles of data for development. And then we kept PRCs in the core of this data for development project. And then the last one, the connectivity, in fact, that they also discussed among themselves. To take benefit of these, the great minds, they are working behind, a lot of efforts they are putting together, bringing data and converting data into actionable format, how these data goes into policy and evidence-based plannings. So those were some of the things. The first thing the first part that I would like to discuss, why data for development we initiated. So many of our institutions, the data producing agencies, in fact, at the national, provincial levels, they face severe challenges in terms of resources and capabilities and capacity. For development aims to fill these gaps through this project. Then the second important that they discussed again, the accessibility. So the lack of unified platform for accessing and analyzing data has been persistent barrier to efficient planning. So the data for development, or D4D initiative, has developed a centralized data portal, not a website. Data portal that has the capability of online analysis. The first ever state compiler in Pakistan, we are going to launch in December, probably on December 12th of this month. So you will see so that's the first phase. In fact, that again has 3 phases. In the first phase, we are linking we have linked, in fact, all the demographic health surveys together, and you just go select the indicators from anywhere of all the DHSs, just click it and come up with the comparable tables. You will have the visuals, the graphs, whatever you want, the tables, so that will be there. So it's centralized for all the PRCs and the provincial. Where to hub it? That was one of the challenge, and we recently had a discussion with Planning Commission that we wanted to have this with you because we don't see any other place, because there is, in fact, Pakistan Bureau of Statistics, accessing their data would be again a challenge. So PBS is working under the Planning Commission or the Ministry of the Planning. If we hub it over there, then it would be very easy to link it with all the products that Pakistan Bureau of Statistics is producing. Straight out, inshallah, very soon we are going for that one. And the third is the building a data-driven culture. Again, we discussed this again. By embedding data use into a policy-making process, so D4D fosters an environment where we evidence underpin decisions, ensuring interventions are impactful and equitable. Now, the second, the approach, the guiding principle of D4D projects. There are 3 guiding principles. Demand-driven agenda. The initiative evolves dynamically, aligning with the specific need of stakeholders, whether provincial, national, or thematics. What exactly would be the requirement of data? What they need to produce? What shape of the data has to be published? Because it has to fulfill the requirement of the demand. And then the robust oversight and governance. I think SDPI team has visited all of you, the Provincial Bureau of Statistics, to come up with a governance framework. The first time, governance framework, linking all Provincial Bureau of Statistics and Federal Bureau of Statistics to have a framework which will ensure the consistency, reliability, and trustworthiness in data collection, dissemination, and its usage. It will have a proper protocol of data sharing as well. The confidentiality, all the elements that has been missed, in fact, from this Pakistan statistical law that has been embedded into that governance framework. The third principle, strategic partnership, which is very important, that some of one highlighted as well. I think Nast has highlighted. Collaboration as the heart of data for development, uniting government departments, academia, civil society, international partners, local partners for a long-term sustainable impact. Sustainability is very important. How important it is to link them with international institutions, international academia, research centers. They need to work together, not only at the Pakistan level, but also at international levels, whether the institution in China, Belgium, USA, somewhere else, they need to be interconnected. They have to take benefit from each other's. Now, the PRCs are the central to the success of this D4D project. How you can take benefit out of this D4D. D4D provides, in fact, cutting-edge IT infrastructure, including data analysis tools to PRCs, enabling them, ensuring research directly informs development agenda. So this will continue for the next 3 years, then we will see how we can make it further sustainable. Then the knowledge sharing, interactive workshops and mentorship programs help PRC's researchers stay at the forefront of global trends in data analysis and visualizations. And now, the fourth part, the last part, how the government, development partners, provincial governments, they can take benefit out of them. Because today is their day, we want them to be visible, to be accessible, and their data to be utilized. Number one, informed decision making. Policy making can rely on the PRC-led evidence to draft policies addressing critical issues from youth employability to climate resilience, that what they have already discussed, what they are doing, the research they have already done, the publications they have already done, and they will do further in the coming years. How we can showcase them, sell them to the government, at the provincial level, at the federal government level, or the general users. We need to come up with that informed decision making. We need to embed them. The efficient resource allocations. By identifying trends and gaps, there are policies, papers, what we call it, the policy papers are briefs. In fact, those will highlight where the gaps are, in which area they are going to research, that will identify the gaps in terms of allocations across the sectors and how the government can come up to fill those gaps. Then the strengthening collaboration, PRC serves a knowledge hub where government agencies, donors, and development organizations can converge to co-create solutions based on data-driven insights. We are also working on that side as well. Then transparency and accountability. Through open data access and improved governance framework that we have already developed, data for development foster trust and accountability. So Data for Development initiative is not just a program, it's our commitment to building a data-empowered future for Pakistan, and by equipping institutions like PRCs with the tools and capacities they need, we are laying a foundations for inclusive and impactful policies that address the needs of all peoples, of the nationals of these countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muqaddar Shah, for shedding light on critical importance of data for development planning and the UNFPA initiative to set up an integrated repository for data, and also highlighting the role of PRCs in making this D4D project successful. So now I would request Dr. Nasra Shah, President of PAP, for her brief remarks, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to keep it really brief. And as I was listening to all of this wonderful work that is happening in the PRC, I've always been wondering, because I've known Dr. Vikas for quite some time now, but the rest of you I'm meeting for the first time today. And it's really very impressive how you have approached it in a matter of 2 to 3 years, sometimes even less than that, because there's a plan and there's a vision and there's that you have an idea of where you want to go. I just have a few comments on where I don't see, one of which is that I do not see clarity, and I don't know whether that's because of how your mandate is, in terms of where you want these programs to go in terms of actually awarding diplomas and degrees which begin to be recognized as either programs of demography or programs that are more broadly labeled as population dynamics. That maybe perhaps it will sell better, I don't know, but that discussion needs to take place. And so all of you have the social science disciplines from which this can be built. But it's going to need additional resources. It's going to need specific courses. It's not going to happen as part of your existing curriculum. So there has to be some thought that goes into it. And I think there's an opportunity here that it can be done simultaneously in the 5 PRCs rather than doing it one by one in different places. So that would be one of my recommendations after listening to what's happening. In terms of the small policy briefs, I totally endorse that, because I think in much of the work that we do, that's the way to go. But they have to be very reliable, very sound, consensus-based, evidence-based, and policy briefs that we can all back up. So they have to be excellent in quality and production. Then, in terms of, I was going to suggest a data repository before Dr. Muqaddar told us that that's already on the way. But you mentioned only DHS. So there's lots of data sets, some of which, like the Child Labor Survey, my students tried to access that, and the process from the PBS was so difficult that it did not work. So that's just one example. There are others there, but the idea of a data portal is an excellent one. And so the way that PAP can disseminate that information. Once we have our website up and running, I'm sorry, we were hoping to actually announce at this meeting that our website is up and running again, but we've had difficulties with the vendors and so on. But as soon as that website is up and running, one of the things that PAP can do in order to support the work of the PRCs is that we put links to what you are doing on the website and then publicize it, because we do have, to all the membership, we send these WhatsApps. Everyone's on a WhatsApp. So of course, those of you who are not members, I would strongly encourage that you become members so that you can be part of the community. Okay. Basically, those are some of the points that I wanted to raise. And thank you so much for all your efforts. And anything that we can do as PAP, we'll be happy to assist, promote, disseminate, and help in any way that we can. Thank you very much.
Just to add, in fact, I didn't mention, thank you, Dr. Sahiba, you have highlighted, in fact. Let me announce that UNFPA is working with provincial and federal government to establish national data hub and provincial data hubs. The data hubs will be, in fact, collating data from all sources, whether census, even some of the service statistics in one place, and then in the second phase, we'll go and put some models, economics model, demographic models, education model for costing purposes, so that it helps the government at the national provincial levels in terms of their future plannings or the PC1s they developed. It will be evidence-based policies, evidence-based planning, in fact. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Muqaddar Shah Sahab, and I really want to take this opportunity to say thank you to all my panelists for this fruitful discussion, and I would request all the panelists for a group photo. Thank you.
Slides, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long haul since morning. We've been at it for the last several hours. We're almost at an end of day one. We would now like to move to our second plenary session, with which our day one will end. Our second plenary is being hosted and supported by Pathfinder International, the USAID-supported Building Healthy Families project. I would like to request our moderator for the session to please take over the proceeding on the stage at the Sham. Right. Over to you, Ehtisham, please.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. And thank you for being here
at a very short notice. It's truly a pleasure to see so many faces that are familiar and some that I got to know. I had the pleasure of knowing at a very short moment whatsoever. The title of our conference, of this particular panel discussion is Flip the FP. And as bold as it sounds, this is exactly the purpose driving this particular discussion. Trying to explore those areas that might be the reason for the stalled family planning indicators here in Pakistan, and perhaps also trying to understand all those reasons that might be factoring into that, and something that we can do as aspirants to be able to, address this. I will try not to take a lot of your time. This is the last session, so as a moderator, one of my biggest challenges is to ensure that you are not bored down. I'm sure a lot of you have been listening to many interesting perspectives whatsoever. But, and this is exactly where I consciously decided not to present you any boring slides or graphs, something that you might have seen a lot. But for now, I'll just try to navigate through some of the headlines that I have captured in the last few years, in the last few months whatsoever, to try to understand how big the issue is and how multi-perspective it is. Vikas, can I have you as a volunteer to read the headlines, because your voice is louder than mine? Okay, the slide changes.
Sure. So national mean monthly temperature of 20.75 degrees Celsius was significantly warmer than country average of 17.87 degrees Celsius PMD.
Achha, by the way, since I'm unlucky with technology, the headline is missing. It said Pakistan records the hottest November ever. Okay, next slide please.
Children constantly coughing. Pakistan's record smog forces people home.
Next slide, please.
Pakistan, 10 million deprived of safe drinking water in flood-affected areas.
Next slide, please.
Swat Valley suffers large-scale deforestation. Unpacking inflation and wage crisis in Pakistan. Youth hit hardest as 4.5 million remains jobless.
This is part of an infographic. It was from a news, but I've tried to pick up. This actually gives us the number of physicians available to every 1,000 people in the country, which often creates a lot of space for quacks, a problem that most of you would be familiar with. So, ladies and gentlemen, as a moderator, I have a prime responsibility not to place an idea, but to be as neutral as possible. I leave it to you people to decide what was common amongst all the headlines that you just saw. And to help us perhaps navigate this more, I have a person, and we could not have been more fortunate to have Dr. Fareed Medad, a distinguished member of the Executive Council of PAP and a senior professor at Bahria University. We would like him to perhaps give us insights grounded in existing data and evidence about where we stand as a country and what is the way forward for us. Dr. Fareed.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। मेरा ख्याल है थोड़ा टेक्नोलॉजी का प्रॉब्लम है, मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन आ जाए। I heard that Dr. Kaisar Bengali is here, and he is brutally honest, so I will present something brutally honest for you, and then we see. यहाँ से बाहर निकल के हम अगर चुक लिए जाएं तो फिर कोई बात नहीं। I'm really sorry. I just quickly introduce myself. I think by the time मैंने ज़्यादा जो काम किया है वो maternal mortality में, maternal health, and I think that's something which I'm like okay, that I have probably achieved something. Not that I have, but you know, the indicators which matter to me most are a couple of indicators which are the only ones who have improved since like 30 years ago when I started my career. That is like refreshing, the reassuring. Maternal mortality rate has gone down like 30%, and the skilled birth attendance has almost 67% now, as compared to 34% or less in 2006. Unfortunately, neonatal mortality rate has not gone down. So what is happening in that area, I don't know. Basically, Pakistan has about 3 times the neonatal mortality rate than all our neighbors, including Bhutan and Nepal. We have a rate of 42 according to 2017 data, and the other countries all have like received are below 15 neonatal deaths per 1,000 live births. Neonatal deaths actually are a result of mostly, you know, okay, it's here, of preterm births. Preterm births are actually caused by increasing temperature during the last month of pregnancy. Remember, that is the direct impact of the. So this is what I'm going to, inshallah, talk about today. Does it work? Okay. So I start from here how actually Pakistan started. In 1950s, we introduced MCH care first time. It was the first in the region, in the South Asia region. Family planning programs in 1960s, and we like drum it like हमने सबसे पहले शुरू किया था. And the human resource development was actually, you know, in health. It actually took place in 1970 with PHC infrastructure in 1980s. जब जुनेजो साहब की गवर्नमेंट थी और बड़े सारे VHUs बने. I think the most like outstanding was the lady health workers introduced in 1990s. उससे हमें जो मैं आपको थोड़ी देर बाद बताऊंगा. Basically जो जितने भी हमारे प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं सब में एक यही है. इसके बाद community midwives, I think we had in 2000. उसके बाद तो basically, why is it changing? So this is, everybody knows कि क्या हो रहा है यहाँ पे. I think this is a scary picture, लेकिन कोई लोग डरते हुए तो नहीं है इसको देख के. हम लोगों को वाकई दिल में हार्ट अटैक का चांस होता है. Doubled once in 22 years first, doubled twice in 26 years. Inshallah Taala next year December में doubled thrice. This is for sure. ये जो है ना वो हमारा जो जिससे सुबह से हम बात कर रहे हैं एनुअल पॉपुलेशन ग्रोथ रेट % में ये होना चाहिए 0, और हमारा है जी 2.37 था 1951 में. उसके बाद से किसी भी मौके पे वो 2.3 से नीचे नहीं गया. और इस दौरान में आपको पता है कि बहुत सारी गवर्नमेंटें 1.6 भी कोट करती रही हैं ऑफिशियल डॉक्यूमेंट्स में. 1.7 بھی کوٹ کرتی رہی ہیں, but it never ever went below that, which is, this is the MCPR, modern contraceptive prevalence rate. صرف ایک جمپ آیا تھا 9 سے 22. I think it was like partly because of Lady Health Workers introduction. اس کے بعد اسٹال ہو گیا, اور اس جو اب ہمیں 24 نظر آ رہا ہے, why is it changing? یہ جو 25 اس وقت ہمیں دکھائی دے رہا ہے, ایکچولی اس 24 ہے. اس 24 میں 9% اسٹرلائزیشن ہے اور 9% کنڈومز ہیں. Condoms are like not effective as much as other. So actual جو ہمارا effective ہے وہ فیمیل اسٹرلائزیشن جب ہوتی ہے جب خاتون کے آلریڈی 5 بچے ہو چکے ہیں. تو اس میں بیسیکلی ہمارا جو یہ ایکچوئل جو ہے امپلانٹس اور آئی یو ڈیز اور پلس ملا کے انجیکشن ملا کے that's about 6%. Okay. Okay, next. Sorry about it. یہ پھر ہماری پروجیکشنز ہیں. اس میں اگر آپ دیکھیں کہ جو ہے نا 4 پروجیکشنز دی گئی ہیں. ایک ہے اگر 1.5 ہو گیا ہمارا گروتھ ریٹ, اگر 1.7 ہو گیا, 2 ہو گیا, 2.25 ہو گیا. موسٹ لائکلی اس وقت اگر ہم اس سے پوچھیں تو 2.25 ہی جو ہے وہ موسٹ لائکلی ہے. اور اس کے لحاظ سے جب ہماری 70 سالگرہ آئے گی 100th سینٹینری 2047 میں we will have crossed 400 million. 400 million. Okay, so next. How we stayed off course. پہلی تو آئی تھنک چیز ہے کہ ہاف بیکڈ انٹرونشنس. ہم نے آدھے کام کیے چھوڑ دیے, ایک کام شروع کیا پھر دوسرے میں لگ گئے. جیسے ہمارا MSH پروگرام, جیسے ہمارا لیڈی ہیلتھ ورکرس پروگرام, جیسے مڈ وائز کا پروگرام. ایویڈنس بیسڈ پلاننگ ہماری جو تھی کبھی بھی نہیں ہوئی. And there was too much donor dependence. Throughout the years, I think we have had way too much donor dependence. ایک زمانہ تھا کہ سوائے USAID کے ہمارے پاس فیملی پلاننگ کے میتھڈس کنٹرسیپٹیوس کہیں سے نہیں آتے تھے. اینڈ لیک آف فائنینشیل کمٹمنٹ, کیونکہ یہ سب سے گیا گزرا محکمہ ہے, سب سے نکمے لوگوں کو یہاں لگایا جاتا ہے. نیکسٹ. روٹ کازز کیا ہیں؟ آئی تھنک ریٹروگریسو انوائرمنٹ آپ سب سمجھ رہے ہوں گے اس سے میری کیا مراد ہے. ہمیشہ ہی رہتی ہے, کبھی جو ہے وہ سامنے آ کے ہوتی ہے, کبھی پیچھے سے ہوتی ہے. ریٹروگریسو انوائرمنٹ از بیسیکلی آئی تھنک دا مین ریزن. وی ہیو ایبسولوٹلی نو ریگارڈ فار دا پیپل آف پاکستان, ایبسولوٹلی. سیکنڈ از کرپشن, ماشاء اللہ لیڈرشپ کرائسس ہے. اینڈ دیر آر مسپلیسڈ پرائرٹیز. آف کورس یو نو ایک کنٹری جس نے نیوکلیر ویپن بنائے ہوئے ہیں, جو ہم پوری دنیا کو بلا کے اور بہت سارے جو نا ویپنس ہم ان کو دکھاتے ہیں کہ ہم بنا رہے ہیں. ہم نے IUD نہیں بنایا, وہ انڈیا سے آتا تھا. انڈیا سے کچھ نہیں آ سکتا, ہماری اس سے ناراضگی ہے. پنجاب میں 4 سال سے IUD نہیں ہے پبلک سیکٹر میں. نیکسٹ. تو یہ جن لوگوں نے اچیو کیا, جن ملکوں نے, جیسے بنگلہ دیش ہے, انڈیا ہے, روانڈا ہے اور انڈونیشیا ہے. بائی دی وے ہمارے جتنے بھی آس پاس کے ملک ہیں سب نے ریپلیسمنٹ لیول اچیو کر لیا. انڈیا, بنگلہ دیش, سری لنکا, نیپال, بھوٹان, سب نے. ان کنٹریز نے کیسے کیا؟ ان کے حالات وہی تھے جب انہوں نے شروع کیے تھے پروگرام. دے ہیڈ ویری لو فیمیل لٹریسی ریٹس. فیمیل لٹریسی ریٹ کہا جاتا ہے نا, کیا ہوتا ہے. یہ 5 چیزیں انہوں نے کی. اسٹرانگ پولیٹیکل ول, وی ہیو اسٹرانگ پولیٹیکل ریٹورک. انہوں نے کیا کمیونٹی بیسڈ ڈسٹریبیوشن. ہم نے LHWs کو انٹروڈیوس کیا, پھر ہم نے ان کو گڑبڑ ڈسٹرائے کر دیا. کلچرل الائنمنٹ, ہم یہی ڈھول پیٹتے رہتے ہیں اسلام اور ریلیجن, اور یہ کلچر کا کوئی نہیں سوچتا ہے. کتنے سارے کلچر ہیں, اس میں کیسے الائن ہوتی ہے فیملی پلاننگ. وی ہیونٹ ڈن دیٹ. کمیونیکیشن کیمپینس انہوں نے بہت اسٹرانگ کی. ہمارے پاس جو ہے ابھی تک یہ ہم کہہ نہیں سکتے کہ مجھ سے اکثر آئی ٹریول اے لاٹ ان رورل ایریاز, کہتے ہیں ہمیں بہبودی نہیں سمجھ آتا. بہبودی کیا ہے؟ بہبودی کرتے رہتے ہیں. ہم لوگ کھل کے نہیں بول سکتے. ہمارے ٹی وی پہ اشتہار نہیں آ سکتے. ایک وہ آئی تھی شاید کنڈوم کی, لیکن ان کو انہوں نے انٹیگریشن انٹو PHC, آئی تھنک دیٹس سم تھنگ سیریسلی امپورٹنٹ. ان سارے کنٹریز نے اچیو کیا ہے وہ اس طرح کیا ہے کہ پرائمری ہیلتھ کیئر میں ہمارا جو family planning है वो merge है. Family planning is a health service for God's sake. It's not a separate department. Was under planning department at time. Planning department को ये करना चाहिए कि बैठ के सोचे कि हमारी population से हमारे finances पे और planning पे क्या असर पड़ता है, वो नहीं करते वो लोग. वो ये family planning को चला रहे होते हैं, जैसे Chief Justice साहब डैम बना रहे होते हैं. Next. ये तीन बेसिकली जो हमारे स्टेटमेंट्स ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम है जो हम सबको पता है. डुप्लीकेशन ऑफ फैमिली प्लानिंग सर्विस, सर्विस प्रोविजन अफेक्टेड बाय लो नॉलेज, जो भी इस वक्त आई थिंक PPHI सिंध में उन्होंने एक अचीव किया कि दे हैव ब्रॉट फैमिली प्लानिंग इनटू हेल्थ फैसिलिटीज़ इन BHUs. लेकिन वहाँ पे भी जो प्रॉब्लम है वो यही है, नॉलेज और स्किल्स ऑफ द प्रोवाइडर्स, और कोई बहुत मतलब आला किस्म की ट्रेनिंग नहीं है. फैमिली प्लानिंग प्रोविजन इज़ नॉट लाइक सर दर्द की गोलियां दे दी. इट्स मोर लाइक ए रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन प्रोवाइडर एंड द क्लाइंट. सप्लाई चेन का हाल हम सबको पता है. इस वक्त जो मुझे काफ़ी अरसे से, लेकिन ये कि आई थिंक ज़ेब को पता होगा, सिंध के अलावा मेरा ख्याल है किसी भी जगह पब्लिक सेक्टर में कम से कम IUD तो अवेलेबल नहीं है, बाकी इंजेक्शंस का उसका नहीं पता. नेक्स्ट. सो दैट द प्रॉब्लम इज ऑन द सप्लाई साइड. वी हैव नोन इट ऑल अलोंग. इसके लिए हमें किसी आइंस्टाइन की ज़रूरत नहीं है. जब आप आइंस्टाइन को जिक्र करेंगे ना कि उसने कहा है कि जी सर्विस प्रोविजन इज द इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग, वी नो इट्स एंड वी क्लोज अवर आइज. हम कहते हैं जी ये हुआ है, ओके, इसकी वजह से. नेक्स्ट. तो पब्लिक हेल्थ इनोवेशन जो हम सोचते हैं, जो हम करने जा रहे हैं, जैसे हर साल हर 2 साल बाद एक नई चीज़ आती है. इट शुड बी क्रिएटिव, एम्पिरिकल, एविडेंस बेस्ड, प्रोग्रेसिव एंड ब्रॉड बेस्ड. नेक्स्ट. क्या हमारे ऐसे हुए? ये कोई आसमान से उतरी हुई चीज़ें नहीं होती. कम्युनिटी हेल्थ वर्कर्स हों, मोबाइल हेल्थ सर्विसेज हों, उन सब में अगर हम ये एक इनोवेशन को इंट्रोड्यूस करें कि लाइक from whatever we are doing, something like more realistic, more applicable. Next. So course correction के लिए हमें क्या चाहिए? First of all, I think controlling corruption. We have to make difficult decisions. We have to set our reset priorities and financial justice. Next. Corruption क्या है जी? Use of public office for private gains and ethical, moral, intellectual deficiencies. ये एवरीवेयर आई थिंक कॉमन है, स्पेशली हमारे सोशल सेक्टर के डिपार्टमेंट्स में, हेल्थ में और पॉपुलेशन. नेक्स्ट. सो किस तरह की लिंक, फाइनेंशियल लीकेजेस तो हैं, सप्लाईज इक्विपमेंट की थेफ्ट भी शायद है, लेकिन सबसे जो पेनफुल चीज़ है वो है आपकी एब्सेंटीज़म, गोस्ट वर्कर्स, डिस्ट्रैक्शन फ्रॉम द जॉब एट हैंड. डू वी कंसिडर दिस इज़ माई जॉब, आई हैव टू डू इट? I'm not sure about it, especially in the family planning sector. Next. Our difficult decision, जैसे making family planning a health service is a very difficult decision. 40 साल से, 40 years से, everybody is trying. All experts are saying कि we will integrate. अभी मुक़द्दर शाह ने भी बताया कि एक पूरा project उसके लिए बना था. Redirecting finances for showcase प्रोजेक्ट्स, फ्रॉम शोकेस प्रोजेक्ट्स जो हमारे होते हैं, उससे अगर पब्लिक हेल्थ की तरफ लाए जाएँ तो शायद वो, एंड गुड गवर्नेंस एंड अकाउंटेबिलिटी, ये बड़ी ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जो शायद ना हो सके. नेक्स्ट. सेटिंग प्रायोरिटीज़, आई थिंक दैट इज़ समथिंग इम्पॉर्टेंट कि वी हैव टू रीओरिएंट आवर बजटिंग एंड प्लानिंग, एंड the resource allocation and the provincial and the national harmony, these are probably the most important priorities for us. Next. ये strategic decision अगर हम ले लें कि family planning को incorporate करेंगे health services में, और delivery of family planning service should be an essential service. It should be like available, I think 24 hours, 7 days a week. Or revise the scope of work and rules of business for PWD. मेरे ख्याल में PWD को supply, monitoring and evaluation और training देनी चाहिए. Complete service delivery should be incorporated, transferred completely to the health department. Next. एक जो लास्ट में बात कहूँगा कि आप लोग डिस्कस करेंगे, लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर्स जब आई थी 1990 के, उसके बाद हमारे पास जो ड्रॉप आया था एक फर्टिलिटी रेट में 1.1 का, और मॉडर्न कंट्रासेप्टिव प्रेवलेंस में तकरीबन 13% की जंप आई थी, उसके बाद कुछ नहीं हुआ. I suggest के bring them back. They are here, but they are not the same as they used to. लेडी हेल्थ का प्रोग्राम इस वक्त मेरा ख्याल है इसकी एफिशिएंसी ओरिजिनल से शायद 20% 30% पे चलिएगी. नेक्स्ट, ये मैं आपको बड़ी सिंपल कैलकुलेशन बता रहा हूँ. लास्ट सर्वे पाकिस्तान मैटरनल मोर्टालिटी सर्वे में लोगों से पूछा, हमने ख़वातीन से पूछा कि आपके पास पिछले एक साल में कोई LHW आई है नहीं है. 25% लोगों ने कहा आई है, 75% ने कहा नहीं आई है. ये बहुत अर्बन एंड रूरल मिला के. नेक्स्ट, फिर हमने उनसे पूछा, देखा हमने कि जिनका एवर यूज़ है फैमिली प्लानिंग का, उनका और लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर्स की विजिट का क्या ताल्लुक है. यू कैन सी दैट द ब्लैक बार जो है वो है जहाँ पे लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर्स ने विजिट किया था. वो सारे के सारे ज़्यादा हैं, नॉन यूज़र में जो है वो कम है. बेसिकली जहाँ लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर्स गई वहाँ पे नेचुरल मेथड्स भी ज़्यादा यूज़ हो रहे हैं, लॉक्स भी ज़्यादा हो रहे हैं, कंडोम भी और इंजेक्शन और पिल भी, नेचुरल मेथड्स भी ज़्यादा यूज़ हो रहे हैं. नेक्स्ट, फिर हमने उसको देखा कि कहीं ये तो नहीं है कि एज पैरिटी, अर्बन रूरल एरिया, सोशो इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस, इनकी वजह से तो नहीं हो रहा था. हमने लॉजिस्टिक रिग्रेशन मॉडल किया एंड इसका मतलब ये है कि उन सब को एडजस्ट करने के बाद एज पैरिटी या सोशो इकोनॉमिक स्टेटस और एजुकेशन, ये बेसिकली एडजस्टेड ऑब्जर्वेशंस बता रहे हैं कि द वीमेन हु वर विजिटेड बाय ए लेडी हेल्थ वर्कर्स, दे वर ऑलमोस्ट ट्वाइस मोर लाइकली टू यूज एनी मॉडर्न मेथड than the ones to whom lady health worker has not visited in the last 1 year. इसी तरह लॉक्स का, इसी तरह इंजेक्शंस और पिल्स का, और इवन नेचुरल मेथड्स. थैंक यू सो मच. आई थिंक इट्स
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. This was very insightful, and thank you very much for giving us an overview. I think so the time is ideal perhaps to, okay. The time is ideal to perhaps come to the moment that you're all here for. We are so fortunate that today we have been joined by a very, if there's a right word, a stellar panel for an ideal discussion about how can we make further progress in family planning. I would like to invite our first panelist on the stage to steer this thing, a name that you're all very familiar with. And I particularly like his courage to speak the truth in the most challenging context. And we'll try to benefit from this particular trait of him today as well. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving an applause to Dr. Kaisar Bengali. I would require him to kindly come to the stage. He's our first panelist today. Welcome, sir, and thank you very much for taking time out. I know you've been extremely busy. Our second panelist is as unique as her name, a doctor by education, and a social media influencer by choice. The content that she produces adds laughter to the households amid the otherwise depressing headlines that we hear every day on the media. I would like to call upon the stage Dr. Tamkinat Mansoor. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give her a big hand as well. She traveled all the way from Lahore for this particular discussion. Thank you very much, Dr. Saiba. Please, have a seat. Our third panelist, we also wanted to explore the religious side of it, and I'll take the cue given by Dr. Fareed as well about the importance of integrating culture into family planning. And for this, we have a very ideal person right now in this room. We are joined by Mr. Khurshid Nadeem, who is also the chairman of the National Rahmatul Alameen wa Khatamun Nabiyyin Authority. And he has traveled all the way from Islamabad for this particular discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, give him a big hand, please. Mr. Khurshid Nadeem is also a writer, and he writes in multiple newspapers, and I really like, reading his articles frequently. Our last panelist is an inspiration for many females who are trying to, run their own setup. Dr. Ifat Agha, she's this chief executive of Sehat Kahani, a telemedicine startup based in Pakistan. She's also a doctor by education and also she's also a Commonwealth Scholar and an MIT Elevate Prize winner 2020. Dr. Saiba, thank you very much. And our panel is complete, and now somebody told me I haven't introduced myself, and I told him I'm a celebrity, everyone knows me. Lekin, just to ensure this thing, I know this is not the case. I work for the Building Healthy Family project of USAID, and this is the project that has made this thing possible, this entire panel discussion possible. And now I will be asking our honorable panelists a couple of questions, and we will try to, learn from their perspective. Thank you very much. Dr. Kesar, my first question is from you, and which is, it has been almost now more than 3 or 4 decades that we have been saying that family planning एक emergency है, एक बहुत बड़ा issue है, और जिस तरह की slides Dr. फरीद बदत ने present की, वो हम हर conference में देखते हैं, और पिछले 10-20 सालों से देख रहे हैं, लेकिन nothing is changing, Dr. Saab. What is needed to be done to at least make all those important people who are stakeholders in this understand that we have now passed that emergency moment and now we don't have much time and we must act? Over to you, Dr. Saab. There's a mic. देखें डॉक्टर साहब का माइक काम करे.
Population and demography is not my subject. I think your question is somewhat generic. You asked, why has it not worked? I think it makes it easy for me to answer because what has worked. You said this is an emergency, but in all the interactions that I have, professionally, personal, friends, relatives, that sense of emergency about population explosion is not there. Nobody talks about it. I think Ziaul Haq said that we don't have to worry about population growth. Allah zindagi deta hai, Allah khuraak paida karta hai. Partly that is the reason because we are a deeply conservative society and subconsciously accept this, even if data may show something else. I've come across individuals, जिसके एक ड्राइवर था, अपनी कह रहा था कितना मुश्किल है घर चलाना, तो मैंने पूछा कितने तुम्हारे बच्चे हैं, उसने कहा 10. But he was not concerned that ये 10 बच्चों की वजह से मैं मुश्किल में हूँ. So I think that तो आप लोग शायद हम कन्वे नहीं कर पाए हैं कि क्या इशू है, क्या मसला है.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sahab. And Dr. Tamkinat, मेरा आपसे exactly यही question है. To set the context, why we have not been able to convey it to the common man, कि ये एक बहुत बड़ा मसला है. I was having a conversation with our country director, Ms. Madiha. वो भी यही बात कर रही थी कि अब ये सारी slides हमें याद हो गई हैं, and ये slides जब हम लोगों को present करते हैं तो जिन्होंने बनाई होती है वो already convinced होते हैं, जिसको समझाना है उसको समझ नहीं आ रही, और जो convinced हैं वो बार बार यही बात कह रहे हैं. How do you think do we need to convince those people who are the prime stakeholders of this? Dr. Sahab.
فرسٹلی تو مجھے یہ لگتا ہے کہ ہمارے یہاں جنرل جو تھاٹ پیٹرن ہے وہ یہی ہے کہ شاید غریب لوگ زیادہ بچے پیدا کرتے ہیں, جو کم پڑھے لکھے لوگ ہوتے ہیں وہ زیادہ بچے پیدا کرتے ہیں. ایک تو مجھے لگتا ہے کہ یہ دس از ناٹ کمپلیٹلی رائٹ. یہاں پہ بہت سارے لوگ ہیں جو پڑھے لکھے ہیں, جو کہ کھاتی پیتی فیملیز سے ہیں. آپ ان سب کا بے شک سروے کروا لیں, ایون ممبرز آف یور اون جو آپ کی آرگنائزیشن ہے ان میں سب سے پوچھ لیں ان کے کتنے کتنے بچے ہیں, اور کیا آگے جب ان کے فردر مطلب بچوں کے بچے ہوتے ہیں یا بچوں کی شادیاں ہوتی ہیں تو کیا وہ ان سے ایکسپیکٹ یا ڈیمانڈ نہیں کرتے کہ وہ بچے پیدا کریں. مطلب ہمارے یہاں ہم یہ سوچتے ہیں کہ کم بچے پیدا کرنا ایک سلوشن ہے. کوئی یہ نہیں سوچتا کہ یہ بھی ہو سکتا ہے کہ آپ نہ پیدا کریں. یہ ایک بہت بڑا ٹیبو ہے کہ یہ کیسے ہو گیا کہ شادی ہو گئی اور بچے نہیں پیدا کرنے. مطلب ہمیں یہ لگتا ہے کہ ون آف دا ریزنس آف گیٹنگ میرڈ از ٹو ہیو چلڈرن. مطلب وائی ڈونٹ وی ٹاک اباؤٹ دا پاسبلٹی آف ناٹ ہیونگ چلڈرن. مطلب آپ میں سے کتنے لوگ ہیں جو سینئرز یہاں ہیں جن کے اپنے بچے ہیں, جن کی شادیاں ہو چکی ہیں, کتنوں نے ان کو کہا ہے کہ بیٹا بہت بچے ہیں اس دنیا میں جن کو گھر چاہیے, جن کو پیرنٹس چاہیے, آپ اڈاپٹ کرو, اڈاپشن کی طرف آؤ. I don't think کہ کسی نے بھی اپنے بچوں سے یہ کہا ہوگا. آپ کے بھی پرابلی آپ یہ نہیں کہیں گے کہ بیٹا اڈاپٹ کر لو, مزید پیدا نہ کرو. تو فرسٹلی تو یہ کہ ہمیں یہ لگتا ہے کہ ہاں جو ہمارے گھر کام کرنے والے لوگ ہیں ان کے بہت زیادہ بچے ہیں. اب ہمارے گھر جو خاتون کام کرتی ہیں ان کے بھی 4 بچے ہیں, میری ماں کے بھی 4 بچے ہیں. سو لائک کوئی ڈفرینس مجھے نظر نہیں آتا. ہاں یہ ہے کہ ان کے لیے ان بچوں کو پالنا زیادہ مشکل ہے کیونکہ ان کے پاس ریسورسز کم ہیں. لیکن اس کا مطلب یہ نہیں ہے کہ جن کے پاس ریسورسز ہیں وہ بے شک 15 پیدا کر لیں, کہ اگر میرے پاس پیسہ ہے تو اس کا مطلب یہ نہیں ہے کہ میں جتنے مرضی پیدا کرتی جاؤں. دوسری چیز یہ ہے کہ کسی بھی پرابلم کو, پاپولیشن ہو یا کچھ بھی ہو, آپ پاورٹی کو ایلیمنیٹ کیے بغیر اس کو ایڈریس نہیں کر سکتے. آپ غریب آدمی سے ایکسپیکٹ کرتے ہو کہ وہ بچے کم پیدا کریں, آپ اس کو بتاتے ہو کہ دیکھو کم بچے پیدا کرو, اس سے ملک کو نقصان ہو رہا ہے, کلائمیٹ کو نقصان ہو رہا ہے, دنیا کو. He doesn't give a damn about the ملک اور کلائمیٹ اور دنیا. اس کو یہ فکر ہے کہ میں نے اگلے ٹائم کی روٹی کیسے کھانی ہے, اور اس کے لیے بچے آر مین پاور. اس کو یہ ہے کہ بھائی جتنے بچے ہوں گے اتنے کمانے والے ہوں گے. تو جب تک آپ اس کے پرائمری پرابلم کو ایڈریس نہیں کرو گے, آپ ایجوکیٹ نہیں کر سکتے کسی ایسے بندے کو جس کا پیٹ خالی ہے. وہ کہتے ہیں نا جو ڈوب رہا ہو اس کو تیرنا نہیں سکھاتے, یا اس سے یہ نہیں پوچھتے کہ بھائی تم کیوں نہیں تیرنا سیکھ رہے, اس کی مدد کرتے ہیں, گیٹ دم آؤٹ آف دیٹ سچویشن. وہ آٹومیٹیکلی کم بچے پیدا کریں گے. یہ ہمیں یہ لگتا ہے کہ دے جسٹ وانٹ ٹو ہیو مور چلڈرن. ان کو بھی پتہ ہے کہ یہ ڈیفیکلٹ ہے. وہ عورت جو بار بار بچہ پیدا کر رہی ہے اس کو پتہ ہے کہ میری ہیلتھ کے لیے اچھا نہیں ہے. I have been pregnant twice. I know it's very difficult. سب عورتوں کے ساتھ موسٹلی 95% عورتوں کی پریگننسیز مشکل ہی ہوتی ہیں, اور وہ یہی سوچتے ہیں کہ یار یہ میں نے کیا کر لیا, آئندہ نہیں کروں گی. کیوں کر رہے ہیں وہ بار بار ایسا؟ سو ریزنز ہم جو ہیں شاید سمجھنا نہیں چاہتے, یا ہم سمجھتے ہیں لیکن ایڈریس نہیں کرنا چاہتے. اور اس کے علاوہ بہت سارے ریزنز ہیں, پر مجھے یہ لگتا ہے کہ یہ 2 مین ریزنز ہیں جو ہمیں انڈرسٹینڈ کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. اور ہم شاید ایک تو ٹارگیٹ آڈینس بھی ہماری ٹھیک نہیں ہے. آپ سب کو یہ سمجھائیں, مجھے بھی یہ بات سمجھنے کی ضرورت ہے کہ ایک کے بعد دوسرا نہیں پیدا کرنا چاہیے تھا. ٹھیک ہے, ہم سب کو سمجھنے کی ضرورت ہے, صرف ایک خاص طبقے کو نہیں. اور وہی ابھی باہر بھی ہم یہ بات کر رہے تھے کہ موسٹلی عورتوں کو بات سمجھاتے ہیں کہ دیکھو کم بچے پیدا کرو. عورتوں کا تو ڈیسیجن ہی نہیں ہوتا بہت سارے ہاؤس ہولڈ میں یہ کہ میں نے بچے کتنے پیدا کرنے ہیں.
یہ ڈیسیجن مردوں کا ہوتا ہے موسٹلی, تو آپ ان سے بات کریں, ان کو بھی سمجھائیں. آئی تھنک اس پہ کام ہو بھی رہا ہے, بٹ دس از لائک بریفلی وٹ آئی بلیو.
تھینک یو ویری مچ ڈاکٹر صاحبہ, دیز آر ویری امپورٹنٹ انسائٹس. بلکہ جب آپ بات کر رہی تھی تو میں حیران تھا کہ کہیں آپ نے کوئی اس سے پہلے ریسرچ انسائٹس تو نہیں پڑھی, بیکاز جتنی باتیں آپ نے کہی ہیں دے آر بیک بائی ریسرچ. سو اے بگ ہینڈ فار ڈاکٹر صاحبہ. اینڈ خورشید صاحب, پہلا کوشچن میرا کیونکہ سملر ہے تو میں آپ سے بھی کرنا چاہ رہا ہوں, لیکن وی وڈ آلسو لائک ٹو بینیفٹ فرام یور ایکڈیمک ورلڈ. You worked a lot on theology as well. اس کے پرسپیکٹو میں آپ کیا سمجھتے ہیں کہ باقی مسلم ممالک میں, جو کہ ڈاکٹر فرید مدد بھی جس طرح بتا رہے تھے, سراؤنڈنگ پاکستان, they have realized کہ population is a huge issue. What is particularly wrong with Pakistan? And I would also want to perhaps benefit from this thing کہ کیا آپ سمجھتے ہیں کہ سم تھنگ ہیز ورک. ہماری فرٹیلٹی ریٹ تو ڈکریز ہوا ہے, لیکن آف کورس اٹ از ویری انیڈیکویٹ ایز آف ناؤ. تو آپ کیا سمجھتے ہیں ڈاکٹر صاحب, خورشید صاحب, کہ 50 سال سے ہم لوگ کیوں نہیں سمجھا سک رہے اور اس ایشو کو ہم اپنی نیشنل پرائرٹی نہیں بنا سکتے؟
بسم اللہ الرحمن الرحیم. پچھلے 30-35 سال سے میں مذہب کا ایک طالب علم ہوں, اور میری ہمبل سبمیشن یہ ہے کہ جو کامن سینس کی چیزیں ہیں مذہب عام طور پر ان کو ایڈریس نہیں کرتا, اس لیے کہ اللہ تعالیٰ نے جو ہدایت کے ذرائع پیدا کیے ہیں ان میں وحی کے ساتھ ایک ذریعہ عقل بھی پیدا کیا. بلکہ قرآن مجید سے یہ معلوم ہوتا ہے کہ اگر آپ کے پاس عقل نہیں ہے تو آپ وحی کے مخاطب نہیں بنتے. اس لیے پہلی بات تو یہ ہے کہ یہ کامن سینس کی چیز ہے, اس لیے مذہب نے اس کو اس طرح سے مخاطب نہیں بنایا جس طرح سے باقی چیزوں کو مخاطب بنایا. ایک بات. دوسری بات یہ ہے کہ پاکستان میں اگر یہ ہمیں مسئلہ درپیش ہوا تو اس کے اسباب زیادہ تر کلچرل اور سماجی ہیں. مثال کے طور پر ایک اولاد نرینہ کا تصور ہے ہمارے طرح کہ لڑکا ہونا چاہیے, اگر لڑکا نہیں ہوگا تو پتہ نہیں کتنی بڑی ایک کمی رہ جائے گی خاندان کے اندر. تو ایک لڑکے کی تلاش میں اکثر خاندانوں میں آپ دیکھتے ہیں کہ اولاد کی ایک پوری لائن چلی آتی. یہ ایک بڑا سبب ہے ہمارے ہاں پاپولیشن میں اضافے کا. اس کا تعلق عمارت غربت کے ساتھ نہیں ہے, بلکہ ایک سماجی ہمارا جو ایک مائنڈ سیٹ ہے کہ ہمارا بیٹا ہونا چاہیے, ہم بہت ساری بیٹیاں پیدا کرتے چلے جاتے ہیں. دوسرا ایک بڑا سبب ہے کم عمری کی شادیاں. ہمارے ہاں ایک یہ بھی معاملہ ہے کہ ہم بہت کم عمر میں بچیوں کو بیانا چاہتے ہیں, اور ایک پرسیپشن یہ ہوتی ہے کہ چونکہ اس کے ساتھ عزت اور اس طرح کے بہت سارے تصورات وابستہ ہیں, تو وہ زیادہ عرصہ اگر اس شادی کے امبریلا تلا نہ آئی تو ممکن ہے بہت ساری ایسی حرکتوں میں ملوث ہو جائے جو لڑکے کے لیے تو ہم قبول کرتے ہیں لیکن لڑکیوں کے لیے قبول نہیں کرتے. اس لیے کم عمری میں ایک خوف طاری ہوتا ہے کسی کے گھر میں بیٹی پیدا ہو جائے, خوف طاری ہوتا ہے کہ اس کو جلد از جلد بیاہ دیا جائے تاکہ کہیں ہمارے لیے کسی خدا نخواستہ بدنامی کا سبب نہ بنے. تو ایک دوسرا بڑا سبب ہمارے ہاں اگر پاپولیشن پلاننگ نہیں ہوئی اور لوگ اتنے ہمارے بچے زیادہ ہیں, آبادی زیادہ ہے, تو اس کی بڑی وجہ کم عمری کی شادیاں, اور اس میں بھی میں آپ سے عرض کروں کہ غربت اور عمارت کی وجہ نہیں ہے. تیسرا بڑا سبب جو ہے وہ ابھی یہاں بات ہوئی تھوڑی سی مذہب کی بھی, وہ ہے رد عمل کی نفسیات. 60s میں ہمارے ہاں کچھ سوشل ریفارمز کا ایجنڈا ایوب خان صاحب لے کے آئے, اور کچھ لوگ اس میں انوالو ہوئے, جس میں آپ کو معلوم ہے کہ ہمارے یہاں جو فیملی لاز ہیں یہ 60s میں بنے تھے. تو اس وقت کچھ چیزیں طے ہوئیں جس میں نکاح طلاق کے کانٹیکس میں قانون سازی ہوئی, شادی کی عمر کے تعین کے بارے میں قانون سازی ہوئی, اور ایک جنرل پرسیپشن ڈیولپ ہوا کہ جیسے سوسائٹی کو مذہب سے دور کر کے وہ جو بعد میں مشرف صاحب کے دور میں کوٹ اینڈ کوٹ انلائٹنڈ ماڈریشن کی طرف لے جانے کا اور اس کا عمومی ایک ہم نے یہ سمجھا کہ اس کا مطلب یہ ہے کہ ایک سیکولر سوسائٹی بنانے کی طرف ہم جا رہے ہیں. تو ایک رد عمل کی نفسیات پیدا ہوئی کہ جو ریفارمز آپ نے سجیسٹ کیے سوسائٹی کے لیے ان سب کے بارے میں ایک رائے پیدا ہوئی کہ یہ تو ایک مغرب زدہ فکر کا نتیجہ ہے اور سوسائٹی کو ویسٹرنائز بنانے کا یا سیکولر بنانے کا طریقہ ہے, لہٰذا ہم نے اس کی مخالفت کرنی ہے. تو جن لوگوں نے 60s کی چیزیں دیکھی ہیں ان کو معلوم ہے کہ جب ہمارے ہاں یہ فیملی لاز آئے تو ہمارے ہاں کلرجی اور مذہبی طبقے کی بائی اینڈ لارج ایک بڑی مخالفانہ مہم چلی. ڈاکٹر فضل الرحمان ہوتے تھے, ایک بڑے اسکالر تھے جن کی بہت سارے انیشیٹو انہوں نے لیے. ایوب خان صاحب نے ایک ادارہ بنایا تھا اسلامک ریسرچ انسٹیٹیوٹ کے نام سے جو آج بھی موجود ہے. تو ڈاکٹر فضل الرحمان صاحب کو ملک چھوڑ کے جانا پڑا, وہ اتنی اسٹرانگ کمپین تھی ان کے خلاف. تو تیسرا بڑا مسئلہ میرے خیال میں یہ ہے کہ ہم نے جو یہاں میئرز لیے اس کو روکنے کے لیے, اس کی اورینٹیشن چونکہ ایک سیکولر پس منظر سے چیزیں سامنے آ رہی تھیں تو مذہبی طبقے نے اور مذہبی خیالات رکھنے والے لوگوں نے اس کی مخالفت کی, اور رد عمل میں پھر انہوں نے ہر اس چیز کو, مثلا کم عمری جب شادی کی عمر یہاں طے ہوئی تو یہ, میں اسلامی نظریہ کوسٹ آف اسلامک آئیڈیالوجی کا ممبر بھی رہا, آج تک شادی کی عمر کا سوال جو ہے ہم طے نہیں کر پائے. سندھ میں اس میں قانون سازی ہوئی لیکن باقی صوبوں میں نہیں ہو پائی. وہ 16 سال کی عمر ہے, لیکن ابھی تک آپ کو معلوم ہے ہمارے ملک کے اندر بہت کم عمری میں شادیاں ہو جاتی ہیں لوگوں کی. تو یہ 3-4 بڑے ایشوز ہیں. میں آگے چل کے آپ سوال کریں گے تو بتا سکتا ہوں کہ سولوشنز کیا ہیں, لیکن میرے نزدیک یہ وہ اسباب ہیں جس کی وجہ سے ہمارے ہاں فیملی پلاننگ کا پروگرام کو بہت کامیاب نہیں ہو سکا.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir. This is very insightful. Dr. Saiba, you know the question. I'm not going to repeat it, but میں آپ سے بہرحال وہ نیکسٹ کوشچن میں وہ پرسپیکٹو تو سمجھنا چاہوں گا دیٹ یو برنگ ٹو دی ایکویشن ایز اے وومن انٹرپرینیور ایز ویل. لیکن فرسٹلی 50 سالوں میں ہم نے کیوں اس ایشو کو ہم ایک نیشنل پرائرٹی نہیں بنا سکے, پروونشل پرائرٹی بھی نہیں بنا سکے, اس کی وجہ؟
I think first of all, thank you for inviting me to this forum. It's a really interesting discussion. And I think باقی پینلسٹ نے جو باتیں کہی ہیں I think بہت وزن رکھتی ہیں ساری باتیں. جو بات میں یہاں کروں گی تھوڑا سا ایک ہٹ کے ایک ڈفرینٹ اینگل شیئر کروں گی, کیونکہ میں جو ادارہ چلاتی ہوں صحت کہانی, ہمارا مینلی کام ہم کس طرح سے خواتین کو امپاور کریں کہ وہ تھرو ٹیکنالوجی ہیلتھ کیئر ایکسیس دے سکیں. تو مجھے جو لگتا ہے کہ ایک بہت بنیادی وجہ یہ چیلنج کی ہمارے ملک میں ہے وہ ہے وومن ڈونٹ ہیو empowerment, women don't have education, they don't have financial independence. ہمارے یہاں 2 طبقے ہیں. اگر میں لو انکم اور اپر انکم دونوں کی بات کروں تو اپر انکم کی بھی اگر آپ بات کریں, کتنی ساری خواتین ہیں جو بہت سارے ایسے ریلیشن شپس میں زندگی گزار دیتی ہیں کیونکہ فائنینشیل انڈیپینڈنٹ ہی نہیں ہیں. ان کے پاس ڈیسیجن میکنگ پاور اس لیے نہیں ہے کہ ان کے ہاتھ میں پیسے نہیں ہیں. پیسے اس لیے نہیں ہیں کہ یا تو وہ اتنی ایجوکیٹڈ نہیں ہیں, یا اگر ایجوکیٹڈ ہیں تو وہ انڈیپینڈنس نہیں ہے, ان کے پاس کوئی امپلائمنٹ نہیں ہے کہ وہ گھر سے نکل سکیں. تو یہ تو ایک طبقہ ہو گیا. جب آپ لو انکم کی طرف آتے ہیں, کیونکہ ہم بہت کام کرتے ہیں دیہی علاقوں میں, تو دا ڈائنامک از انٹائرلی ڈفرینٹ ان دا سینس دیٹ وہاں تو ایجوکیشن ہونے کے برابر ہے ہی نہیں خواتین کے پاس. ہم ایک کمیونٹی میں ایک دفعہ کلینک بنانے کے لیے جا رہے ہیں چلڈرن, وہ شاید ان کو اکثر ایسا لگتا ہے کہ وہ یہ سوچ بھی نہیں سکتی کہ مے بی دے ڈونٹ وانٹ ٹو ہیو چلڈرن. مینی ایون آئی ایم اے مدر, آئی ہیو 2 daughters, but there are many people who later on realize that maybe they were not meant to be parents, and it's okay to think of having a life where you don't want children, maybe normalizing that concept exactly. But ہمارے یہاں جب ایک عورت empowered ہی نہیں ہے, اس کے پاس financial decision making نہیں ہے, تو یہ ڈیسیجن لینا بھی کہ جی بچے چاہیے یا نہیں چاہیے وہ لے ہی نہیں سکتی, وہ لے ہی نہیں پاتی اگر وہ لینا چاہے بھی. تو مجھے ایسا لگتا ہے کہ women not being educated enough, not being employed enough, not having access to finances is also a really important reason. اور یہ آپ دیکھیں گے وہ خواتین جو کام کرنے لگتی ہیں, جو گھر سے باہر نکلتی ہیں, جو جاب کرنے لگتی ہیں, automatically they limit their family size because انہیں پتہ ہوتا ہے کہ this is what I can actually manage as a parent, and beyond that I can't really manage. You know, I have to manage my 9 to 5. If I have 1 or 2 children, کام جب کرتی ہیں تو انہیں I think finances کی قدر بھی ہوتی ہے. تو they also understand that okay, having 2 children, this is my انکم بریکٹ یہ میری چادر ہے, میں اتنا ہی ایکسپینس کر سکتی ہوں, میں کام کر رہی ہوں, میں پڑھی لکھی ہوں, میں اپنے بچوں کو اتنا پڑھانا چاہتی ہوں, تو دس از اٹ. بٹ جب آپ ایجوکیٹڈ نہیں ہوں گے, ایکسیس ٹو فائنینسز نہیں ہوگا, تو مجھے لگتا ہے یہ بھی ایک بہت بڑی ریزن.
تھینک یو ویری مچ ڈاکٹر صاحبہ. ڈاکٹر کیسر, میں آپ سے پوچھنا یہ چاہ رہا ہوں, کیونکہ آپ جب سے فیڈرل نے اپنے پاورز پروونسز میں ٹرانسفر کیے اور بہت سی منسٹریز ڈیوالو ہوئی, آپ NFC ایوارڈ کے سارے پروسیس کو بھی بہت کلوزلی جانتے ہیں. ہمیں اس چیز کا پتہ ہے ڈاکٹر صاحب کہ پاکستان میں چھوٹے پروونسز اکثر یہ بات بھی کرتے ہیں کہ جی جو ریسورسز پاکستان میں ڈسٹریبیوٹ ہوتے ہیں ٹو اینی پروونس, وہ وہاں کے لوگوں کے لحاظ سے ہوتے ہیں. جو پاور ڈسٹریبیوشن فارمولا ہے وہ بھی لوگوں کے لحاظ سے ہوتی ہے. انٹرسٹنگلی جب آپ ہاؤس ہولڈ لیول ڈیٹا دیکھتے ہیں تو آپ یہ ریئلائز کرتے ہیں کہ چاہے آپ سندھ کا ڈیٹا دیکھ رہے ہیں, بلوچستان کا دیکھ رہے ہیں, پنجاب کا دیکھ رہے ہیں, تو ہر گھر کو زیادہ لارجر فیملی سائز چاہیے. تو پالیسی سے لے کے ہر بات تک جو آپ کا سروائیول ہے وہ اگر زیادہ لوگوں پہ محیط ہے, تو پھر پاپولیشن کنٹرول کے یہ جو انڈیکیٹرز ہیں یہ تو خالی ریسرچرز کو ہی سمجھ آئیں گے, یہ عام بندے کو تو نہیں سمجھ آئیں گے. واٹ شوڈ بی آر وے فارورڈ فار دیٹ؟
میرا لیٹ می ریپیٹ, میرا یہ سبجیکٹ نہیں ہے تو میں نے کبھی اس پہ غور نہیں کیا, لیکن ریسنٹلی آئی ہیو گاٹن انوالوڈ وتھ دس, کیونکہ ایک اور بھی یہاں میٹنگ ہوئی تھی. پہلی بات تو یہ کہ جو آپ نے NFC کا حوالہ دیا, NFC کی جو ڈسٹریبیوشن ہے ٹو دا پروونسز, اس میں 4 کرائٹیریا ہے: پاپولیشن, پاورٹی, ایریا اینڈ ریونیو جنریشن. اور پاپولیشن کا ویٹ جو ہے وہ 82% ہے. اب وہ لوگ کہتے بھی ہیں کہ پروونسز کو تو پھر انسینٹیو نہیں ہے کہ وہ پاپولیشن کنٹرول کرے. دس از اے فلاڈ آئیڈیا. When a couple decides the size of their family, they don't first open the NFC award and read what is written in it. تو یہ بالکل ہی فلاڈ آئیڈیا ہے. وہ لوگ انڈیویجول فیملی لیول پہ NFC doesn't come into the picture at all. I would think 99% don't even know what NFC is. For the politicians also, it's not an incentive, because children born today will not become voters till the next 20 years. اور 10 سال کے بعد میں تو نہیں ہوں گا چیف منسٹر, تو میں 15 سال 20 سال کی پلاننگ ابھی سے کیوں کروں؟ Why should I fight for a larger share for my province on the basis of population when the chief minister 20 years down the road is going to benefit? So both these arguments are flawed. It's not right. I said earlier that I think the right message has not been given. Perhaps the right research has not been done. Now I'm going to make a very politically incorrect statement. I think we have to look at family size by ethnicity. I think there are certain ethnic groups which have small families, and there are certain ethnic groups which have large families. And perhaps all the effort has been on the supply side. جی contraceptive provide کرنا چاہیے, family planning clinics ہونی چاہیے وغیرہ وغیرہ. Maybe it is time to bring in sociologists and psychologists into the research and policy making. Let us see whichever ethnic group, whichever area, whichever income group, جہاں پر propensity زیادہ ہے large families کی, what determines that? I don't know, maybe that has been done, I don't know. But جو discussion آج بھی جو presentation آپ نے کی وہ بھی supply side presentation تھی. یہ نہیں ہے کہ ایک certain ethnic group کی family ہے, rural ہے, ان کی کیا motivations ہیں. I don't know اس اینگل سے ریسرچ ہوئی ہے کہ نہیں. So I think it's time to bring sociologists and psychologists into the debate, into the picture, and not let them take the driver's seat rather than doctors and family planning specialists.
Thank you very much. This is a very important point. In fact, ڈاکٹر صاحب آپ کو یہ جان کے خوشی ہوگی ہم جس فیلڈ میں کام کرتے ہیں سوشل اینڈ بیہیویئر چینج وہ اسی بات پہ فوکس کرتی ہے کہ یہ سب تب چینج ہوگا جب وہ مائنڈ سیٹ چینج ہوگا جو کہ ہاؤس ہولڈ میں یہ ڈیسائیڈ کرتا ہے کہ میرا فیملی سائز کیا ہوگا. Dr. Tamkinat, I would like to come to you with my second question, which is, why do you think Pakistanis in general, Khyber se leke Karachi tak, they need a larger family size?
دیکھیں ایک تو اس میں یہ چیز ہے کہ ہمارے ہاں جو مردانگی ہے نا وہ سب سے بڑی خوبی ہے ایون عورتوں میں بھی. جو خواتین زیادہ جسے کہتے ہیں نا کہ یہ مرد مار ٹائپ کی عورتیں ہیں تو وہ جی کیا بات ہے بڑی جو ہے نا وہ وزادار عورت ہے. تو ہمارے ہاں سب سے بڑی خوبی جو کسی بھی انسان میں ہو سکتی ہے خواہ وہ مرد ہے یا عورت وہ ہے مردانگی. اور مردانگی کا تعین ہم اسی چیز سے کرتے ہیں کہ کوئی بندہ اگر میں سوشلی ایکسیپٹیبل ورڈ یوز کروں تو وہ کتنا فرٹائل ہے لیٹس جسٹ سے. تو آپ اپنے جتنے بھی اشتہار دیکھ لیں آپ اپنے ڈراماز دیکھ لیں جو ہماری ریگولر کانورسیشنز ہیں وہ دیکھ لیں. مطلب میں آپ کو ایک چھوٹی سی اگزامپل دیتی ہوں. when I was in میڈیکل کالج تو ہماری کلاس ہو رہی تھی میڈیسن کی اور ہماری جو پروفیسر تھیں شی سیڈ کہ ہم پیشنٹس کو کچھ ٹائم کے لیے اسٹیرائڈز یوز کرنے کے لیے دیتے ہیں کوئی بھی میڈیکیشن دیتے ہیں کچھ ٹائم یوز کرنے کے لیے تو وہ اگر ان کو اس سے افاقہ ہوتا ہے وہ بہتر فیل کرتے ہیں تو وہ استعمال کیے جاتے ہیں وہ چھوڑتے نہیں ہیں. تو ہم چاہے انہیں جو مرضی کہہ لیں کہ نہیں اس سے آپ کی گٹ خراب ہو جائے گی گٹ کا بیکٹیریا مر جائے گا آپ کی صحت کو نقصان ہوگا وہ نہیں سمجھتے. تو شی سیڈ سم تھنگ اینڈ شی سیڈ کہ اگر کل کو آپ بھی پریکٹیشنرز بنیں تو یو کین یوز دس. شی سیڈ کہ اگر آپ یہ کہہ دینا کہ اس سے آپ کو مردانہ کمزوری ہو جائے گی اگر آپ بہت لمبا عرصہ استعمال کریں گے تو کہتے ہیں وہ 1 گھنٹہ بھی 1 ڈوز بھی اوپر نہیں لے گا وہ بندہ. کیونکہ ہمارے ہاں جیسے میں نے کہا کہ سب سے بڑی خوبی مردانگی ہے اس سے بڑا جرم اور سب سے بڑا پرابلم ہماری سوسائٹی کا مردانہ کمزوری ہے جو آپ ہر ہاؤس ہولڈ میں ہر جگہ ہے. اور مردانگی کا تعین کیسے ہوتا ہے کہ آپ اس میں ایک یہ بھی ہے کہ آپ مطلب آپ کتنے ویرلٹی آپ کی کیسی ہے اور وہ ہر جگہ ہے. تو ایک بہت بڑا فیکٹر یہ ہے کہ جیسے ہم کہتے ہیں کہ عورتوں کے لیے ایک سیفٹی اور سیکیورٹی نیٹ ہوتا ہے کہ ان کی اولاد ہو کہ میں نے جیسے کہا کہ شادی کا تو اور کوئی پرپس ہی نہیں ہے سوائے بچہ پیدا کرنے کے. دوسرا یہ بھی ہے کہ ایک عورت کو کہ بھئی ہم یہ کہتے ہیں کہ عورت مکمل تب ہوتی ہے جب وہ ماں بنتی ہے یہ ہماری سوچ ہے. تو وہ ماں کے ساتھ اتنا ریلیٹڈ ہے اس کا عورت ہونا تو کہیں نہ کہیں عورت کو ماں بنانے سے ریلیٹڈ ہے مرد کا مرد ہونا کہ کین یو امپریگنیٹ اے وومن اور ناٹ. تو وہ بھی ایک چیز ہے ہمارے ہاں کہ جی ہم مردوں کے اوپر بھی یہ پریشر ہے اگر کوئی مرد کہے کہ جی میں نہیں چاہتا کہ میرے بچے ہوں تو لوگ کہیں گے کہ یہ ہوندے نہیں تاں ہی کہندا ہے. اپنی مرضی سے کوئی کیسے نہیں چاہے گا کہ اس کے بچے ہوں. تو یہ جو ہماری ایک سوچ ہے نا اور ہم ہر چیز میں کسی کو ڈیمین کرنا ہو کسی مرد کو تو اس کو ایسے ہی کہیں گے کہ تم مطلب کوئی ایسا ورڈ یوز کریں گے جس کا گھوم پھر کے مطلب یہی ہوگا کہ مے بی یو آر انیبل ٹو پرفارم سیکشولی. تو ہمارے ہاں جو ایک بہت بڑا زور دیا جاتا ہے نا اور ہماری پوری سوسائٹی کے دماغ کے اندر آئی تھنک ہر چیز سے ریلیٹڈ جو ایک بہت امپورٹنٹ ایک سیکشول ایلیمنٹ ہے ہم اس کو اگنور نہیں کر سکتے. سب سے زیادہ پورن دیکھنے والی ہماری قوم ہے لیکن ہم ٹی وی کے اوپر کانڈمز کے اشتہار نہیں چلا سکتے. ہمارے ہاں سب سے زیادہ پاکستان از ون آف دا موسٹ ڈینجرس کنٹریز فار چلڈرن. چاہے ان کی خوراک ہو چاہے ان کی سیکشول سیفٹی ہو چاہے ان کی ایجوکیشن ہو چاہے چائلڈ لیبر ہو. تو ایسی سوسائٹی جہاں پر بچے دنیا میں شاید سب سے زیادہ ون آف دا موسٹ ڈینجرس پلیسز فار چلڈرن وہاں پہ آپ جس اسپیڈ سے بچے پروڈیوس کر رہے ہیں. اور ایک اور بات میں یہاں کرنا چاہوں گی کہ ہم بچوں کو انڈیویژولز یا انسان نہیں سمجھتے. ہماری سوسائٹی میں ہم یہ دیکھتے ہیں کہ چلڈرن آر آر ایکسٹینشن یا ہم بچے پیدا کر رہے ہیں کہ ہم نے بہت بڑا احسان کیا ہے کہ ہم انہیں دنیا پہ لے آئے ہیں. ناؤ دے او اس دیئر انٹائر لائفز. لوگ کہتے ہیں نا کہ تمہیں پڑھایا تمہیں لکھایا تمہیں کھلایا. کس نے اپلیکیشن دی تھی کہ پیدا کرو؟ The kid never asks you to, bring them to the world. یہ آپ کا conscious decision ہے. تو یہ سوچنا کہ یہ بچے ہمارے فیوچر کی گارنٹی ہیں, یہ ہمارا سہارا ہیں, ان کے اوپر ہم نے احسان کیا ہے انہیں روٹی کھلا کے, ہم تمہیں اتنے اچھے کپڑے پہناتے ہیں, تمہیں اتنی اچھی جگہ پڑھایا. چھوٹے بچے کو پتہ بھی نہیں اچھے کپڑے کیا ہوتے ہیں. اگر میری جب بیٹی چھوٹی تھی میں اسے اس کی مرضی سے تیار ہونے دیتی تھی نا, وہ رنگ برنگے عجیب سارے کلپ سر میں لگا لیتی تھی, ساری انگوٹھیاں پہن لیتی تھی. میں کہتی تھی میں تمہیں ایسے نہیں باہر لے کے جا سکتی, کیونکہ میں نے لوگوں کو دکھانا ہوتا تھا کہ او مائی گاڈ لک میرے بچے نے کتنے اچھے کپڑے پہنے ہیں, دا برانڈیڈ کلوتھز اینڈ آل. اس کی مرضی شامل نہیں ہوتی تھی اس میں. وہ کئی دفعہ انکمفرٹیبل ہو رہی ہوتی تھی, اس کو وہ جوتے اچھے نہیں لگتے تھے, شی ڈنٹ لائک دا وے شی. مجھے ہوتا تھا کہ 4 لوگ دیکھیں گے تو کہیں گے کہ او مائی گاڈ بوجی کلوتھز, یا واو. تو ہم جو کچھ بچوں کے اوپر انویسٹ کر رہے ہوتے ہیں ہم اپنے لیے کر رہے ہوتے ہیں. کل کو سہارا بننا, یہ ہمیں سمجھنے کی ضرورت ہے کہ بچہ ایک انڈیویجول ہے, اس کی وہی رائٹ. ہمارے ہاں چائلڈ رائٹس پہ بات نہیں ہوتی. ویمن رائٹس پہ ہم جتنا مرضی بول لیں, فلانے کے رائٹ, اس کے رائٹس, ٹرانس رائٹس, یہ وہ. بچوں کے رائٹس پہ کوئی بات نہیں. میں نے آئی ڈونٹ تھنک آئی ایور بین انوائٹیڈ ٹو اینی تھنگ جس میں بچوں کے رائٹس پہ بات ہو. اور اگر ہم ریلیجسلی دیکھ لیں, آئی تھنک سر وڈ اگری کہ بچوں کے بہت رائٹس ہیں اسلام میں. ان کے نام رکھنے سے لے کے ان کی پرورش, ان کی شادی, ایوری تھنگ, کہ آپ نے نام بھی اچھا رکھنا ہے بچے کا, یہ اس کا حق ہے. تو ہم احسان سمجھ کے بچوں کو ان کے حقوق دیتے ہیں. تو جب تک ہمیں لگتا ہے کہ اچھا یار جاؤ یہ پانی پلا دو, یہ کر دو, تم اٹھ کے یہ نہیں کر رہے, میں تمہاری ماں ہوں, میرے پاؤں کے نیچے تمہاری جنت ہے, میں تمہارا باپ ہوں, میں جنت کا دروازہ ہوں. ہم نے اتنا زیادہ بچوں کو ایک چیز اور کموڈٹی سمجھا ہوا ہے کہ جیسے پرانے زمانے میں تھا جس کے جتنا ریوڑ ہے, جتنے اس کے اونٹ ہیں اتنا اس کا نام, جتنے اس کے بیٹے ہیں, یہ ہم سنتے بھی ہیں اکثر کہ بیٹے جتنے زیادہ ہیں اتنا اس کا نام ہے. تو ہم کہیں نہ کہیں ہمارا وہ مائنڈ سیٹ چینج نہیں ہوا کہ بچے ہمارے کام کرنے کے لیے ہیں, ہماری سیکورٹی ہیں, بچے ہمارے لیے کچھ کرنے کے لیے اس دنیا میں آئے ہیں. تو جب تک آپ بچوں کو انڈیویجولس نہیں سمجھو گے اور ان کو رائٹ, اور ان کے اتنے رائٹس ہیں کہ جب آپ وہ آٹومیٹکلی آپ کو لگے گا کہ بھائی اتنے حقوق تو نہیں میں دے سکتا, ایک کو ہی شاید دے سکتا ہوں, ہاتھ 2 کو. تو جب آپ بچوں کے حقوق کو نارملائز جب تک نہیں کریں گے نا, تب تک آپ کو یہ لگے گا کہ کرتے جاؤ, پیدا کرو, سٹی جاؤ. مینٹل ہیلتھ کا کوئی ان کا خیال نہیں ہے, ان کا کوئی ٹرامے کی پرواہ نہیں ہے. جب تک آپ کے اوپر یہ رسپانسبلٹی, فائنینشیل, ایموشنل, سائیکولوجیکل رسپانسبلٹی نہیں ہوگی کہ ہر بچے کو برابر کر رہے ہیں, یہ تب تک ہمارے کسی بھی سیٹ اپ میں لوگ بچوں کو جب تک انسان نہیں سمجھیں گے نا, تو ہم پرواہ بھی نہیں کریں گے کہ جتنے مرضی پیدا کیے اور پھینک دیے.
تھینک یو ویری مچ ڈاکٹر صاحب. خورشید صاحب, میرا آپ سے یہ کوشچن ہے کہ جو تھیولوجی میں اسٹیٹ کا کانسیپٹ ہے وہ کتنا ڈٹرمن کر سکتی ہے ایک ہاؤس ہولڈ کا فیملی سائز. ہم نے دیکھا کہ چائنا نے 1 چائلڈ پالیسی نکال کے لٹرلی اس کو انفورس کیا. ہم اگر اپنے آس پاس کے ممالک دیکھیں تو اس میں بہت سے ایسے ممالک ہیں جو اتنے ملٹی ایتھنک نہیں ہیں. فار ایگزامپل somebody was telling me کہ ایران کے اندر دی ریلیجس لیڈر once it said کہ this has to be done, اس نے انفورس اس طریقے سے نہیں کیا, لیکن تقلید اتنی زیادہ ہے. اب پاکستان میں it's an extremely multi-ethnic society, but we are 98% Muslims. تو میرا آپ سے سوال یہ ہے کہ کیا اسٹیٹ ڈٹرمن کر سکتی ہے, اور اگر نہیں کر سکتی تو کیا اسلام اس بارے میں, فیملی سائز کے بارے میں خاموش ہے یا وہ کوئی تنبیہ بھی کرتا ہے؟
دیکھیے, پہلے سوال کا جواب تو بالکل کلیئرٹی کے ساتھ میری انڈرسٹینڈنگ کے مطابق یہ ہے کہ اسٹیٹ نہیں کر سکتی. اسٹیٹ کو یہ حق نہیں ہے کہ لوگوں کے ذاتی معاملات میں اس نوعیت کی مداخلت کرے. جو فرق ہے ایک چیز سمجھنے کی ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ آپ نے پہلے سوال میں بھی ذکر کیا کہ جو مسلم ورلڈ ہے, ایران ہے, بنگلہ دیش ہے, انڈونیشیا, ملیشیا, پاکستان, ان کے ڈفرینٹ ایکسپیرینسز ہیں. اس کو سمجھنا چاہیے کہ کیوں ہیں ڈفرینٹ. پاکستان میں جو مذہب کی تعبیر, مذہب کی انڈرسٹینڈنگ یا انٹرپریٹیشن ڈومینیٹ کرتی ہے, اس کو آپ اکیڈیمکلی کرتے ہیں پولیٹیکل سائنس, پولیٹیکل اسلام. یہ اسٹیٹ ڈریون اور اسٹیٹ سے ریلیٹڈ اسلام, یعنی آپ کے ہاں جب بھی اسلام کا ذکر آتا ہے تو آپ کہتے ہیں اسلام نافذ کرو, اور اس سے آپ کی مراد یہ ہوتی ہے کہ اپنا پولیٹیکل سسٹم آپ اپنی امپاور کریں مذہبی طبقے کو تاکہ وہ نافذ کرے لوگوں پر اسلام. انڈونیشیا یا ملیشیا ساؤتھ ایسٹ ایشیا میں آپ جائیں وہاں یہ نہیں ہے. وہاں ایک اور انٹرپریٹیشن غالب ہے جس کو آپ کہتے ہیں سیوک اسلام. سیوک اسلام کا مطلب یہ ہے کہ وہاں اسلام سوسائٹی سے متعلق ہے, آپ کے ہاں اسٹیٹ سے متعلق ہے. سوسائٹی سے جب آپ متعلق ہوتے ہیں تو اس کا مطلب یہ ہے کہ آپ ایک ایڈوائس کی سطح پہ, سجیشن کی سطح پہ لوگوں کے ساتھ رابطے میں ہوتے ہیں, اور کوئی چیز آپ پروپوز کر رہے ہوتے ہیں ان پہ نافذ نہیں کر رہے ہوتے, ان کی اپنی جو رائے ہے اس کو ڈیولپ کرنے کی کوشش کر رہے ہوتے ہیں. مثلا میں آپ سے عرض کروں کہ جو انڈونیشیا کی سب سے بڑی مذہبی تنظیم ہے نہضت العلماء, وہاں کی مسلم پاپولیشن جو ہے وہ آپ کو معلوم ہے 85% ہے انڈونیشیا کی. اس کے اندر 65% نہضت العلماء کے ساتھ وابستہ ہے. نہضت العلماء ایک اے پولیٹیکل آرگنائزیشن ہے, اس نے طے کیا ہوا ہے کہ اس نے پالیٹکس میں نہیں جانا, وہ سوسائٹی کے ساتھ وابستہ ہیں. تو مجھے ایک دفعہ وہاں جب جانا ہوا تو میں ان کے مرکز میں بھی گیا اور کچھ سمجھنے کی کوشش کی. ان کا پورا ایک شعبہ المسلمات کے نام سے, خواتین سے متعلق ہے. تو ان کے ہاں ایک فیچر ہے میں جس کا ذکر کرنا ضروری سمجھتا ہوں, وہ یہ ہے کہ وہ یہ کرتے ہیں کہ جو بچیاں ان کے ہاں شادی کی عمر کو پہنچتی ہیں اس کے لیے ایک ریگولر ٹریننگ پروگرام ہے ان کے ہاں, اور وہ بچیوں کو ٹرین کرتے ہیں. ٹرین کیا کرتے ہیں کہ آپ اپنی زندگی کے ایک بڑے اہم تبدیلی سے آپ گزرنے والی ہیں, اب آپ کو ایک نیا رول اڈاپٹ کرنا ہے. اس رول کے کانٹیکسٹ میں اب آپ کو کیا چیزیں جن کا خیال رکھنا چاہیے. شادی کا مطلب کیا ہے, مطلب یہ آپ کو کس طرح کے سائیکولوجیکل, کس طرح کے فائنینشیل, کس طرح کے سوشل ایشوز سے آپ کو گزرنا ہے. اس کے لیے اپنے آپ کو تیار کریں آپ, اور ان کی ایجوکیشن کی جاتی ہے, ان کو سمجھایا جاتا ہے. اور چونکہ وہ آپ جانتے ہیں کہ جب آپ معاشرت کی بنیاد ایک خاندان پہ رکھ رہے ہوتے ہیں تو اس کی اگر آپ نے فاؤنڈیشنز مضبوط نہیں رکھی تو پھر نتیجہ نہیں نکل پائے گا. اور بہت اچھی بات انہوں نے کی, میں اس کو انڈورس کرتے ہوئے آگے بڑھوں گا کہ اسلام نے اصل میں جو خاندان کا ادارہ دیا ہے وہ اصل میں اس بچے کو بڑا کرنے کے لیے, اس کی ویلفیئر کے لیے بنایا ہے جو آپ کی گود میں آپ کی خواہش سے آتا ہے یا خدا کی مرضی سے آتا ہے, جیسے بھی ہے آ جاتا ہے. اس کو آپ نے ایک اچھا انسان بنانا ہے. اگر آپ نے نہیں بنایا تو گویا آپ مذہب کے نقطہ نظر سے بھی آپ اس کے ذمہ دار ہیں کہ کیوں نہیں بنایا. اس کی ویلفیئر, اور یہ ویلفیئر ملٹی ڈائمینشنل ہے, یعنی اس کے کپڑوں سے, اس کے کھانے پینے سے لے کر اس کے اچھی تربیت اور تعلیم تک, یہ سب چیزیں جیسے انہوں نے کہا کہ نام تک بھی اچھا رکھے, یہ ساری آپ کی ذمہ داری ہیں. یہ دینی نقطہ نظر سے آپ کی ذمہ داری ہیں, آپ سے پوچھا جائے گا. ہمارے یہاں جیسے والدین کے حقوق کا بہت اصرار ہوتا ہے, بچوں کے حقوق پہ بھی اسی طرح سے, اس لیے کہ خاندان کا ادارہ آیا ہی وجود میں اس لیے کہ ایک اچھا انسان آپ پیدا کریں. تو اگر آپ کے ذمے 2 بچے ہیں یا 1 بچہ جس کو اچھا انسان بنانا ہے, اور اس کے بدلے میں آپ 10 بچے اچھا انسان بنانے کی کوشش کریں گے, تو آپ بتائیے کہ آپ اپنی وہ ذمہ داری کیسے ادا کر پائیں. تو اس نقطہ نظر سے بھی اگر آپ دین کو, مذہب کو سمجھیں گے تو یہ جو تجربات میں فرق ہے, میں سمجھتا ہوں انڈونیشیا یا ملیشیا وغیرہ میں, تو وہاں یہ ہے کہ ایک سیوک انڈرسٹینڈنگ یا ایک سول اسلام جس کو کہتے ہیں اس کی زیادہ پذیرائی ہے, اور وہ سوسائٹی سے متعلق ہوتا ہے. لوگوں کو آپ یہ چوائس دیتے ہیں, لوگوں کو یہ مرضی سے ان کو سکھاتے ہیں, ان کی تربیت کرتے ہیں. پاکستان میں سوسائٹی کبھی ہمارے ہاں موضوع نہیں بنی, اور بدقسمتی یہ ہوئی کہ جو سول سوسائٹی کا کنسپٹ ڈیولپ ہوا ہمارے ہاں, یہ اتفاق سے ایک خاص ویسٹرنائزڈ پرسپیکٹو میں ڈیولپ ہوا, اور اس کا ایک نتیجہ یہ نکلا کہ ہمارے یہاں یہ جتنے سوشل ویلفیئر کے پروجیکٹس ہیں یہ سارے کے سارے فارن فنڈڈ پروجیکٹس ہوتے ہیں. ہمارے سوسائٹی کے اندر یہ پوٹینشلی پیدا نہیں ہوا کہ ہم یہ سمجھیں کہ یہ بھی کوئی کرنے کا کام ہے. یعنی فیملی پلاننگ بھی خدا کی راہ میں خرچ کرنے کا ایک ذریعہ یہ ہے کہ آپ لوگوں کو سمجھائیں کہ فیملی کو پلان کریں. آپ بچہ دنیا میں آ رہا ہے, اس کی زندگی, صحت, اس کی باقی آداب پہ خیال رکھیں. اس کے لیے بھی ہم دیکھتے ہیں کہ باہر سے کوئی پیسے آئیں جو ہمیں بتائیں کہ ہمارے بچے کو کیسے اس کی ویلفیئر کا خیال رکھنا ہے. تو ایک بڑا پرابلم ہمارے یہاں یہ ہوا کہ وہ ماڈل جو ہم نے اڈاپٹ کیا, جو ہمارے اپنے سوشل انسٹیٹیوشنز تھے, یعنی مدرسہ ہے, ہمارا مکتب ہے, ہماری مسجد ہے, وہ اس طرح کا کوئی کام کرنے کے لیے تیار نہیں ہے, ان کے یہ کاموں میں شامل ہی نہیں ہے. یعنی مسجد کے جمعے کے خطبے کا یہ موضوع ہی نہیں ہے کہ آپ کی فیملی کیسے آپ نے پلان کرنا ہے. اس لیے کہ وہ مولوی صاحب سمجھتے ہیں یہ میرا کام نہیں, میں نے تو حکومت کو 2-4 سنانی ہے, کو اپنے اسلام نافذ کیوں نہیں کر رہی حکومت. لیکن وہ اسلام جو مجھے نافذ کروانا ہے لوگوں کو کہ اپنے بچوں کا خیال رکھیں بھائی, جو آپ کے پاس یہ اللہ ایک طرح سے امانت آپ سے پوچھا جائے گا اللہ تعالیٰ کہ ہاں یہ بچہ تمہیں دیا تھا. میں بات اگر لمبی نہ ہو تو علامہ اقبال نے اپنی ان کی جو مشہور مثنوی ہے اسرار خودی, اس میں ایک واقعہ اپنے بچپن کا منظوم کیا ہے, لکھا ہے. وہ لمبا واقعہ ہے, اس میں مختصر یہ ہے کہ انہوں نے ایک, کہتے ہیں میں چھوٹا سا تھا تو ایک دفعہ ایک فقیر مانگنے آیا, تو اس کو میں نے, وہ کیسے آتا ہے اس کو, بابا معاف کرو, میں نے کہا ایک دفعہ, وہ نہیں گیا, 2-3 دفعہ کہا بابا معاف کرو, وہ نہیں گیا. تو کہتے میں اٹھا اور میں نے جیسے غصے میں اس کو کہا کہ جاؤ, اس کو میں نے جھڑکا اور ایسے اس کو مارا, تو اس کے جو کشکول تھا اس کے ہاتھ سے گر گیا. وہ جو محلے سے سارا آٹا وغیرہ اکٹھا کر کے لایا تھا تو گر گیا. وہ کہتے ہیں کہ میرے والد یہ سب کچھ دیکھ رہے تھے, اور میرے والد نے یہ دیکھا تو انہوں نے, کہتے میں نے دیکھا کہ میرے والد کی آنکھوں سے آنسو نکلے اور ان کی داڑھی کو تر کر کے نیچے گرے, اور انہوں نے مجھے پاس بلایا اور انہوں نے مجھے کہا کہ دیکھو, میں یہ سب کچھ دیکھتے ہوئے ایک ایسے منظر کے بارے میں سوچنے لگا کہ کل اللہ تعالیٰ کے ہاں پیش ہوں گا میں بھی, اور تم بھی پیش ہوگے, اور بہت سارے لوگ وہاں ہوں گے, اور اللہ تعالیٰ ہم سے حساب کتاب لے رہے ہوں گے, نبی صلی اللہ علیہ وسلم بھی وہاں بیٹھے ہوں گے. اور اس وقت یہ جو مانگنے والا ہے یہ اپنی شکایت لے کر آئے گا, یہ اس لڑکے نے میرے ساتھ تو یہ سلوک کیا تھا, تو رسول اللہ مجھ سے یہ کہیں گے, یہ اس میں انہوں نے اپنی اس نظم میں لکھا ہے کہ رسول اللہ مجھ سے کہیں گے کہ یہ تمہارے پاس ایک بچہ میں نے بھیجا تھا, اس کی تربیت کرو, تو کیا تم نے اس کی یہ تربیت کی تھی؟ تو وہ کہتے ہیں کہ مجھے میرے باپ نے کہا کہ کیا تم چاہتے ہو کہ تمہارا باپ ساری کائنات کے لوگوں کے سامنے اس طرح سے اس کو شرمندگی کا سامنا کرنا پڑے؟ تو کہنا ہے کہ یہ کانشیسنس جو ہے کہ آپ, بچہ جو آپ کے پاس آیا ہے یہ خدا کی امانت کے طور پر آیا, اور اس کو اچھی تعلیم, اچھی تربیت, اس کو وقت دینا, اس کو یہ ساری آپ کی ذمہ داریوں میں شامل ہے. تو مذہب کا یہ پہلو جو ہے وہ بدقسمتی سے ہمارے یہاں کبھی زیر بحث نہیں آیا, اور اس کی وجہ یہ ہے کہ ہماری جو انٹرپریٹیشن ہے یا مذہب سے جو ہمارا تعلق ہے وہ سوسائٹی کی سطح پہ نہیں ہے, ویلیوز کی سطح پہ نہیں ہے, اور اس کی وجہ یہ ہے کہ ہم اس کو بھی ایک پولیٹیکل کانٹیکسٹ میں جب دیکھ رہے ہوتے ہیں پھر رد عمل کی نفسیات میں ہم کہتے ہیں وومن رائٹس, چونکہ یہ ایجنڈا ویسٹ سے آیا ہے لہٰذا عورتوں کو ہم نے کوئی حق نہیں دینا, وہ ہم فوراً ایک رد عمل کی نفسیات میں, جیسے میں نے شروع میں ذکر کیا. تو میرا خیال ہے کہ اس کو اپنے سوشل انسٹیٹیوشنز کو زندہ کرنا چاہیے, اپنے مسجد کو, مکتب کو, علماء کو, یہ جو بھی طبقے ہیں ہمارے ہاں, اسکول کے ٹیچر کے ہیں, والدین ہیں, اس سب کے سب کہ وہ لوگوں کے ہاں وہ پیدا کریں کانشیسنیس جس کی اس وقت ہم کو ضرورت ہے.
تھینک یو ویری مچ سر. ڈاکٹر صاحبہ, پاکستان میں اب ہر ہاتھ میں ایک فون ہے, اور ہم جو آلسو پاکستان کے اندر ایک بہت بڑی پاپولیشن ینگ ہے, اور یہ بات ہم پچھلے 10-15 سال سے کر رہے ہیں. کیا ہم کوئی بریک تھرو کریٹ کر سکتے ہیں کہ جو غلطیاں پرانی جنریشن نے کر دی وہ یہ نئی جنریشن نہ کرے, اور کیا یہ اس میں یہ جو ہمارا ڈیجیٹل, سوشل اور موبائل پینیٹریشن ہے یہ کوئی اپنا کردار ادا کر سکتی؟
آئی تھنک بہت اچھا سوال ہے آپ کا, اور پاکستان اس وقت پاکستان کے 5th موسٹ پاپولس کنٹریز میں آتا ہے, اور آئی تھنک جب آپ اپنی نیوز کلپنگس شیئر کر رہے تھے تو ایک چیز جو ریئلی اسٹوڈ اپ فار می واز دا ڈاکٹر ٹو پیشنٹ ریشو. اور پاکستان کا ایک بہت بڑا المیہ یہ ہے کہ ہمارے ہاں ایک بڑی تعداد ڈاکٹرز کی جب وہ گریجویٹ کرتی ہے تو آلموسٹ 70 to 80% خواتین ڈاکٹرز ہوتی ہیں, جو کہ ہم ابھی ویسے جیسے بات کر رہے تھے سوشل کلچرل نارمس کی وجہ سے افیکٹولی کام نہیں کر پاتی. تو ایک تو ڈیجیٹلی تھرو دا ورک دیٹ آئی ڈو ہم بہت ساری ایسی ڈاکٹرز کو موبلائز کرتے ہیں ہو آر ناٹ ایبل ٹو پریکٹس فلی. تھرو صحت کہانی وہ ایک ٹیلی میڈیسن پلیٹ فارم کے ذریعے پریکٹس کر سکتی ہیں. لیکن صرف یہی نہیں ہے جو ایک چیز ہم کر سکتے ہیں. مدحت صاحب جو اپنی پریزنٹیشن جب چلا رہے تھے تو انہوں نے لیڈی ہیلتھ ورکرز کا ایک رول ایکسپلین کیا, اور لیڈی ہیلتھ ورکرز اور اسمارٹ فونز کا ایک بڑا انٹرسٹنگ امتزاج ہے جس پہ کام کیا جا سکتا ہے. اور ہم نے یہ تھوڑا سا پائلٹ بھی کر کے دیکھا کہ کمیونٹی میں جو لیڈی ہیلتھ ورکر ہے اگر اس کے پاس اسمارٹ فون ہے وہ اگر لوگوں کے گھر گھر جائے اور اس اسمارٹ فون میں ڈاکٹر سے وہ اس گھر کی خواتین کی بات کرا سکے تو بہت ساری انفارمیشن جو شاید وہ لیڈی ہیلتھ ورکر اتنی افیکٹولی نہیں دے سکتی تھی وہ ایک ڈاکٹر آن لائن دے سکتی ہے. اور انٹرسٹنگلی ہماری سوسائٹی میں اب یہ اچھی بات ہے یا بری, ڈاکٹر کا کہا, وہ کہتے ہیں نا کہ مطلب ڈاکٹر از لائک اے گاڈ لائک فینومینا ان آر سوسائٹی, کہ ڈاکٹر نے کوئی بات کہہ دی تو پھر بھی ہم اس کو اہمیت دیتے ہیں ورسز کوئی اور اگر یہ بات کہے تو. تو ایک تو مجھے لگتا ہے کہ لیڈی ہیلتھ ورکرز کے ماڈل کو یوٹیلائز کرتے ہوئے ہم افیکٹولی فیملی پلاننگ کے اوپر کاؤنسلنگ گھر گھر لوگوں کے پہنچا سکتے ہیں. نہ صرف اس میں لیڈی ہیلتھ ورکرز آئیں گی, ہم اس میں ایک بہت بڑا جو نیٹ ورک ہے پولیو ورکرز کا وہ یوٹیلائز کیا جا سکتا ہے. وہ آلریڈی لوگوں کے گھر جاتی ہیں, آلریڈی ایز اے پارٹ آف دیئر مینڈیٹ دے ہیو ٹو وزٹ سرٹن ہاؤس ہولڈز ان سرٹن کمیونٹیز. تو کچھ اس نیٹ ورک کو استعمال کیا جا سکتا ہے ڈاکٹر سے کنیکٹ کرانے میں, اینڈ دین لیٹر آن دیٹ کنورسیشن کین ہیپن بٹوین دا ڈاکٹر اینڈ دا پیشنٹ given the sensitivity that polio workers already have in terms of family planning. تو وہ اگر ڈائریکٹلی نہ کر سکیں بات تو ڈاکٹر آن لائن کم از کم کر سکتی ہے. ایجوکیشن بہت حد تک کی جا سکتی ہے. آئی تھنک سم ون جسٹ اسپوک اباؤٹ دا فیکٹ کہ سوشل میڈیا یا ڈیجیٹل میڈیا سے ہم مردوں کو کیوں ایجوکیٹ نہیں کرتے, کیونکہ الٹیمیٹلی یہ پرابلم اسٹیم کرتا ہے فرام دا مین ہو آر دا ڈیسیجن میکرز اینڈ ناٹ دا وومن. تو آپ کتنی بھی فیملی پلاننگ کلینکس کھول لیں جو خواتین کو ایڈریس کرتے ہیں, کتنی بھی لیڈی ہیلتھ ورکرز لے آئیں, خواتین کو پوری انفارمیشن ہونے کے باوجود بھی جب وہ ڈیسیجن ہی نہیں لے سکتی تو فیملی پلاننگ نہیں ہو سکتی. مگر فون ایک بڑا پاورفل ٹول ہے, ہر گھر میں موجود ہے, ہر شخص کے ہاتھ میں ہے, جو ینگر جنریشن ہے ان کے ہاتھ میں موجود ہے, جس میں آپ ان حضرات کو ایڈریس کریں ہو آر ینگر انڈیویجولز, ینگر مین ہو ول بی پیرنٹس آف ٹمورو, کہ کیوں آپ کو اپنا فیملی سائز لمیٹڈ رکھنا ہے. اینڈ آئی تھنک تیسری چیز جو مجھے لگتی ہے کہ ہم یوزنگ اسمارٹ فونز, یوزنگ ٹیکنالوجی, we need to make more and more women aware of their rights and we need to create more and more employment opportunities for women. Again, جیسے میں ابھی ایک بات کر رہی تھی کہ جب تک خواتین فائنینشلی اسٹرانگ نہیں ہوں گی, اسٹیبل نہیں ہوں گی, اور جب تک آدمیوں کو اور ہماری سوسائٹی کے جو مرد حضرات ہیں وہ فیملی پلاننگ کی اہمیت کو نہیں سمجھیں گے, آئی تھنک یہ چیز آگے نہیں بڑھ سکے گی. آپ نے بہت اچھی بات کی ریلیجیس اسکالرس کی, لیکن ایک بڑا چیلنج جو میں اس میں دیکھتی ہوں کہ ہاؤ ڈو یو فلٹر دا رائٹ انفارمیشن, کیونکہ اب ہم بہت سارے لوگ دیکھتے ہوں گے, بہت سارے اپیرنٹلی یوٹیوب ریلیجیس انفلوئنسرز خود سیکنڈ میرجز کو پروموٹ کر رہے ہوتے ہیں. ان دیٹ سچویشن ہاؤ ڈو یو ایڈریس دا چیلنج کہ ٹاکنگ اباؤٹ لیسر نمبر آف چلڈرن یا فیملی پلاننگ. تو مجھے ایسا لگتا ہے کہ ڈیجیٹل میڈیا, ٹیکنالوجی, ٹیلی میڈیسن, یہ وہ سارے ٹولز ہیں جو نہ صرف ایکسیس بڑھا سکتے ہیں ٹو ہیلتھ کیئر, ایکسیس ٹو دا رائٹ physicians, the right services, the right counseling, but also access to information for both men and women. It's all about how we use it.
Thank you very much. And I know the audience has been very patient and this is your moment now. میں request کرتا ہوں اپنے colleagues کو to kindly get the mic to anyone who would want any question. Kindly ذرا ایک کام یہ کیجیے گا کہ آپ اپنا question بتائیے گا اور پینلسٹ بتائیے گا جس سے آپ وہ question کریں.
السلام علیکم, میرا نام سلمان ہے. میرا سوال ہے مسٹر بنگالی صاحب سے. سر کہ گزشتہ 3 سے 4 ڈیکیڈ سے ہم فیملی پلاننگ کے بارے میں سنتے آ رہے ہیں نا, تو کیوں نہیں ہمارا نیریٹو ایک متفق ہے فیملی پلاننگ کے حوالے سے. ہر طبقہ جو ہے وہ ایک اپنی پلان لے کے چل رہا ہوتا ہے, تو ہم نے کیوں نہیں ایک سینٹرلائز پالیسی بنائی ہے اس کے.
یہ آپ کا سب
بنگالی صاحب سے
خالی یہ آپ کا پہلا سوال تھا. وین وی اسٹارٹڈ دی ڈسکشن میں نے بتایا تھا کہ نیریٹو نہیں بن پایا. لیٹ می سے دس ڈفرینٹلی. ایک پوائنٹ جو میرا خیال ہے باقی پینلسٹ نے یہاں پر ریز کیا ہے وہ عورتوں کے امپاورمنٹ کے حوالے سے ہے کہ عورتیں ڈیسیشن میکرز نہیں ہے. جو اس وقت ٹی وی پہ پلیز چلتے ہیں چینلز پہ, they all are trying to put the women in a bottle. 2 قسم کی عورتیں دکھائی جاتی ہیں, یا تو وہ ظالم ہے, سازشی ہیں, یا ایک اور عورت ہے, لڑکی ہے جو روتی رہتی ہے, ظلم اٹھاتی رہتی ہے, کوئی تو ہم نے ایک پورا نیریٹو کریٹ کیا ہوا ہے کہ عورت بولتی نہیں ہے, شی از اے وکٹم, اور جہاں جو اس کے ساتھ زیادتی کرے گا وہ سہتی رہے گی. میں نہیں دیکھتا کوئی پلے, لیکن گھر میں چلتا رہتا ہے, گزرتے ہوئے کچھ دیکھ بھی لیتا ہوں اور ڈائلاگ بھی سن لیتا ہوں. تو کبھی کبھی مجھے یہ خیال آتا ہے کہ یہ اٹھ کے تھپڑ کیوں نہیں مارتی, یہ کیوں ظلم اٹھائے بیٹھی ہے, وائی ڈزنٹ اٹ جسٹ گیو اینڈ بیٹ دا گائے, یو نو, بیکاز آور ٹیلیویژن از ٹرائنگ ٹو ٹیل ایوری ڈے فرام ایوری چینل دیٹ اے وومن's پلیس از ڈاؤن ایٹ دا فیٹ. مجھے یاد ہے جب بہت شروع میں 70s میں جو پلے ہوتے تھے, مرینا خان اور یہ تھے, those plays were trying to convey the message that a girl and a woman can stand up for herself. That culture has gone. We are producing a culture where women have to be submissive. تو جب آپ اس کی سائیکالوجی ہی سبمسو کر دیں گے تو پھر ایکسپیکٹ نہ کریں کہ وہ کوئی انڈیپینڈنٹ ڈیسیشن میکنگ کرنا چاہے, وہ پڑھی لکھی ہو یا نہ ہو. So I think overall our society is anti-women. اور ہر جگہ یہ کہ عورتوں کو سامنے نہیں لانا, فرنٹ میں نہیں لانا. اگر ایک بڑی ہو رہی ہے لڑکی, ٹین ایج ہے, اگر وہ بیلکنی میں چلی گئی تو فوراً ڈانٹ پڑتی ہے کہ کیوں بیلکنی میں کھڑی ہو. We are an anti-women society, and I think the battle has to, for women, میں یہی کہوں گا کہ عورتوں کو بغاوت کرنی چاہیے, کیونکہ بغاوت اچھی چیز ہے, اس کے بغیر کچھ حاصل نہیں ہوگا.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Wali Mehta. I'm a final year economics student. And my question is regarding family planning. So I feel like while we're discussing family planning, one of the factors we have to consider is Pakistan's abortion policy and laws. And I just want to know, like, what moves or ways can the state and the religious entities in this country make or take to help, like, alleviate some of the strictness of our abortion policies? Oh, and this is for any panelist.
Any panelist?
Any panelist.
اچھا, یہ آپ کا کوشچن یہ ہے کہ پاکستان کی ابارشن پالیسی
جی sorry, currently for context, in Pakistan you're only allowed to get an abortion in the case that your physical health is under danger. In other countries, if you've been raped, if it's marital rape, if it's mental health, if the child is defected, in those situations you're allowed to get abortions. But in Pakistan, it's only if the woman's physical health is under danger. So how can the state work with religious entities to alleviate the strictness of abortion policies?
Okay, abortion is a right for Pakistan. Any panelist would want to answer this thing?
میں تھوڑا بریفلی اس پہ, کیونکہ آئی ڈو ناٹ ایگزیکٹلی نو کہ اسٹیٹ کی ایگزیکٹ مطلب کلازز کیا ہیں کانسٹیٹیوشن میں اور کیا پالیسی ہے اکارڈنگ ٹو ابارشن. لیکن پاکستان میں ابارشن کروانا کوئی مشکل کام نہیں ہے. پاکستان میں آبادی اس لیے زیادہ نہیں ہے کہ لوگ ابارشن نہیں کروا سکتے, آبادی اس لیے زیادہ ہے کہ لوگ بچے زیادہ پیدا کرنا چاہتے ہیں. تو ابارشن از ناٹ دا کاز اور دا ریزن فار آر پاپولیشن ٹو بی یو نو ایٹ دس لیول ناؤ, کیونکہ اٹس پریٹی ایزی. آئی ورکڈ ان گورنمنٹ سیکٹر ایز ویل, پرائیویٹ سیکٹر بھی, میں نے گائنی میں بھی بہت ٹائم کام کیا ہے. سیف ابارشن پرابیبلی ناٹ, مطلب جو ڈاکٹرز ہیں, کہ ڈاکٹرز کے دماغ میں بھی ایک یہ وہ ہوتا ہے کہ نہیں یہ غلط کام ہے, یہ نہیں کرنا, لیکن بہت سارے اور ہیلتھ کیئر پرووائڈرز ہوتے ہیں جو کر دیتے ہیں. تو وہ یہ مجھے نہیں لگتا, میرے علم میں ایٹ لیسٹ نہیں ہے کہ پاکستان میں ابارشن کروانا کوئی ایشو ہے. It's probably easier than getting any other healthcare service in Pakistan. So that is not the reason for us having this much population. It's not a factor. I don't think it is. Religious perspective سے شاید سر بتا سکیں
کہ کن کنڈیشنز میں کروا سکتے ہیں نہیں, یا وہ بتا دیں.
میں اس میں ایک چیز ایڈ کروں. دیکھیے دنیا میں کسی بھی ملک کی کوئی ابارشن پالیسی نہیں ہوتی, ہے بھی نہیں, ہو بھی نہیں سکتی. جی میں عرض کرتا ہوں, میں تھوڑی تفصیل اس کی عرض کرتا ہوں. کوئی ابارشن پالیسی نہیں ہوتی. البتہ سوال یہ ہوتا ہے کہ جیسے امریکہ میں بھی مثلا آپ کو معلوم ہے الیکشن کمپین ہوتی ہے پرو چوائس اور یہ اور اس طرح کی ہوتی ہے. سوال یہ ہے کہ کیا کوئی انڈیویجول اپنے لیول پہ ابارشن کرا سکتا ہے, یہ سوال ہے امپورٹنٹ. تو اس کو ایڈریس کرنا جو ہے, ابھی جیسے یہاں کہا گیا کہ ہمارے ہاں اس کی ممانعت ہے, اس کے کئی اسباب ہیں ممانعت کی, کیوں ہوتی ہے, کیا اس کی وجہ ہے. لیکن میں پھر وہ یہ کہوں گا کہ یہ بنیادی طور پر ایک انڈیویجول لیول کی چیز ہے. اس کو انڈیویجول لیول پہ ہی دیکھنا چاہیے. ایک اسٹیٹ کو اس پہ کوئی لیجسلیشن کی ضرورت نہیں ہے. یہ ہر آدمی کا اپنا چوائس ہے اور اس کو اس سے گزرتے ہوئے جو بھی اس سے گزرنا ہے. البتہ اس میں کچھ اور فیکٹرز ہوتے ہیں. یہ ڈاکٹرز آپ کو بتا سکتے ہیں کہ بعض اوقات ابارشن بھی ظاہر سٹیجز ہوتی ہیں مختلف. اس سٹیجز کے اندر خود ماں کی صحت کے مسائل بھی ہو سکتے ہیں, آنے والے بچے کے بارے میں بھی ہو سکتے ہیں کہ اس کا جو رائٹ ہے ٹو کم ان دس ورلڈ, اس کو آپ کہاں کمپرومائز کر رہے ہیں کہ اس کی زندگی کے آثار کب پیدا ہوتے ہیں. یہ میڈیکل کی بھی ڈیبیٹ ہے, مذہب کی بھی ڈیبیٹ ہے. زندگی کب شروع ہوتی ہے کہ جب آپ کہیں کہ اب جو معاملات ہو رہے ہیں وہ کیا ہو رہے ہیں. تو ایک تھوڑا کمپلیکس ایشو ہے. لیکن میری انڈرسٹینڈنگ یہ ہے کہ کوئی اس پہ پالیسی بنانے کی ضرورت نہیں ہے. یہ انڈیویجولز اس کو ڈیسیژن کرنا چاہیے. اور پھر اس میں چونکہ مورل اسپیکٹ ہوتا ہے, ڈاکٹر بھی انوالو ہوتا ہے, پھر اس کی مورالٹی کیا کہتی ہے یا اس کے اپنے یہ ڈیسیژن ہوتا ہے کہ وہ آپ کو پتا بہت سے ڈاکٹرز نہیں کرتے, وہ اس کے لیے نہیں جاتے. تو اس کو میرا خیال آدمی فرد کے اس پہ چھوڑ دینا چاہیے.
السلام علیکم. This is Kamran Abbasi and I have a question with Dr. Tamkeenat. کہ کافی سالوں سے ہم کمیونٹیز میں کام کر رہے ہیں, لیکن واٹ از دا ایشو اینڈ مسئلہ کیا ہے کہ وہ رزلٹس ہمیں حاصل نہیں ہو پا رہے جو ہم چاہ رہے ہیں. ایون اب تو ہمارا جو کیمپین پاکستانی ڈراموں میں بھی ہم نے اسٹارٹ کر دیا ہے, ایون گورنمنٹ اسپانسر کر رہی ہے فیملی پلاننگ پہ, لیکن کمیونٹیز کو بچے زیادہ ہی چاہیے. وہ رزلٹ کیوں نہیں مل پا رہے ہیں جو ہم چاہ رہے ہیں؟
فرسٹلی اٹس تمکنت. ہر بندہ غلط نام لے رہا تھا تو میں نے کہا میں ایک ہی دفعہ کلیئر کر دوں, تمکنت. دوسرا یہ کہ دیکھیں آپ نے ابھی کہا کہ ہم لوگ فیلڈ میں بہت عرصے سے کام کریں, تو یہ تو آپ کو مجھے بتانا چاہیے کہ کیوں جیسے کہتے ہیں نا کیوں نہیں ہو رہی پڑھائی, تو کیوں نہیں ہو رہے بچے کام. جو فیلڈ میں کام کر رہے ہیں وہ بتائیں. اور ابھی میرے خیال سے ہم نے کافی دیر, کوئی 1.5 گھنٹہ اسی بات پہ بات کی ہے اور سب نے یہ باری باری بتایا ہے, باری باری بتایا ہے کہ یہ اس کی کیا وجوہات ہیں. تو آئی تھنک دس ہیز آلریڈی بن آنسرڈ. لیکن پھر بھی جو کچھ مطلب میں ایک سمرائز کر دیتی ہوں ان کیس یو ور ناٹ ہیئر. ایک تو وہی ہمارے یہاں کہ جیسے سر نے کہا کہ ہمارے یہاں ایک آئیڈیالوجی ہے کہ یہ کوئی ویسٹرن ایجنڈا ہے, کوئی فورن فنڈیڈ ایجنڈا ہے. اور پھر جب فورن فنڈز آتے ہیں تو لوگ کہتے ہیں کہ دیکھا ہم نے تو کہا تھا یہ باہر کی کمپنیز ہی یہاں پہ کروا رہی ہیں, ورنہ ہمارے یہاں تو. پھر ایک اور جو ابھی باہر بھی ہم بات کر رہے تھے, اور یہ میں نے کہیں ایک دفعہ پہلے بھی یہ بات کی تھی کہ آئی ریممبر بیک ان 90s کبھی اگر آپ مری وغیرہ کہیں جاتے تھے نا تو وہاں کسی پہاڑ پہ یا کہیں لکھا ہوتا تھا بڑا خاندان جہاد آسان. اور ایگزیکٹلی یہ ابھی مجھے یہاں بھی کسی نے باہر یہ بات کی کہ تو جب آپ نے ایک پوری جنریشن کو اتنا لمبا ٹائم یہ سکھایا ہے کہ جو بھی کوئی باہر سے کوئی بات آ رہی ہے یہاں پر وہ غلط ہے, وہ آپ کی یہ ہم مسلمانوں کی آبادی کم کرنا چاہتے ہیں تاکہ ہم پھر جہاد نہ کر سکیں. پھر انہی لوگوں نے آ کے ہمیں پیسے دیے اور ہم سے جہاد کروایا, ہمیں مجاہدین بھی بنایا. پھر انہی لوگوں نے کچھ عرصے بعد کہا کہ نہیں یہ مجاہدین نہیں ہیں, یہ تو ٹیررسٹ ہیں, اب ان کو مارو. پھر ہم نے دوبارہ پیسے لیے اور ان کو مارا. تو ایک تو پاکستان کی جو جغرافیکل پوزیشن ہے اور جو پولیٹیکل ہمارا سینیریو ہے وہ یہ ہے کہ جیسے وہ نہیں کہتے کہ میں نے نوٹ وہاں میرا موڈ بنے, تو ہمیں نوٹ دے کے ہم سے کچھ بھی کروا سکتے ہیں آپ. کبھی ہم سے مجاہدین بنوا لیں, کبھی ہم سے ٹیررسٹ بنوا لیں, کبھی انہی کو پکڑوا لیں. تو یہ ہمارا ایک ڈائلیما رہا ہے کہ ہم لوگوں سے نوٹ لے کے تو کبھی ہم کہتے ہیں کہ یہ زیادہ بڑا خاندان جہاد آسان, اور کبھی ہم کہتے ہیں کہ خاندان کو چھوٹا کر لو. تو جیسے سر نے بھی یہ بات کہی کہ جب تک اسٹیٹ خود کوئی اپنی پالیسی نہیں بنائے گی اور اب یہ نہیں سوچے گی کہ یہ ان کا جو کام ہے وہ اپنے لوگوں کی فلاح اور بہبود ہے, وہ نوٹ لے کے لوگوں کی جنگیں لڑنا نہیں ہے, تب تک ہم کہتے ہیں نا فورن ایجنڈا, آپ کا پورا ملک فورن ایجنڈے پہ چل رہا ہے. سو یہ فورن ایجنڈا نہیں ہے. ہمارے لوگوں کو بھی یہ انڈرسٹینڈ کرنے کی ضرورت ہے کہ آپ مطلب مجھے بہت فنی لگتا ہے جب لوگ کہتے ہیں کہ یہ فورن فنڈڈ چیزیں ہیں. وٹ از اٹ ان دس کنٹری دیٹ از ناٹ فورن فنڈڈ؟ لائک پریکٹیکلی آپ کا پورا جو بجٹ ہے دیٹ از فورن فنڈڈ. سو اس سوچ میں سے باہر نکل آئیں کہ کوئی ہمیں یہود و نصارہ ہماری آبادی کم کرنا چاہتے ہیں کیونکہ ورنہ ہم دنیا پہ چھا جائیں گے, ورنہ ہم یہ کر لیتے, ہم دنیا فتح کر لیتے. تو اس سوچ سے نکلنے کی ضرورت ہے. ہمیں اپنے بارے میں بہتر سوچنے کی ضرورت ہے, اور جب تک ہم اس سوچ سے باہر نہیں نکلیں گے کہ کوئی دشمن ہے دھاک لگا کے بیٹھا ہے وہ پتہ نہیں سر ڈال کی کر دے گا, تو یہ اس انسیکیورٹی سے نکلیں اور اپنی فیملی, اپنے گھر, اپنے ملک کا کچھ بھلا سوچنے کی کوشش کریں. تو یہ ایک بہت ڈیپ روٹڈ ایشوز ہیں یہ. اس میں اکانومی میرے خیال سے سب سے پہلے ہے. ایوری تھنگ از ریلیٹڈ ٹو اکانومی. جب آپ کا ملک سیلف سفیشینٹ ہو جائے گا تو اس کو کسی کے ایجنڈے پہ کام کرنے کی ضرورت نہیں رہے گی. اور پولیٹیکل ایشوز اس کا بہت بڑا ایک فیکٹر ہیں, اور باقی جو ہم سب نے یہاں ڈسکشن کی وہ بھی ایک فیکٹر ہے. تو ایک چیز جو نئی شاید بات ہوئی تھی وہ میں نے اب کر دی ہے, بٹ اٹ از آئی تھنک یہ اتنا سمپل نہیں ہے کہ آپ ایک بندے کے پاس جائیں اور اسے کہیں کہ کم بچے پیدا کرو گے. جی سر, کل سے میں کم بچے پیدا کروں گا. وہ ایک 75 سال کی ایک آپ کی ایک چل رہی ہے ایک سوچ. پھر جیسے سر نے کہا کہ ایک اس کا اینٹی اس کا ایک آیا, ایک اس کا ریئیکشنری ایک رسپانس آیا کہ لوگوں نے کہا کہ نہیں, ایک بندے نے جو پالیسیز بنائی ہیں ساری وہ ساری ہی ہمارے خلاف تھیں, تو ہم اب اس کا الٹ کریں گے, عورتوں کو رائٹس نہیں دیں گے, زیادہ بچے پیدا کریں گے, یہ کریں گے, وہ کریں گے. تو آپ کو سوسائٹی کی اور نیشن کی سائیکالوجی کو سمجھ کے اس سائیکالوجی پہ کام کرنے کی ضرورت ہے. اور گراس روٹ لیول پہ آ کے ہر انسان کو جب آپ ایک فیلنگ آف سیکیورٹی دیں گے نا تو وہ خود ہی یہ باتیں سمجھنے لگ جائے گا, جو کہ ہماری سوسائٹی میں مسنگ ہے.
جی یہ یہاں جو
میں بس
اس ہال میں جو خواتین ہیں انہوں نے والنٹریلی بیک سیٹ لی ہے, ایک بھی سوال نہیں آیا خواتین.
آپ نے ابھی ایک کر لوں میں سوال. جی جی ڈاکٹر ناصرہ شاہ میرا نام ہے, میں پیپ کی پریزیڈنٹ ہوں. تو ایک تو یہ کہ جو ہے اگر آپ یہ کہیں نا کہ پالیسی نہیں ہے ابارشن کی پاکستان میں, تو سوری آئی ڈونٹ اگری ود دیٹ. کیونکہ جو ہے وی ہیو اے لا وچ ڈکلیئرز ابارشن ٹو بی illegal except under certain conditions. ٹھیک ہے, سو وی ڈو ہیو اے لا. یہ نہیں ہے کہ اسٹیٹ کی پالیسی نہیں ہے اس پہ, پہلی تو بات یہ. دوسری جو میں پینل کے کوئی بھی جو ہیں اینڈ پرٹیکولرلی ندیم صاحب, ان ٹرمز آف آپ نے کہا کہ جو ہے وہ نمبر اسٹیٹ اسپیسیفائی نہیں کر سکتی, ٹھیک ہے, کہ کتنے بچے ہونے چاہیے. چائنا کا ایگزامپل آیا تھا, ٹھیک ہے جی. اور پاکستان میں جب فیملی پلاننگ پروگرام شروع ہوا تھا تو شاید آپ لوگوں کو یاد ہو کہ یہ جنگلز تھے, بچے دو ہی اچھے, ہم دو ہمارے دو, بچے کم خوشحال گھرانہ, وچ از اپوزٹ ٹو جو آپ کہہ رہی تھیں. اور ہمارے پاس ایک نیریٹو, بڑا کلیئر نیریٹو تھا, اور وہ نیریٹو بہت سارے ملک جنہوں نے کہ کم کیا ہے, لائک بنگلہ دیش فار ایگزامپل, ہیز ہیڈ دیٹ نیریٹو. اینڈ آئی ایم ویری سوری کہ ہم نے وہ نیریٹو کھو دیا. اس نیریٹو کو ریپلیس کر لیا ایک ہیزی سے کانسیپٹ نے, جو کہ آج صبح جاوید جبار صاحب نے جس کا ذکر کیا, واز اباؤٹ توازن, جو کہ کانسیپٹ ہی بڑا مشکل ہے سمجھنا. تو what I would like us to go back to a clear vision کہ کیوں, why 2? Because 2 is replacement. There's a statistical reason for why 2 is an important number. क्योंकि उसकी demographic वजह कि क्यों, and that's the argument that we should be using, कि हमें उसको scientifically जो है argue करने की ज़रूरत है. And if anyone wants to comment on that, if we have time, because we are running out of time really.
अच्छा जी, Nadeem साहब, would you like to comment? जी please.
बहुत शुक्रिया, ये बड़ी अहम बात आपने तवज्जो दिलाई. देखिए, मुख्तसर बात, पहली बात तो ये है कि लॉ और पॉलिसी में ज़ाहिर फ़र्क है. मैं जिस चीज़ की निगेट कर रहा था या मैं कह रहा था कि इन प्रिंसिपल जो चीज़ नहीं होनी चाहिए वो पॉलिसी है. पॉलिसी ज़ाहिर है एक ब्रॉडर कॉन्टेक्स्ट में इसको देखना चाहिए. लॉ का होने का मतलब ये नहीं है कि कोई पॉलिसी भी है आपकी, तो पॉलिसी नहीं होनी चाहिए. ये एक बात. दूसरी बात मैं आपसे अर्ज़ करूँ कि ये अगर आप स्टेट को ये राइट देंगे कि वो आपके घरों में झांके और आपके बारे में तय करे कि कितने बच्चे आपने पैदा करने हैं, तो फिर आपको स्टेट को बाकी राइट्स भी देने पड़ेंगे. आप लिबास कौन सा पहने, आपको कपड़े कैसे पहन के बाहर निकलना चाहिए, इसलिए कि ये फिर आप स्टेट की राइट को बढ़ाते चले जाएंगे. मेरे नज़दीक स्टेट को ये हक नहीं देना चाहिए कि वो लोगों के घरों में झांके, लोगों के लिबास का तयन करे, लोगों को ये तय करे कि तुमने ये पहनना है, ये नहीं पहनना. ये सारी चीज़ें फिर आप उसको एक प्रिंसिपल के तौर पे चीज़ों को देखें. जो स्टेट कर सकती है मेरे नज़दीक वो है मोटिवेशन पैदा कर सकती है सोसाइटी के अंदर. लोगों को किसी चीज़ से रोकने के लिए कोई तहरीक चला सकती है. तहरीक से मेरी मुराद है एक मोटिवेशन लेवल की चीज़. इससे आगे अगर आप कानून के ज़रिए, यानी स्टेट के पास जो पावर होती है उसको अगर आप दायरा फैलाएंगे तो फिर आप उसको महदूद नहीं कर सकेंगे. फिर आप ये नहीं कह सकते कि स्टेट आपको ये लिबास क्यों पहनने के लिए कह रही है, इसलिए उसके लिए भी एक स्टेट के पास जवाब होगा. तो इन प्रिंसिपल चीज़ों को तय कर लेना.
Thank you very much. I would request now to, perhaps we are going towards the closing. मैं request करूँगा Miss Madiha को कि वो kindly stage पे आएं. She is the country director of Pathfinder International, Pakistan. And Miss Madiha से मैं request करूँगा to kindly give a token of appreciation, a very small token of appreciation from our side to all these people who have traveled all the way to share these valuable insights and, you know, share very fresh perspective which was a need of the hour. Madiha, आप इधर आ जाओ. Can you bring the shields, please? Okay. Vikas, please जरा मुझे नाम बताते जाओ ताकि मैं. The first one. Okay. Sir, Dr. Kaisar Bengali to kindly receive his shield from Miss Madiha. Okay. Now I will request, I'm conscious of the right pronunciation, Miss Tamkinath to please receive her first. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I will now request Khurshid Nadeem Saab to kindly receive his shield from Miss Madiha. Dr. Ifat to kindly receive her. And in the last, मैं आप सबसे request करूँगा Zara, Vikas and the volunteers IB अगर वो stage पे आ जाएं please, who have made this thing possible. Also PAP representatives to please join us on the stage because it is because of them that this became possible. And a big hand for all of the organizers and people who have worked tirelessly. And group photo and then we'll leave. Thank you.
There is a chair here. Ma'am, ये chair है.
सारा दिन. Okay, thank you.
No, we don't need one.
Thank you for our panelists for this very exciting conversation at past 5:30, so there's a lot of cognitive fatigue setting in. Ladies and gentlemen, without any further delay, we will close the conference for day one. And just a quick note that we will start tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp, God willing. And please join us for a quick cup of tea before you leave. It's served in the same space as earlier. Thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.